Chapter 467. What a heavy smell of death. It's over, it's over. We have encountered an evil being. Elder Shang's voice was trembling. He seemed to be very afraid of the person holding the black rod. What? Everyone turned pale with fright and slowly retreated. In an instant, everyone grabbed their magic weapons and weapons in their hands and stared at the man on top of the mountain. It's useless. There's only one outcome for encountering an evil being in the ancient savage region, and that's death. The old man's face was deathly pale as he muttered with extreme terror. That's not for sure. The black-haired, middle-aged cultivator said coldly. In his hand, there was a small bronze pagoda the size of a fist. This pagoda had 3 levels and was less than half a foot tall. Its surface was speckled and green. It was obvious that it was an antique and gave off an ancient vibe. The old man's eyes widened when he saw the 3-story pagoda. It can't be that thing. That thing has 9 stories, but this pagoda only has 3. The Shangqing sect really replicated the ancient treasure, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Goddess Yao stared at the pagoda in shock. Yao Ji, although you are only an outer sect disciple of Guangcheng Immortal Sect and have not entered the sect, you seem to know quite a few secrets of the Tao sect. The black-haired middle-aged man looked at Yao Ji meaningfully. Yao Ji snickered and stopped talking. Sword energy surged around her, and a yellow sword light was guided out of her body. It was obvious that though Yao Ji was only an outer sect disciple of the Guangqing Celestial Sect, she seemed to have received the teachings of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. A flying sword was trained by her and emitted a shocking amount of sword energy. The path of the sword immortal allowed the sword energy to travel around the entire body, using the sword to train the body, using the spirit to nurture the sword, becoming one with the sword. Out of all techniques, this was the technique with the heaviest killing intent. Let's slowly descend the mountain, the elder said, though the middle-aged cultivator from the Shangqing sect had the replica of the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. In a critical moment, he might not help them. Just as everyone was about to move, the tall figure standing at the top of the mountain moved. He soared into the sky, and then directly smashed down from the sky like a meteor. Don't act rashly. Don't run. The old man yelled, but it was too late. The 2 young female cultivators had already turned around and fled down the mountain. The tall figure holding the black rod stretched out his hand in the air, and the 2 young female cultivators who were fleeing down the mountain were immediately sent flying back. Then, they were thrown heavily onto the bloody ground. That person didn't directly kill the 2 female cultivators who were trying to escape. Could it be that he wanted to toy with them before killing them? Boom! With a loud bang, that imposing figure descended from the sky, causing the incomparably hard blood-colored ground to crack and cave in. The entire blood-colored hill shook. Everyone was shaken to the point that they stumbled and stumbled. Those who were slightly weaker fell to the ground. Everyone was horrified. This evil creature was too powerful. Tonight is not the night of the full moon. Don't these evil beings only appear on the night of the full moon? Is the legend wrong? Some people screamed. Some people exclaimed. Chaos ensued on the mountainside as the earth quaked. A terrifying breath of death spread across the mountainside. The tall figure holding the black stick was like the grim reaper descending to the world. He walked out of the huge pit step by step. Bang! 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 The heavy footsteps were like heavy hammers bombarding everyone's hearts. It was like a murderous sound. The footsteps were actually at the same frequency as their heartbeats. Blood flowed from the corners of everyone's mouths. A sword cry that sounded like the cry of a crane rang out halfway up the mountain. Then, an endless amount of sword chi suddenly erupted. Thousands of rays of yellow light shot out, piercing through the void and shooting towards the terrifying figure that walked out of the pit. It was a middle-aged man wearing ancient armor. He was as tall and sturdy as a mountain. Facing the thousands of rays of yellow light, he still remained expressionless as he walked out of the pit step by step. Whoosh! When the countless rays of sword chi flew in front of him, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless rays of sword chi were immediately pulled into his mouth by an extremely powerful suction force. Afterwards, the burly man opened his mouth and spat out all the sword chi he had sucked in. Thousands of streaks of golden light shot out from his mouth, filling the sky as they pierced towards everyone. Roar! The black-haired, middle-aged cultivator with the 3-story bronze pagoda in his hand roared and summoned the pagoda in his hand. The pagoda shot up into the sky and quickly grew larger. It emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, and like a huge mountain, it came crashing down. Rumble! Endless power surged out from under the 3-story pagoda. The void seemed to be imprisoned. The thousands of yellow rays of sword chi that were flying back were instantly fixed in the void. The 3-story bronze pagoda that was the size of a small mountain pressed down with unparalleled power. It was like an ancient divine mountain falling from the sky, suppressing in all directions. The thousands of rays of sword chi that were fixed in the void collapsed and were annihilated. The 3-story bronze pagoda displayed a terrifying power. The vast energy wave that it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. When the rays of sword chi were broken, Yao Ji immediately suffered a great impact. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body shook violently. She staggered back, and her expression immediately became weary. At this moment, the others breathed a sigh of relief. After the bronze pagoda collapsed the thousands of rays of sword chi, it continued to press down on the man in ancient armor with the black rod in his hand. The terrifying power caused the world on the other side to tremble. The blood-colored mountain shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. It was like the end of the world. This is just a replica. The old man stared at the bronze pagoda that was pressing down from the sky and murmured to himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was said that the Taoist gate wanted to refine the mysterious yellow pagoda. However, in the process of refining, they could only refine it to the 3rd level. The masters of the Taoist gate tried their best and consumed countless precious materials. They failed countless times, but they still could not refine the 4th level of the pagoda. Therefore, the imitation of the mysterious yellow pagoda ended in failure. In the end, the masters of the Taoist gate could only refine a 3-story pagoda. Even though it was not even a semi-finished product, it still possessed unfathomable power. This was because the pagoda contained a trace of heaven and earth chi. It was this trace of heaven and earth chi that made the pagoda an important treasure of the Tao sect. Humph! The burly man in ancient armor snorted coldly and directly swung his rod at the bronze pagoda that was pressing down from the sky. Whoosh! The rod moved and the wind blew. The void was shaken by the inconspicuous black rod. Everywhere the black rod passed, ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. Bang! The long rod smashed into the 3-story pagoda that was as huge as a mountain. Then, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The bronze pagoda was smashed into pieces by the rod. The black-haired, middle-aged Taoist's face was pale, and he vomited blood. The imitation of the mysterious yellow pagoda was smashed into pieces. Those who knew the origin of this treasure were all stunned. It was hard to imagine that this important treasure of the Taoist gate was smashed into pieces by someone. Among the countless pieces that exploded, a trace of mysterious yellow chi floated out, and was then absorbed by the inconspicuous black rod. The old man was shocked. He had a special technique that could sense all kinds of spiritual chi in the world and use it to observe the power of heaven and earth to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. The inconspicuous black rod could actually absorb the mysterious yellow chi. How could the old man not be shocked? It's over. Everyone was close to despair. Even the imitation of the mysterious yellow pagoda was smashed into pieces by the rod. How could they fight against that terrifying evil thing? The burly man with the black rod continued to press forward. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the direction of the desolate battlefield. The burly man immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction of the desolate battlefield. After waiting for 3 years, have we finally succeeded? The burly man murmured to himself. His lifeless eyes began to flicker with light, and the aura of death surged around him. However, apart from the endless aura of death, there seemed to be a trace of vitality in his body. Swoosh! The burly man flew into the sky with the black rod in his hand. He ignored the people on the Blood Mountain and flew directly in the direction of the desolate battlefield. In an instant, he disappeared into the dark night. After a long time, everyone gradually woke up. It was as if they had just had a horrible nightmare. Everyone truly felt how good it was to be alive at this moment. The 2 young female cultivators even started to cry. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the desolate battlefield dozens of miles away. The rolling sound waves were vast and mighty. Then, everyone immediately felt an extremely terrifying energy wave surging out from the desolate battlefield. The sky and earth were shaking. Rumble! In the depths of the desolate battlefield, there was an incomparably shocking sound that sounded like tens of thousands of horses galloping. Strong rays of light tore through the void, illuminating the dark and evil world, and rushed into the endless sky. What's going on? Tonight is not the night of the full moon. Everyone on the Blood Mountain was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Chapter 468. In the depths of the desolate battlefield, the weather changed. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky, and dark clouds surged. The entire desolate battlefield trembled as a terrifying power surged. Endless divine light soared into the sky, and countless blood-colored lightning bolts dissipated under the divine light. Vaguely, everyone on the blood-colored mountain seemed to see an ancient cauldron as large as a mountain standing between the heavens and the earth. No one knew what was happening, but they all felt an endless pressure, and their breathing became rapid. Elder Shang, this... Fairy Yao Ji asked. The scene ahead was too shocking. It was as if the heavens and earth had changed. It was as if there were 2 extremely terrifying powers clashing and canceling each other out. Today isn't the night of the full moon. The old man murmured with a face full of disbelief. He knew that if he didn't enter the desolate battlefield on a night of the full moon, he would have a high chance of coming out alive. But today, not to mention the moon, not even the stars in the sky were dim. The desolate battlefield ahead shouldn't have such a soul-stirring phenomenon. The 2 young female cultivators who were sobbing were also stunned by the phenomenon in the depths of the desolate battlefield and forgot to cry. Swish! Old Man Shang left behind an afterimage as he rushed down the mountain like a phantom. To everyone's surprise, he wasn't running back the way he came, but towards the evil and terrifying primordial battlefield in front of him. Elder Shang! Yao Ji exclaimed. She never thought that the old man would still dare to enter the desolate battlefield at this time. There was really an unfathomable power enveloping the entire desolate battlefield. The evil and terrifying power seemed to have been stimulated. In the desolate battlefield, bloody mist rose and chilling winds howled. It seemed to have turned into a terrifying region. The blood-colored mountain was actually not far from the desolate battlefield. The old man crossed a few hills and rushed into the desolate battlefield, disappearing into the bloody mist. Everyone was extremely shocked. They scratched their heads and couldn't figure out why old Shang would take the risk to enter the evil and terrifying desolate battlefield ahead. Anyone could see that there was unknown danger ahead. Apart from old Shang, none of the other cultivators on the blood-colored mountain moved. No one had the courage to enter the desolate battlefield at this time. Woo! The cold wind whistled, and the blood mist surged. It was as if countless demons and ghosts were roaring in the fierce land ahead, giving people a creepy feeling. After the old man rushed into the desolate battlefield, he felt an even stronger energy fluctuation. It had to be said that the desolate battlefield was truly strange and terrifying. An unfathomable evil power enveloped the entire world. Moreover, this power was still increasing rapidly, as if a prehistoric demon had been awakened. The earth was shaking, and the void was being torn apart. Blood-colored lightning erupted with an evil blood-colored light, illuminating the world from time to time. It was as if the world had been soaked in blood. Sprinting towards the source of the energy wave, old Shang seemed to see a mysterious figure looming in the blood mist. It was an evil being that should not appear at this time. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and an extremely powerful wave of energy came from the front. Thousands of beams of divine light shot up into the sky, seemingly piercing through the void and dispersing the endless blood mist and dark clouds that enveloped the desolate battlefield. Stars appeared in the sky, sprinkling down endless starlight. Look! Roar! Roar! There seemed to be a wild beast roaring. The roar was earth-shattering, and an endless ancient aura spread across the desolate battlefield. Huge shadows of beasts rushed over from the front. Old Shang was scared out of his wits, and he quickly dodged. However, the huge shadows of beasts were too fast. In just a moment, the shadows of the beasts had already rushed in front of him with heavy footsteps. My life is over. The old man closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. However, after the old man felt a chill all over his body, the heavy footsteps went far away in an instant. When the old man opened his eyes, the figures of the savage beasts had already rushed over 1,000 feet behind him. The old man was very surprised because he realized that those huge beasts were not real beasts with flesh and blood, but just shadows that had form but no substance. The old man continued forward, and when he reached the depths of the desolate battlefield, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. On top of a mountain of bones, a giant that was thousands of meters tall was holding up an ancient cauldron the size of a small mountain. There were countless shadows of beasts on the body of the ancient cauldron. From time to time, some wild beasts that had never been seen or heard of before would rush out from the ancient cauldron and run in all directions. Only then did the old man realize why there were so many terrifying primordial beasts running in the desolate battlefield just now. Could it be? The old man's eyes lit up, and he looked at the man and the cauldron on the mountain of bones in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. Old Shang was not an ordinary person. He knew many secrets that even the super forces that had thousands of years of inheritance in the cultivation world did not know. Look, the mountain and river cauldron. How is this possible? The old man murmured. The man and the cauldron in front of him emitted a terrifying aura. The giant seemed to be carrying the entire world, and it seemed to be extremely strenuous. The giant that stood on top of the mountain of bones was not really a giant made of flesh and blood, but condensed from endless yuan qi. Under this extremely terrifying pressure, the old man felt as if his body was being pressed by an ancient divine mountain, and his feet had already sunk into the incomparably hard blood-red soil. Brat, put in a little more effort. We're almost there. A loud shout suddenly resounded, and a dazzling five-colored divine light radiated from the giant's body. It was as if an ancient deity had returned to the world. Terrifying energy fluctuations set off layers upon layers of energy waves, sweeping out in all directions. Wow! Crack! 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 Countless white bones were swept up into the sky, and the mountain of bones immediately disappeared from the old man's sight. The dried bones within a radius of several miles were all swept away by the energy that swept out. Countless white bones were shattering, and then they turned into bone powder that drifted between heaven and earth. Only the sparkling and resplendent god bones and a few demon bones that were as black as ink did not shatter, but they were also scattered in all directions. Roar! The five-colored deity held an ancient cauldron with countless prehistoric beast shadows in its hands. It roared at the sky, and the roar shook the heaven and earth. The old man only felt a buzz in his ears, and then he could not hear anything else. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. In the vast and violent energy storm, the old man was like a lonely boat in the raging sea. He could not stand steadily, and he kept retreating as if he was about to be swept away by the storm. Thunder shook the sky, and the terrifying blood-red lightning that connected heaven and earth continuously struck down. Countless faint and illusory beast shadows disappeared under the blood-red lightning. The ancient cauldron that the giant was holding shook repeatedly under the bombardment of the lightning. Countless beast souls were awakened, and the prehistoric beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life. They all struggled to transform from the body of the cauldron and roared at the sky. At the same time, the ancient cauldron received endless starlight, as if there were countless stars appearing on the ancient cauldron, shining in all directions. The ancient carvings on the ancient cauldron seemed to have turned into illusions and rushed out from the body of the cauldron. It was a hazy world. Yes, it was a hazy world, as if there was a world imprinted on the mountain and river cauldron. This scene was shocking, and unbelievable. Wah! The five-colored giant that was holding the cauldron suddenly roared in pain, and its body showed signs of collapsing. What's going on? The loud voice from before sounded again. Old tortoise, I can't hold on any longer. The five-colored giant exhaled, and his voice shook the sky, covering the sound of thunder in the sky. There's only one last step left. Don't give up. The voice encouraged, I'll give you a hand. Then a part of the void suddenly shattered, and a figure walked out of the void. Immediately, the world was filled with demon chi, as if a peerless giant demon was born. Demon god. How can there be demon gods in this world? This is too crazy. Old Shang's heart shrank violently, and he almost couldn't breathe. The hazy figure that broke the void and directly walked out of the void was definitely a powerful demon that had long gone extinct. As soon as it appeared, the entire world was shaken by its boundless demon chi. The monstrous figure, with towering demonic chi, strolled in the air. With every step he took, his body would double in size. With a few steps, the figure had already become as tall as the giant that carried the mountain and river cauldron. The demon god that broke the void came behind the five-colored giant, then stretched out its right hand and pressed on the back of the five-colored giant, and endless demon chi was continuously transmitted. Boom! With the support of endless demon chi, the body of the five-colored giant suddenly burst into a brilliant light, illuminating the entire world and dispelling the dark clouds and blood mist within a radius of more than 10 miles. Roar, divine, sense manifestation, external body. The five-colored giant roared, and a powerful soul and divine sense fluctuation came from its glabella. The extremely powerful divine sense quickly gathered, as if it was going to separate a part of its soul. Swoosh! a purple figure rushed out from the five-colored giant, Esclabella. Although the illusory figure was blurry, it was surrounded by dazzling purple divine light. After the figure rushed out from the five-colored giant, Esclabella, it flew towards the mountain and river cauldron that the five-colored giant was holding. The figure seemed to pass through a layer of transparent water curtain and actually entered the body of the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, and the entire world seemed to be collapsing. The ground was cracking, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, the prehistoric giant beasts engraved on the body of the cauldron all seemed to come to life, turning into illusory soul shadows that rushed out from the body of the cauldron. The beasts' roars shook the world, and the sky was filled with the shadows of wild beasts that had never been seen before, galloping, flying, roaring, and bearing their fangs and claws, emitting a horrifying aura that made even the world pale. Look, Chapter 469. The world, mountains, and rivers were shaking. The entire desolate battlefield was shaking violently. Bottomless fissures appeared on the blood-colored ground. An endless evil aura rushed out from the fissures. The desolate battlefield was suddenly filled with ghostly cries and gusts of chilly wind. The world was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. It was as if countless evil spirits were about to rush out from the ground. Only where the mountain and river cauldron was, the beasts danced wildly. The vast power dispersed endless chi and blood mist, breaking the seal of the evil power in the sky above the desolate battlefield. The sky was dotted with stars, sprinkling endless starlight. In the end, Old Shang was still knocked unconscious by the terrifying power and fell into the blood dust and bone powder. The entire desolate battlefield seemed to have turned into Azura hell. The evil aura became unprecedentedly strong. There seemed to be evil spirits looming in the chilly wind and blood mist, emitting a terrifying evil aura. Not only was the entire desolate battlefield affected by the terrifying energy from the mountain and river cauldron, even the Western Buddhist land hundreds of miles away was shaking. Even those Buddhist monks who had been in seclusion for many years rushed out of their seclusion. Everyone was inexplicably terrified. The Western Buddhist land was the place where the Buddhist Lord once preached. There were Buddhist treasures guarding the earth's spirit veins. Even if the mountains and rivers changed, it wouldn't affect the Buddhist land. However, at this time, there was a power that shook the entire Buddhist land. Even the Buddhist monks were shocked. All the eminent monks of the Buddhist League could clearly sense that the force that shook the land of Buddhism came from the far west. On the holy mountain of the Western Buddhist land, a few beams of bright Buddhist light rushed out. There were Buddhist monks riding on strange beasts and holding golden wheels in their hands. They quickly disappeared into the western sky. At this time, in the depths of the desolate battlefield, Gu Fei roared and desperately tried to refine the mountain and river cauldron. He used the external body technique of divine sense to send a strand of his divine sense into the mountain and river cauldron. Things didn't seem to go smoothly. That strand of divine sense couldn't get close to the cauldron's soul. The souls of countless ancient beasts almost tore that strand of divine sense into pieces and devoured it. On the mountain and river cauldron, there were countless primitive beasts imprisoned. Fortunately, these beasts had lost their intelligence and were under the control and deterrence of the cauldron's soul. They did not take the initiative to attack Gu Fei's divine will. Wah! I don't believe that I can't refine this mountain and river cauldron. The old tortoise desperately stimulated the demonic power in his body and transmitted it into Gu Fei's body. Wow, old tortoise, are you trying to kill me? Your demonic energy is going to make my body explode. Old tortoise ran its demonic power with all its might, but Gu Fei was scared out of his wits. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were almost shattered by the vast demonic power surging behind him. Blood oozed out of his 7 orifices, and he looked extremely hideous. I'm really sorry. The old tortoise hurriedly suppressed the surging demonic power in its body. It knew that with Gu Fei's current cultivation, even if his body was as strong as a spiritual treasure, it would still be difficult for him to withstand the powerful force that it transmitted over. There was a difference of 2 realms between the void-controlling realm and the demon-god realm. If Gu Fei was not a martial artist with an extremely strong body, and if it were any other cultivator, his body would have long been burst by the old tortoise's demonic power, and his soul would have been destroyed. After the divine will that was separated from Gu Fei went deep into the mountain and river cauldron, it felt as if it was passing through chaos. From time to time, there were terrifying soul fluctuations rushing past him. He knew that those were the beast souls imprisoned in the mountain and river cauldron. The primitive god who refined the mountain and river cauldron was really generous. He actually imprisoned the beast souls of countless primitive beasts in the mountain and river cauldron. If he could control the mountain and river cauldron, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a powerful army composed entirely of primitive beasts? An army composed entirely of primitive beasts. Who in the world could compete with such an army of savage beasts? Just thinking about it made Gu Fei's heart tremble. He didn't know how long he had traveled in the cauldron. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt that there was a sudden suction in front of him, pulling him over. Although it was only a wisp of divine will that entered the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei felt the same. The martial artist's Dharma form that was condensed from the endless power of the 5 elements also began to tremble. What's wrong? The old tortoise, who had one hand behind Gu Fei, immediately felt the strangeness of Gu Fei's body. He hurriedly asked. His hand was still continuously transmitting demonic power into Gu Fei's body. My divine will has been sucked away. Gu Fei said in a panic. What? The old tortoise couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He had a bad feeling that this sacrificial refining of the mountain and river cauldron would end in failure. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. The 5 elements, Yuan Qi, all over his body surged. Rays of 5-colored divine light surrounded his Dharma form like a 5-colored rainbow. His body emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy fluctuation. Rumble! At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron that was supported by Gu Fei's Dharma form suddenly became as heavy as 100,000 divine mountains. It pressed down on him. Gu Fei's Dharma form immediately sank to the ground. At the same time, the wisp of divine will that Gu Fei had left in the mountain and river cauldron was sucked in by a chaotic light in the endless darkness and then disappeared into the chaotic light. Bang! In the Dharma form, Gu Fei seemed to have gone mad. His long hair danced wildly, and a trace of blood seeped out of the purple flame between his eyebrows. Boom! A grayish gas, which seemed to be from the time when the chaos had yet to be formed, rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. The tens of thousands of blood-colored lightning bolts that bombarded down from the sky all dissipated under this terrifying chaos primordial chi, turning into the most primitive spiritual chi. The primordial chaos chi soared high into the sky, and like an azure dragon, it came crashing down. Gu Fei's celestial being Dharma idol was instantly destroyed, revealing his true body. Swoosh! The old tortoise didn't think, and directly withdrew his hand. He then broke the void and hid in his inner world just before he was enveloped by the primordial chi. The primordial chi that rolled down directly rolled up Gu Fei, and then put him into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei only felt like he was flying in the clouds. He didn't know where he had flown to. There was no place where he could land. It was as if he was suspended in the void and entered a strange world. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron, which was the size of a small mountain, fell heavily from the sky to the ground. The entire blood-colored ground suddenly undulated violently like waves. Among the blood-colored soil that was turned over, one could see eerie white bones. The ground of the primordial battlefield seemed to be condensed from endless bones and blood above the ancient cauldron. The chaotic primordial chi lingered, and tens of thousands of beast souls roared. Then, the spiritual chi in the world began to gather toward the mountain and river cauldron. Even the unpredictable evil force on the primordial battlefield was drawn by the mountain and river cauldron and directly devoured. The dark clouds in the sky and the tens of thousands of blood-colored lightning all converged toward the mouth of the ancient cauldron like rivers flowing into the sea. The mountain and river cauldron was absorbing the spiritual chi of the world from all directions. It seemed to be able to refine all kinds of power. The ancient cauldron was shaking, the earth was shaking, and the sky was shaking. Shrill cries could be heard from time to time on the primordial battlefield, as if there were ghosts crying. In the main hall of the heavenly palace, in the old tortoise's inner world, the old tortoise sat high on the throne. The void in front of him was displaying various scenes. He was using the dazzling light technique to observe everything that was happening outside. The scenes that appeared in the void were extremely unstable, as if they were being greatly interfered with. The scenes were distorted from time to time, and there were rays of light flashing. Even so, one could barely see the scenery in the scenes. An ancient cauldron as large as a mountain stood between the heavens and the earth. Spiritual chi visible to the naked eye gathered from all directions and was then channeled into the mouth of the cauldron. Countless beast shadows were roaring, and the chaotic primordial chi lingered. The void where the ancient cauldron was located seemed to have turned into a chaotic land before the heavens and the earth were created. In the main hall, below the throne stood Shaoqing with a human body and a dragon head, the fire Qilin surrounded by flames, and the corpse general clone of the old tortoise that was holding a black stick. Gu Fei, it's all up to you now. The old tortoise stared solemnly at the huge cauldron that appeared in the void in front of him. Shaoqing and the Qilin Demon King also stared nervously at the scene in the void, without saying a word. No one had expected Gu Fei to be sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. Now, there were only two possibilities. One was that Gu Fei had refined the mountain and river cauldron, and the other was that Gu Fei had been refined by the mountain and river cauldron. Even an ancient mighty figure might not be able to suppress the mountain and river cauldron that had been stimulated with unfathomable power. Now, Gu Fei could only rely on himself. No one could help him. The sky was dark, but the desolate antiquity battlefield in front of them was surging with divine light. Yao Ji and the others on the blood-colored mountain did not leave. It was not that they did not want to leave, but they did not dare to. Old Shang entered the evil and terrifying region in front of them. They did not have a guide, and it was night time. No one dared to go back at this time. The desolate antiquity region in the far west was full of dangers. If it were not for Old Shang leading the way, they would not have been able to get close to the desolate antiquity battlefield. Even with the old man leading the way, 2 of the 9 of them had died on the way. The roars of beasts and ghosts constantly came from the desolate antiquity battlefield in front of them. Everyone felt an oppressive and creepy feeling. They could vaguely see that there seemed to be a huge and evil figure looming in the bloody mist and dark clouds in the desolate antiquity battlefield. Not long after Old Shang entered the desolate antiquity battlefield, there was another change in the depths of the battlefield. It seemed that something was gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Above the dark sky in front of them, streams of spiritual chi visible to the naked eye began to appear. The appearance of the spiritual Qi added a trace of immortal Qi to the dark and terrifying desolate antiquity battlefield. What should we do now? The black-haired, middle-aged cultivator asked Yao Ji. The imitation of the worldly, mysterious yellow pagoda was smashed into scrap metal by the burly man with the black rod, which made the middle-aged man feel extremely pained. That was an important treasure of the Tao sect. It was given to him by an important figure in the sect for self-defense. Now that it was broken by someone, how was he going to explain it to the sect? Thinking of this, the black-haired, middle-aged cultivator's facial muscles twitched a few times. What else can we do? Let's stay on this small mountain for a night first, Yao Ji said indifferently as she stared at the desolate antiquity battlefield in front of her. Her flying sword was broken, which was equivalent to losing half of her Tao foundation. Furthermore, the person who destroyed her flying sword was this middle-aged cultivator. How could she show him a good attitude? The imitation of the worldly, mysterious yellow pagoda was indeed an important treasure of the Tao sect. The trace of worldly, mysterious yellow Qi was extremely powerful. Even the flying sword of the Guangqing immortal sect was crushed by it. Thinking about the flying sword that she had refined for nearly 300 years being crushed by the imitation of the worldly, mysterious yellow pagoda, Yao Ji's heart was bleeding. Do you think that old man will be able to return? Another middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Everyone present knew that it would be difficult for old man Shang to come out of the hell-like region before them. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in everyone's heart. They hoped that the old man would be able to come out from that hell and lead everyone out of the ancient savage domain. The middle-aged cultivator's words caused everyone to be startled. This was the truth. Old man Shang would most likely not be able to return. In that case, wouldn't everyone be trapped in the ancient savage domain? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Without old man Shang's lead, it would be difficult for them to leave the ancient savage domain. They would most likely be buried here. The pale-faced, middle-aged cultivator, who had been silent all this while said with a bitter smile, our luck isn't just average. We didn't even see the shadow of the legendary divine spring of life before falling into such a predicament. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The ancient desolate battlefield in the extreme west was a place where death aura gathered on the soaring dragon path. Countless lives had fallen on this bloody land that was covered in dried bones. Even immortals and true demons had fallen here. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many cultivators at the end of their lifespans had entered this land of death and never left. The extreme of death was life. The laws of heaven and earth were very mysterious, and no one could truly understand or control them. Legend has it that in the depths of this land of death, endless death aura gathered and gave birth to a divine spring of life. No one knew when this legend appeared, and no one knew whether it was true or not. However, some cultivators at the end of their lifespans had entered this land of death in search of the divine spring of life. There was such a legend in the cultivation world. There was once an old man at the end of his lifespan. He was so old that his hair and teeth were about to fall out, and he walked into this land of death. A few years later, this old man actually regained his youth and walked out of this terrifying land of death. His cultivation had improved greatly, and he finally passed away after hundreds of years in the cultivation world. Yao Ji and the others had not reached the end of their lifespans. They had taken the risk to enter the ancient desolate battlefield to search for the divine spring of life, which no one knew existed, in order to extend their lifespans. Due to various reasons, although they knew that they might not be able to return after entering the ancient desolate battlefield, they still came. Just when everyone was silent, suddenly a few golden rays of light appeared under the night sky in the east. They broke through the darkness and flew towards the blood-colored mountain like golden rainbows. That is, everyone sensed a few powerful auras coming from the east. Although the auras were extremely powerful, they were so peaceful and serene, making people feel comfortable as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Chapter 470. Whoosh! A golden rainbow streaked across the sky, and the Buddha's light shone. 3 old monks bathed in the auspicious Buddha's light descended from the sky and landed on the blood-colored mountain. Within the Buddha's light, there seemed to be golden lotuses dancing in the air. The 3 old monks emitted a gentle Buddhist aura. Everyone could hear faint Buddhist chants in their ears, as if immortals had descended. Being bathed in the Buddhist aura made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. Their hearts were at peace. Greetings, Senior Buddhist faction. Yao Ji and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly went forward to greet them. It should be known that they were experts of Buddhist faction. Being able to fly here meant that they were Buddhist Badana comparable to peerless experts of the void controlling realm. The 3 old monks nodded slightly. Then one of them walked forward and said, "Why are you all here?" The old monk's voice was incomparably calm and emotionless. "Oh, we are here to find the legendary divine spring of life." Yao Ji didn't hide anything, and directly revealed their purpose of entering the ancient savage region. Divine spring of life. When the 3 old monks heard this, a trace of astonishment appeared on their calm faces. An old monk with a red face said, holding a string of red Buddhist beads in his hand, "The divine spring of life is an illusory thing. I advise all of you to leave quickly." That's right. Something big is about to happen in the ancient savage battlefield. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger. The old monk with drooping eyebrows and a miserable expression looked at the constantly changing astronomical phenomenon in front of him and said such words. "Senior is right, but we can't leave even if we want to." The black-haired middle-aged man said helplessly. They didn't have the ability to fly, and the ground was filled with all kinds of dangers. "Senior, do you have any way to get us out of here?" Yao Ji asked excitedly. The ancient savage battlefield had already turned into a terrifying region. She really didn't dare to go in to find the divine spring of life. "That's right. Senior, please help us." "Senior, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." "Senior, please save us." Everyone spoke one after another. The 2 young cultivators even began to plead. Everyone wanted to immediately leave this damned place. The ancient savage domain was truly not a place for people to stay. The 3 old monks, surrounded by Buddha's light, looked at each other. Then, the old monk with a miserable face said to the crowd, "Meeting is fate. Buddhists pay attention to cause and effect. Junior brothers, let's send these 6 practitioners out. Old Senior is merciful. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future." Everyone was overjoyed. They could already tell that the 3 old monks covered in Buddhist light definitely possessed great divine abilities and magic power. If they were to lend a hand, it wouldn't be a problem for them to leave the savage ancient domain. There's no hurry. Let's talk about what happened in the desolate battlefield. First, the old monk with a red face said, "This, Senior, we did not enter the primordial desolate battlefield. We do not know what happened either," the black-haired, middle-aged cultivator said. "N," the old monk who had been silent all this while glanced in the direction of the primordial battlefield and said, "The strange activity in the primordial battlefield seems to have come from the depths of the battlefield. They might really not know what happened." The other 2 old monks couldn't help but nod. The cultivation of these people was too low. Even if they entered the primordial battlefield, it would be difficult for them to enter the depths. No one knew what was in the depths of the primordial battlefield because only a few people could come out after entering it. Those who couldn't come out were likely to have encountered unknown dangers and died inside. Even Buddhist Vedanta, with great magic power, would not be willing to set foot in the depths of the primordial battlefield, where danger lurked everywhere. It was fine during the day, but at night, terrifying evil creatures would come out from the depths of the primordial battlefield. The depths of the primordial battlefield was definitely a land of death filled with an aura of death. However, right now, the land of death was emitting a blinding divine light. The spiritual chi of the world from all directions was gathering in that land of death. Rays of light visible to the naked eye streaked across the sky and disappeared into the depths of the primordial battlefield. Even the thick aura of death in the depths of the primordial battlefield was dispersed. A starry sky appeared in the dark sky. The primordial ancient battlefield was shrouded in a gloomy mist all year round. Even during the day, the sky was still extremely gloomy. The primordial battlefield, where the aura of death gathered, was filled with a bloody mist and dark clouds. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" the old monk with a red face asked calmly, as if he was talking about something unimportant. "I have to go and take a look." The old monk with a bitter expression pondered for a moment before finally saying such words. The power that erupted from the depths of the primordial battlefield could actually shake the Buddhist land of the West. It was related to the safety of the Buddhist land. If they did not go in and see what was happening, they would not be at ease. "Junior brothers, let's work together to set up the void wheel-shifting Buddhist formation. And send these cultivators away first," the old monk said to the other two. The two old monks nodded and dispersed. They each formed a Buddhist seal with their hands and cast out dazzling golden Buddhist inscriptions. Very quickly, a simple Buddhist formation was imprinted on the blood-red ground. The three old monks were indeed powerful. Without much effort, they easily teleported Yao Ji and the others out of the ancient savage domain through a Buddhist formation. Then, the three old monks no longer hesitated. They soared into the sky and turned into a dazzling Buddhist light, rushing into the primordial battlefield. The Buddhist light dissipated. There seemed to be a golden lotus descending from the sky, accompanied by the sound of Sanskrit. Rumble. In the depths of the primordial battlefield, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The cauldron automatically absorbed endless spiritual chi and attracted endless starlight. As if a terrifying heavenly beast was awakening, the mountain and river cauldron was not like other treasures. It was perfect and had a complete cauldron soul. It was truly a peerless treasure. When such a treasure awakened, it caused too much of a commotion. Thousands of beast souls roared. The vast and fierce aura they emitted changed the color of heaven and earth. Those beast souls were devouring the spiritual energy, and their faint and incorporeal soul bodies were gradually becoming more and more solid. The place where the mountain and river cauldron was located was originally an evil and terrifying place. Now, it was filled with colorful lights and spiritual chi. It was like a land of immortals. Swoosh! An evil creature with disheveled hair suddenly rushed out from the distance. The evil creature directly walked towards the mountain and river cauldron step by step. It seemed like it wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron. However, when it was 100 feet away from the mountain and river cauldron, it was torn apart by a strange beast that looked like a dragon, and a snake roar. An angry roar came from the dark clouds in the distant sky. Then, a hand as big as a mountain stretched out from the dark clouds. It emitted an endless evil aura and directly grabbed towards the mountain and river cauldron below. An incomparably powerful evil creature had begun to covet the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! the heaven and earth shook violently. An endless evil aura gushed out from the big hand. The heaven and earth turned dark green. The big hand unexpectedly covered the sky. It cut off the endless starlight that was sprinkling down from the sky. It displayed a terrifying evil power. Thousands of ancient beast souls circling around the mountain and river cauldron roared in unison. A fierce aura rushed up to the 9 heavens. More than a dozen huge beast shadows rushed up to the sky and collided with the big hand that was descending from the sky. Pong! 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 More than a dozen beast souls exploded under the big hand. The big hand was unstoppable. It shook the heaven and earth. Even the void was shattered. Buzz! The huge cauldron shook. A vermilion bird that emitted endless divine fire rushed out from the body of the cauldron. A terrifying pressure immediately spread out. Countless beast souls retreated. The vermilion bird fully displayed the power of a divine beast. The vermilion bird's divine soul appeared. The fire burned to the 9 heavens. The void was burned to pieces by the vermilion bird's divine fire. Everywhere the vermilion bird passed, the void immediately turned into chaos. The vermilion bird let out a cry. Its voice seemed to spread to the sky and the earth. It was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The divine bird emitted a monstrous divine fire and directly went to meet the big hand that was enveloping the sky. Boom! The vermilion bird and the evil big hand collided in an instant. The whole heaven and earth seemed to collapse in an instant. A ball of fire exploded and covered a radius of 10 miles. In an instant, the evil big hand was submerged. Rumble, the fire burned the whole heaven and earth. The dark clouds and blood fog in the sky were dispersed. A few terrifying figures emitted endless evil aura and retreated to the distance in a panic. The raging divine fire descended from the sky. The rolling yin chi and blood fog all dissipated under the fire like snow. On the ground, several powerful evil creatures were instantly burned to ashes by the scattered raging divine fire. The land within a radius of 10 miles was scorched. The vermilion bird and the big hand disappeared in the void at the same time. The extremely powerful evil creature seemed to have suffered a great loss. It roared again and again. It rode the dark clouds and black gas to hide 100 miles away. For a moment, it did not dare to attack again. The divine soul of the beast on the mountain and river cauldron was indestructible. Their life force was imprisoned in the mountain and river cauldron. Unless the mountain and river cauldron was destroyed, the beast soul on the cauldron would not die. Although the divine soul of the vermilion bird had exploded, it would not take long for the divine soul of the vermilion bird to be born again in the mountain and river cauldron. In this world, immortals and gods were extinct. Even if the ancient powerful figures reappeared, they would not be able to destroy the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, who would be willing to destroy this treasured cauldron? Since ancient times, there were only a few supreme weapons. Some of them were broken. Complete supreme treasures were few and far between. The mountain and river cauldron was one of them. Even the ancient powerful figures would covet a complete mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, 3 beams of golden light suddenly appeared in the east. Then a few terrifying evil figures soared into the sky. They rode the dark clouds and blood fog and rushed toward the 3 beams of golden light. Screams of surprise were heard. The 3 beams of golden light suddenly exploded and turned into countless swastikas. They bombarded the terrifying figures with overwhelming force. In the inner world of the old turtle, above the main hall of the divine palace, the old turtle, Shaoqing, and the Kylan demon king could see everything that was happening outside through the dazzling light and shadow technique in the void. Chapter 471. The three Buddhist Badana were intercepted by a few terrifying and evil figures 20 to 30 miles away, unable to approach the mountain and river cauldron. A terrifying figure shrouded in a thick, deathly aura directly attacked the three Buddhist Vedanta. Boom! Endless gray, deathly aura exploded from the figure, instantly enveloping the world. The heavy, deathly aura instantly collided with the swastika Buddhist seal that was bombarding in front of them. The swastika Buddhist seal emitted a bright Buddhist light, purifying all the evil aura. It directly broke through the heavy, deathly aura and imprinted itself on the terrifying figure in the deathly aura. The mighty Buddhist power dispersed the evil aura. The Buddhist light illuminated the world. There seemed to be the sound of Sanskrit lingering between heaven and earth, as if there were countless Buddhas reciting scriptures. The three Buddhist Vedanta wanted to use the power of Buddhism's compassion to expiate evil creatures and evil spirits, purifying the world. However, the evil creatures and evil spirits in the depths of the desolate battlefield were incomparably powerful. Perhaps even if the real immortals and Buddhas descended, they would not be able to truly expiate them, let alone these three Buddhist Vedana who had yet to attain immortality. Roar! An angry roar came from the deathly aura. Then, in the endless deathly aura, there seemed to be thousands of ghosts and evil spirits moving about. Countless illusory figures were faintly discernible. The deathly aura surged and tumbled, and the deathly aura became unprecedentedly powerful. It was as if there were countless figures rushing forward one after another towards the swastika Buddhist seal in the deathly aura. Wherever the swastika Buddhist seal passed, there seemed to be countless illusory figures dissipating. However, the extremely evil and terrifying deathly aura eroded the mighty Buddhist power on the swastika Buddhist seal. The countless swastika Buddhist seals that broke through the deathly aura dimmed and were finally obliterated by the endless deathly aura. The power of Buddhism was the nemesis of evil. However, if the evil power was stronger than the power of Buddhism, the evil power would instead become the nemesis of the power of Buddhism. It was obvious that the three Buddhist Vedanta did not have the slightest upper hand. After obliterating the countless swastika Buddhist seals, the tumbling and turbulent deathly aura condensed into a giant gray claw that emitted endless deathly aura. It directly grabbed at the three Buddhist Vedanta, causing the world to tremble violently. Retreat. When the old monk saw this, he couldn't help but be moved and quickly shouted. The evil beings in the death chi were too powerful. Shwa. Swoosh, swoosh. The three beams of golden Buddhist light broke through the ghosts and the blood mist and flew back the way they came. The giant hand condensed from endless death chi chased after them like a meteor chasing after the moon. At this time, the other two powerful figures shrouded in evil chi and Yin fog also made their move. Countless skulls flew from all directions, forming a huge skull the size of a hill, and then directly collided with the three golden lights. Rumble, the white skull, which was as big as a mountain, was moving at a high speed. The whole sky was shaking, and it emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. The three Buddhist Vedana's escape light was immediately intercepted by the terrifying skull that rushed out from the side. As for the other powerful evil being hidden in the Yin fog, it directly displayed its unparalleled ferocity. Its body soared to thousands of feet and turned into a giant. It quickly rushed over from a distance and reached out to grab the three fleeing Buddhist lights. The earth trembled under its feet. Endless Yin fog shrouded the world, and the evil aura filled every inch of the void. Suddenly, the world was filled with the sound of ghosts, and the Yin chi was vast and mighty. When the three terrifying evil beings and evil spirits attacked together, even the Buddhist Vedana's expression would change. The evil beings and evil spirits that dared to peep at the mountain and river cauldron were all extremely powerful and terrifying existences. Although the three Buddhist Vedanta were profound in the Buddhist Dharma, it was difficult for them to resist. Moreover, this was only the powerful evil beings on the ground attacking the three Buddhist Vedanta. In the distant sky, dark clouds rolled and blood-colored lightning raged. The powerful evil beings and evil spirits were still watching. If these evil beings and evil spirits also attacked the three Buddhist Vedantas, then there would only be one outcome for the three Buddhist Vedantas, and that was death. At the critical moment, a purple gold alms bowl suddenly appeared in the sky above the three Buddhist Vedanta. It emitted a brilliant Buddha light and suddenly became as big as a mountain, covering the three Buddhist Vedanta under the purple gold alms bowl. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the three terrifying evil beings landed on the purple gold alms bowl, causing the mountain-like purple gold alms bowl to shake violently. The huge skeleton formed by countless skulls exploded, revealing a hazy figure with soaring evil aura inside. As for the giant hand of death that came from behind, it only hit the purple gold alms bowl, causing the Buddhist light on the alms bowl to flicker chaotically. It was unable to blast the purple gold alms bowl away. The evil being that had transformed into the Dharma idol of heaven and earth waved its fists the size of a small mountain and constantly bombarded the purple gold alms bowl. However, it was still unable to break the purple gold alms bowl and kill the three Buddhist Vedanta inside. The three terrifying evil beings were all roaring. Their mournful roars shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying figure shrouded in the aura of death directly spewed out deathly white flames towards the purple gold alms bowl. It wanted to refine this purple gold alms bowl. At this time, the old ghost, who was hiding in the inner world, saw the purple gold alms bowl that had trapped the three monks. Its turtle eyes immediately widened, and it almost jumped out of its throne. That evil little monk. The old turtle gnashed its teeth and directly rushed out of the heavenly palace. Then it tore through the void and rushed out of the inner world. The purple gold alms bowl that had enveloped the three Buddhist Vedanta suddenly rose into the sky and flew toward the east. The three evil figures did not chase after it. Instead, they retreated into the depths of the desolate battlefield. The powerful evil beings and evil spirits seemed to be unable to leave the depths of the desolate battlefield. They actually allowed the purple gold alms bowl to capture the three Buddhist Vedanta. Roar! Evil little monk, get out here! Just as the purple gold alms bowl flew away, a terrifying figure with towering demonic chi roared and rushed out from the depths of the desolate battlefield. Its pair of divine eyes emitted a frightening divine light as it constantly scanned the surroundings. The old turtle's eyes turned red, and it roared again and again. The evil being surging with the death chi once again walked out of the yin chi and blood mist. It recklessly pressed toward the old turtle within the thick death chi. There seemed to be tens of thousands of ghosts struggling and howling. The rolling gray death chi constantly transformed into faint and illusory figures. It was extremely evil. Scram! In a rage, the old turtle directly slapped the hazy figure shrouded in the death chi away and fell into the rolling yin chi and blood mist. Roar! The powerful evil being roared. The old turtle no longer paid attention to the evil being. He seemed to have sensed something and soared into the sky. He directly rushed toward the east and disappeared under the pitch-black night sky. After the old turtle left, the depths of the desolate battlefield were still in chaos. Thousands of beast souls were roaring, and the mountain and river cauldron was gathering the essence of heaven and earth. From time to time, powerful and terrifying evil beings appeared near the mountain and river cauldron. The mighty aura emanating from the mountain and river cauldron became more and more powerful. The primordial chaos chi was completely stimulated. The terrifying aura that seemed to come from the desolate world deterred all the evil beings and evil spirits, although terrifying evil beings and evil spirits that were comparable to immortals and gods appeared from time to time. No evil spirits or evil beings dared to take the mountain and river cauldron. Even the terrifying evil beings that were comparable to ancient almighties were watching, as if they had some misgivings. Gu Fei, who had been swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron, did not know where he was at this moment. He seemed to have entered a strange void, and it also seemed like he was surrounded by a mass of warm gas. An extremely powerful soul fluctuation fluctuated around him. It seemed to be probing, but it didn't enter Gu Fei's body. This soul fluctuation was too powerful. It made Gu Fei feel as if he was facing a vast world. He felt that he was as small as an ant. This soul fluctuation was like that of a newborn baby. There was not a trace of distracting thoughts, and it had the heart of a newborn. "Who are you?" Gu Fei carefully probed with his divine sense and sent this message to the powerful soul. This was a direct spiritual communication. The other party did not respond, but Gu Fei already understood that he had been swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. That incomparably powerful soul should be the cauldron's soul. At this moment, he could no longer feel the divine sense that had entered the mountain and river cauldron. It seemed that the divine sense had been swallowed and refined by the cauldron's soul. After an unknown amount of time, the calm soul fluctuation seemed to stop probing and began to slowly seep into Gu Fei's body. Then it gathered at the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows. The Niwen Palace was the location of a human cultivator's life soul. It was mysterious and unfathomable. It nurtured the divine sense and the source of life. Unless it was a powerful cultivator who had cultivated the soul separation technique. If the Niwen Palace was broken, the only result would be the destruction of the soul. Hiss! Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This sudden change scared him out of his wits. He wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength to do so. In front of this powerful soul, he was as weak as an ant. However, he could clearly feel the powerful divine sense penetrating through his flesh and bones and gathering at his head. Swoosh! A purple flame appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It flickered like a small ball of purple divine fire, as if it was stimulated by the outside world. Gu Fei's soul also reacted. However, the mountain and river cauldron's soul was too powerful. It directly penetrated the purple divine fire and entered the mysterious Niwen Palace. Gu Fei was like a puppet controlled by the cauldron's soul. He seemed to have become a bystander, watching his body being occupied and taken away. He wanted to shout, but he could not. He wanted to vent his anger, but he found that he could not even move a finger. What shocked Gu Fei the most was that the mountain and river cauldron's soul directly broke through the primal chaos and entered his inner world. Then, the entire inner world began to shake violently, as if it was returning to the primal chaos. How could this be? Gu Fei felt danger. He was in big trouble. His inner world was formed by the chaotic origin embryo in the mountain and river cauldron. Could it be that the cauldron's soul wanted to take back this small inner world? Rumble. In Gu Fei's inner world, the ground was cracking. Spatial cracks appeared in the void, and the primal chaos aura seeped out from the cracks. A part of the world was collapsing. Roar! Gu Fei roared in his heart. He was about to go crazy. His spirit was greatly shaken, as if a part of it was about to be split apart. The inner world was his second source of power. It had already merged with his own power. Gu Fei had been refining the inner world with his spirit day and night. It could be said that this part of the inner world had been branded with his spirit, which was equivalent to a part of his body. Now, this small inner world was about to collapse. Gu Fei also suffered a great impact. Blood seeped out from all the pores on his body. He looked extremely ferocious, as if his body was about to be torn apart. He was in a great crisis. The inner world continued to collapse. Bits of world yuan qi began to flash in Gu Fei's inner world, and then converged at the center of the inner world. A faint and illusory chaotic sphere gradually emerged. Mountains, rivers, forests, lakes, stars, wind, fire, clouds, rain, and even birds and beasts were constantly changing above the fist-sized chaotic sphere. At this time, Gu Fei no longer had any doubts. The cauldron of mountain and river cauldrons soul really wanted to shatter a small inner world and condense a chaotic nascent embryo. No, Gu Fei roared, but there was nothing he could do. The heaven and earth were collapsing, and the inner world was rapidly shrinking. Endless world energy drifted out from the collapsing heaven and earth, converging towards the primal chaos sphere, floating in the center of this small heaven and earth. The chaotic sphere that was constantly changing everything in the inner world began to solidify. It actually showed signs of materialization. Just as Gu Fei was about to despair, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from his heart. Then, a figure rushed out from his heart and appeared in front of him. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This figure was faint and illusory. It seemed to be a soul, but it was definitely not in existence like a soul. Although it was a figure that could dissipate at any time, it was like the reincarnation of a king. The faint figure had the great Tao hidden within it. It had existed since ancient times and displayed a supreme Tao charm. There was no fluctuation of power, nor was there any remnant of divine sense. But this invisible great Tao was even more terrifying. It was simply unstoppable. Gu Fei knew that this hazy figure in front of him with a supreme Tao charm was a manifestation of the supreme great Tao imprint in his heart. As soon as the imprint of the great Tao appeared, the cauldron of mountain and river cauldrons soul actually panicked. Endless soul power immediately retreated from Gu Fei's Naiwen palace like a tide, wanting to leave Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's crumbling inner world also stopped its destruction. Boom. Chapter 472. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The powerful divine sense released by the cauldron's soul retreated. It felt threatened. The figure formed by the seal of the great Tao emitted endless Taoist rhymes, causing it to tremble. Gu Fei bathed in the Taoist rhymes and seemed to have comprehended something. He slowly sat cross-legged in the air with a serene expression, as if he was listening to the truth of the world. The faint and illusory figure flowed with supreme Taoist rhymes and gradually grew to the size of a mountain. Even a supreme treasure like the mountain and river cauldron could not suppress it. Boom! The huge figure broke through the seal of the mountain and river cauldron and stood up from the ancient cauldron that was as big as a mountain. Its head was above the sky, and its feet were on the huge cauldron. It was as if a supreme emperor had descended to the world. The figure did not do anything. It just stood quietly between the heavens and the earth. However, the entire ancient desolate battlefield had fallen into complete silence. All the evil scenes had disappeared. The gloomy clouds and blood mist that had shrouded the ancient desolate battlefield for countless years had dissipated like snow, revealing the starry sky. The extremely evil and unpredictable power in the ancient desolate battlefield seemed to have been shocked by the Taoist Dharma that was formed by the seal of the great Tao. Although the entire ancient desolate battlefield was still filled with bones, and the blood-red ground was still extremely demonic, there was no longer a trace of evil aura in the world. All the powerful strange creatures knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, as if they were worshipping a supreme expert. With the mountain and river cauldron as the center, the entire ancient desolate battlefield, and even the entire western region, was completely silent. Even the Buddhist Vedanta in the Buddhist land, as well as the supreme cultivators, were speechless. At this moment, the 10,000-meter-tall figure was the only one in the world. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the mountain and river cauldron, felt as if a heavenly voice was ringing in his heart. Countless images appeared in his mind, as if someone was forming the great Tao in his mind. The blurry images were difficult to capture. They were like flickering lights and shadows that flashed past his eyes, but he could not understand them or grasp them. However, these images did not disappear. Instead, they were imprinted in his sea of consciousness. Although it was difficult to understand, comprehend, and grasp them, he still remembered them. Finally, Gu Fei's hands moved. They seemed to follow the trajectory of the great Tao and made mysterious movements. The aura of the great Tao seemed to surge out from his hands. Gu Fei had a feeling that at this moment he had become one with the great Tao. He could finally feel the Taoist Dharma within the seal. What Gu Fei didn't know was that as he waved his hands, the 10,000-meter-tall figure standing on the mountain and river cauldron also moved. The movement of its hands was the same as Gu Fei's. Purple light flew out from Gu Fei. On, and divine light, the Gugu Godon said. On, and on. On. Tao on, Hien on. That was the divine weapon essence chi that Gu Fei had refined into his body. Within the divine weapon essence chi, there was a divine weapon remnant soul. It was a broken supreme treasure. Buzz. The illusory sword vibrated continuously, then rose into the sky and transformed into a purple dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron and circled around the silhouette. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the sword's soul turned into a dragon, intimidating all things. The dragon's shadow flew in front of the Dharma of heaven and earth formed by the mark of the great path and turned back into a purple gold divine sword. The giant, with endless Taoist rhymes, started to refine the godly sword. Rays of purple godly light rushed out of the tongue-long continent, broke the void, and gathered in the land of the far west. In the extreme north of the abyss of immortals and demons, a figure sitting cross-legged at the boundary of the immortal and demon chi opened his eyes. A resplendent divine light pierced through the void, breaking through the layers of chaotic immortal and demon chi from the bottom of the abyss of immortals and demons, rushing up to the sky. Yes, someone is gathering the soul of a precious treasure to refine a supreme weapon. Such words came from the depths of the abyss of immortals and demons. In the depths of the extreme north, there was a huge cave that spewed out endless demon chi. A Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram floated in the sky, and a figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of it. From time to time, heart-palpitating roars came from the depths of the devil's cave, as if there were countless ferocious demons roaring in the depths of the devil's cave. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was vast and mighty, and layers of Yin and Yang Chi were suppressing this terrifying devil's cave. At this time, a swish sound was heard, and a purple godly light cut through the dusky world, disappearing in the distant sky in an instant. The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the purple godly light disappeared. Reconstructing the godly weapon. Who has this magical power? Could it be that the person who disappeared for countless years has begun to return? The middle-aged man murmured to himself with a calm face, and then he withdrew his gaze. The fragments of the godly weapon scattered all over the tongue-long continent, all gathered in the land of the far west. The godly light cut through the void, illuminating the night. On this night, many big shots were alarmed. All the big shots looked towards the far west, and some big shots even immediately set off for the far west. The whole cultivation world suddenly became nervous. All the big forces were paying attention to this, and some big forces even sent their experts to the far west. In the depths of the desolate battlefield, inside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the primordial chaos void. His heart felt something, and he unconsciously waved the endless Taoist rhyme, which temporarily fused with the seal of the great Tao. Gu Fei only felt that he was in a wonderful state. He seemed to understand, but he didn't, and he seemed to understand, but he didn't. He let his body move instinctively, as if he could shatter the world with a wave of his hand. He let the aura of the great Tao flow between his hands. Outside the mountain and river cauldron, the huge figure standing on the mountain and river cauldron also moved with Gu Fei's movements, under the circulation of the Taoist rhyme. The huge figure received the fragments of the godly weapon that were scattered everywhere, and it also summoned the remnant souls of the godly weapon that were floating in the world. Rays of dragon-shaped divine light rushed into the desolate battlefield and gathered between the hands of the giant, and then fused together. In a hazy state, Gu Fei used the supreme power of the great Tao to reforge the godly weapon. A spherical void formed between the hands of the giant, and a terrifying energy surged out, as if it had formed a terrifying furnace that could melt everything in the world. The seal of the great Tao drew the power of the world, and strands of primordial chaos void chi were drawn out from the mountain and river cauldron, and the furnace of heaven and earth resonated in the world. The godly weapon was being forged. 3 days and 3 nights passed, with an earth-shattering dragon roar. The shadow of a dragon soared into the sky, circling above the 9 heavens. Boom, 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 boom! Endless lightning descended from the world, bombarding the shadow of the purple-gold dragon. The purple-gold dragon swam in the thunder of the 9 heavens like a fish in water, tempering the body of the dragon. In the end, the strange phenomenon disappeared, and the shadow of the dragon disappeared. An ancient purple-gold divine sword descended from the sky, stabbing into the soil in front of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the mountain and river cauldron, felt that he was about to awaken from the state of becoming one with the great Tao, and the power of the great Tao was rapidly dissipating from his body. Without thinking, he used the unstoppable power of the great Tao to shatter the cauldron's soul hidden in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron before the power of the great Tao completely disappeared from his body. Then, he used the soul power that had exploded to condense a weak artifact soul. This kind of treasure of the extreme path would never yield to anyone other than its original owner. Gu Fei already understood that even if he shattered the cauldron's soul, it would not yield. A treasure of the extreme path could only be forged by oneself. After all, it could not be used by others. After shattering the cauldron's soul, Gu Fei used his supreme power to completely destroy the spiritual consciousness of the cauldron soul. However, he managed to preserve the inextinguishable soul power of the cauldron soul. The reborn weak cauldron soul began to devour the inextinguishable soul power of the original cauldron soul without hesitation, completely absorbing the soul power that Gu Fei had gathered. Without any spiritual consciousness, the soul power of the mountain and river cauldron could not put up any resistance, and was continuously devoured by the reborn cauldron soul. The reborn cauldron soul completely treated the enormous soul power as food. The reborn weak cauldron soul grew stronger bit by bit. In the end, it devoured all the soul power and formed the new cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei did not expect things to go so smoothly. This was too unexpected. He was overjoyed. When he sent the reborn cauldron soul into the mountain and river cauldron, the entire cauldron emitted a brilliant divine light. The countless primordial beasts on the cauldron seemed to have come to life at this moment. They rushed out of the cauldron and roared at the sky. Among the countless beasts were the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. These beasts were as large as mountains and emitted a fiendish aura that caused even the heavens and earth to change color. The faint and illusory figure standing on the mountain and river cauldron began to dim. The great Tao imprint that had evolved into the great Tao ended there. Then it turned back into a ray of divine light and rushed into Gu Fei's body. The great Tao imprint was an inextinguishable Tao aura. It allowed Gu Fei to temporarily control the power of the great Tao. That was why he could easily reassemble the divine weapon and refine the mountain and river cauldron. The Tao was supreme. Even a treasure of the extreme path like the mountain and river cauldron could not compete with the Tao. No one knew how powerful an expert of the extreme path who controlled the great Tao was. However, Gu Fei was very clear that only such an expert of the extreme path could destroy a treasure of the extreme path. Swoosh! Gu Fei turned into a ray of 5-colored divine light and rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the tens of thousands of primordial beasts around the mountain and river cauldron returned to the body of the cauldron. The 4 divine beasts guarding the 4 directions returned to their positions. The huge cauldron that was as large as a mountain rapidly shrank. Then it turned into the size of a fist and flew into Gu Fei's hand. When the mountain and river cauldron entered his hand, Gu Fei felt his hand sink as if he was holding a huge mountain. He could barely hold the fist-sized ancient cauldron firmly. The mountain and river cauldron did not change much. In terms of soul power, the current cauldron soul was comparable to the original cauldron soul. The difference was that the current cauldron soul was new and only had the most primitive consciousness. It could be said that it was a newborn, feeling the cheerful fluctuations of the cauldron soul. The newborn cauldron soul acted like a spoiled child towards Gu Fei and merged with Gu Fei's essence, qi, and soul. When the precious cauldron soul was born, it had already recognized him as its master. There was also an ancient purple gold divine, sword stabbed into the ground. Buzz! The body of the sword trembled slightly. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye immediately appeared in the void, where the divine sword was. Flying on the divine sword, he could also feel a strong soul power fluctuation. This divine sword was definitely a treasure of the extreme path that was not inferior to the mountain and river cauldron. It had to be said that only the most powerful existences in the world could refine a supreme treasure of the extreme path. It had great power. Extreme path treasures had long been extinct. Even those powerful forces could not find them. But now, Gu Fei had 2 supreme treasures that even the ancient great powers would go crazy over. It had to be said that he was an anomaly. In layman's terms, Gu Fei was simply lucky. Waha! What a treasure! Suddenly, a ghostly wail and wolf-like howl came from the sky. Then, an incomparably huge stone turtle shell fell from the sky. Boom! It fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the entire ground to shake 3 times. Then, a guy crawled out of the stone turtle shell. The guy's hair was as messy as a bird's nest, his face was swollen, and his clothes were torn. He looked extremely miserable. This guy was the old tortoise that was chasing after the purple gold alms bowl. Seeing the old tortoise's appearance, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly said, "What happened to you? Who could beat you up like this?" "Humph! Who in the world could be so wicked? That damn little bald donkey," the old tortoise said, angrily. "I see. That little monk also entered the primordial battlefield." Gu Fei immediately came to a realization. It seemed that the only person who could make a peerless demon like the old tortoise suffer was the little monk who walked out of the tomb of the Lord Buddha. He, The old tortoise put away the stone turtle shell and stared at the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, and the godly sword stuck in the ground with its bright eyes. It then said to Gu Fei, "Extreme treasures are too eye-catching. I'd better keep one for you." With that, the old tortoise flashed and appeared in front of the godly sword. It then reached out to grab the hilt. The old tortoise was afraid that Gu Fei would reject it, so it decided to take one first. The old tortoise exerted force, trying to pull the godly sword out from the ground. However, the godly sword did not budge at all. Even the old tortoise, who was thick-skinned, could not help but feel hot. "Good Lord, I don't believe I can't pull it out." The old tortoise grabbed the hilt with both hands, and its demonic powers surged. With a loud shout, its hair danced in the wind, and its eyes were wide open. It truly had the power to uproot a mountain. The godly sword stuck in the ground still did not move. The old tortoise roared again, and raised its demonic power to the limit. The demonic aura in the area suddenly soared into the sky. However, no matter how hard it urged its demonic power, it could not pull out the godly sword. "What the hell?" the old tortoise said with a horrified expression. In the end, it had to give up. "Old tortoise, if you can pull out the godly sword, I'll give it to you." Gu Fei could not help but laugh at the old tortoise's defeat. "You brat!" The old tortoise was furious. Gu Fei clearly knew that it could not pull out the sword, yet he still said that. Wasn't this just embarrassing the old tortoise? Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Although there was no one nearby, there were many powerful evil beings and evil spirits. After the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth dissipated, these evil spirits were no longer afraid and stood up from the ground. The aura of evil beings began to envelop the world again. The starry sky in the sky was blocked by dark clouds and blood mist, and the entire desolate battlefield became evil and terrifying again. Roar! 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 Chapter 473. The sky was dark. In the depths of the primordial battlefield, fog rose and blood mist surged. Powerful evil beings could be vaguely seen emitting an evil aura that made one's heart palpitate. Gu Fei and the old tortoise's expressions changed. Good. I can use these evil beings as a sacrifice to my sword." Gu Fei said coldly. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, like two stars suddenly flashing in the dark night. "Kid, don't be careless. You can't handle these things." The old tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. He knew that the primordial battlefield was very evil. The evil beings lurking here were powerful enough to make even immortals pale. Roar! A roar came from the underworld fog, and a terrifying evil aura surged toward Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Then, a figure shrouded in pitch-black, demonic aura walked out of the drifting underworld fog. A roar came from another direction. A figure surging with endless death aura appeared in the sight of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Rumble came from the depths of the primordial battlefield. It sounded like thousands of horses galloping, but also like muffled thunder from the ninth heaven. A mountain-like figure stood up from the ground. Its eyes emitted an evil blood-colored light, and its mouth spewed the netherworld death aura. It was a native, a mountain-like humanoid monster formed from the blood-colored soil. Bang! 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 The humanoid monster, whose head reached the sky and feet stepped on the ground, rushed toward Gu Fei and the old tortoise with heavy footsteps. The ground trembled under its feet. "What is that?" Gu Fei looked at the crimson giant that was running over from afar, and was shocked to the extreme. Before the giant could reach him, a terrifying murderous aura had already surged out, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. "Oh no, a powerful guy is coming." After seeing the blood-colored giant, the old tortoise almost jumped up from the ground in shock. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's retreat. The old turtle already had the intention to retreat. The blood-colored giant's murderous aura was earth-shattering. Even immortals and gods would have to retreat if they encountered it. Such a ferocious creature was as ferocious as a mighty figure. It was definitely a terrifying existence that could kill gods and Buddhas alike. At this time, the extremely terrifying figure that came from afar was already close. The ferocious creature that exuded an endless aura of death roared and directly pounced on Gu Fei. Courting death, the old turtle roared angrily. Then he slapped out with his palm. A vast amount of demonic energy condensed into a huge purple hand. With a bang, the boundless aura of death dispersed, and the hazy figure was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The evil creature was impressive. After being hit by Old Tortoise, it roared and got up from the ground again. It then continued to rush toward Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. How troublesome! Old Tortoise was very upset. He took out the magical stone tortoise shell out of nowhere and threw it at the evil figure that was charging at him. Bang! The stone tortoise shell smashed onto the terrifying figure that exuded an endless aura of death and directly smashed the evil creature into pieces. Roar! Another demonic figure that was hiding in the demonic aura of the netherworld growled. An overwhelming demonic aura surged toward Gu Fei. Within the surging demonic aura, there seemed to be a blood-colored light flashing. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered and directly took out the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. The mountain and river cauldron soared into the sky and then grew to the size of a small mountain. It emitted a terrifying pressure and pressed down. The countless images of wild beasts on the body of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have come to life and rushed out of the cauldron. It was as if there were countless beasts, roars lingering between heaven and earth. Rumble. There was no dazzling divine light, nor was there a vast and boundless energy fluctuation. However, as soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, the whole world shook. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron descended from the sky and pressed down. The monstrous demonic aura immediately dissipated like snow under the sun, revealing a terrifying demonic figure inside. The demonic figure's hair was disheveled, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. However, two blood-colored eyes shot out from its head and scanned the surroundings, causing one's heart to palpitate. The demonic figure seemed to know how powerful it was and wanted to retreat from the mountain and river cauldron that descended from the sky. However, the mountain and river cauldron had the supreme power to suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth. An unfathomable power emanated from the mountain and river cauldron had already imprisoned a part of the world. Bang! The earth shook violently and the blood-colored soil undulated like waves. The terrifying demonic figure was directly suppressed under the mountain and river cauldron, and its body instantly turned into ashes. After the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the demonic figure, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the mountain and river cauldron flew back to him. It quickly shrank, and when it landed in Gu Fei's hand, it had already shrunk to the size of a fist. Go quickly! At this time, Gu Fei heard the panicked voice of the old turtle in his ear. Bang! 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 The earth trembled. The blood-colored giant had already rushed nearby. The fiendish and ruthless aura that swept over was terrifying to the extreme, causing one's soul to tremble. Gu Fei stretched out his hand. Buzz! With a bang, the divine sword that the old tortoise had used all its strength to pull out turned into a beam of purple-gold divine light and fell into Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei held the divine sword in his hand. Facing the blood-colored giant that was rushing toward him like a mountain, he did not show any fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a cold smile. "You're crazy!" the old turtle shouted. He opened his inner world and was about to pull Gufei into it. The blood-colored giant was comparable to a mighty figure in the world. It was not something that Gufei could deal with. Although Gufei controlled 2 supreme treasures, his cultivation was limited, and it was difficult for him to truly exert the terrifying power of the supreme treasures. At this time, Gufei had already raised the divine sword in his hand. Buzz! A terrifying sword aura spread out in all directions with Gufei at the center, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to appear in the air. The old tortoise was taken aback and immediately retracted his outstretched hand. The sword Qi shook the void, as if an invisible divine weapon had slashed through the void. The void was almost torn apart by the unparalleled sword Qi. Gufei raised the divine sword high. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. His entire body was surging and quickly gathered in the divine sword in his hand. The sword light rushed up to 100 feet and pierced through the void. Roar! With an angry roar, the divine sword in Gufei's hand slashed forward. Buzz! The sound of the sword soared into the sky, resounding through the 9 heavens and mighty between heaven and earth. The sword Qi soared into the sky. The sword light in Gufei's hand was like lightning shooting forward. Buzz! The sound of the sword soared into the sky, resounding through the 9 heavens and mighty between heaven and earth. The sword light that rushed out of the purple gold divine sword was extremely terrifying. It made the old turtle, the demon god, feel a terrible feeling of horror. Swoosh! It was as if a destructive divine light fell from the sky and slashed down on the terrifying blood-colored giant that was the size of a small mountain. Wherever the sword light passed, a pitch-black void crack appeared. Bang! The purple gold divine sword was invincible. The sword light directly penetrated the giant and split it in half from the middle. Rumble! It was as if a giant mountain had collapsed. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Dust rose high into the sky. The old turtle was dumbfounded and looked at this scene in disbelief. The power of the extreme treasure was too abnormal. It could actually split a terrifying monster that was comparable to the human world in half. The old turtle's eyes were blazing as he looked at the divine sword in Gufei's hand. It was an extreme weapon. With a sword in hand, it could split the void and split the heaven and earth. Who in the world could be a match for it? However, Gufei was suffering in silence. The sword just now had almost drained all his qi. After that sword strike, his whole body was almost exhausted. He almost couldn't even hold the divine sword in his hand. Gufei's face turned pale. He was sweating all over and panting heavily. "Brat, what's wrong with you?" At this time, the old turtle also noticed that Gufei was acting strangely. He immediately understood that this was the result of using a treasure when one's cultivation was not strong enough. With Gufei's current cultivation, it was difficult for him to control the divine sword freely. He was already very lucky to not have his qi drained by the divine sword when he forcibly used it. The divine sword was psychic, and the sword seed nurtured a sword soul. Moreover, it recognized Gufei as its master, so it would not drain Gufei's qi. However, even so, Gufei no longer had the strength to make a second strike. The purple gold divine sword was different from the mountain and river cauldron. The purple gold divine sword was an extreme offensive weapon, while the mountain and river cauldron had its own chaotic primordial qi that could suppress all directions. It could exert a trace of power without using qi. Rumble! At this time, there was a sudden shocking sound in front of them. The old turtle and Gufei were both shocked. They quickly looked forward and saw the blood-colored dust in front of them violently rolling. The blood-colored dust was like a blood-colored wave that surged high into the sky. A terrifying, evil, and violent force was condensing. The powerful force shook the heaven and earth. The earth cracked, and endless evil chi rushed out from the ground. Amidst the tumbling blood-colored dust, a huge figure appeared. Two beams of demonic blood-colored light shot out from the blurry figure, piercing through the void. The 1,000-foot-long evil creature that had been split in half by Gu Fei's sword did not turn into ashes. Instead, it was rapidly reassembling its 1,000-foot-long demonic body. Its unparalleled ferocity made the heaven and earth lose their color. Boom! A huge blood-colored fist broke through the heavy dust and directly bombarded Gu Fei, and the old turtle. A terrifying force surged from the fist. The blood-colored evil light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. It was as if a blood-colored world had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The ferocious and violent aura was extremely powerful at this moment. Under the giant fist, the void collapsed and turned into chaos. Heaven and earth were pierced by this fist. "Go!" the old turtle shouted, and directly opened his inner world, taking the stunned Gu Fei into it. The void was collapsing, and the old turtle closed his inner world immediately. Rumble. The old turtle's inner world shook violently. The peerless evil creature's ferocious power was unparalleled. The power of that fist still shook the old turtle's inner world. "You're so powerful. You're really reckless, kid," the old turtle said with lingering fear. Even he could only flee when he encountered such a peerless evil creature. It had to be said that Gu Fei was really bold. He actually dared to attack such a peerless evil creature that was comparable to a powerful person in the human world. Even if Gu Fei had treasures in hand, he was definitely no match for such an evil creature. "If only I had the cultivation of the immortal realm," Gu Fei said to himself. He knew that his cultivation was far from enough to drive the divine sword in his hand. However, he believed that if he could break through to the immortal realm, he might be able to kill the terrible evil creature outside that was comparable to a powerful person in the human world. Immortal realm? The old turtle could not help but look up and down at Gu Fei. Then he touched his chin and said, "With the speed of your current cultivation, there might be hope in another 300 to 500 years. 3 to 500 years. Gu Fei was shocked. "That's too long. Immortal realm. You kid, do you think it's still like the ancient times? There are a lot of immortals and immortals. I don't know what happened in this world, but immortals and immortals have gone extinct. You should be proud to be able to cultivate to the immortal realm in 300 to 500 years, the old turtle said disapprovingly. Gu Fei wanted to say more, but the old turtle was a little impatient. "All right, you should find a place to recover your vitality. After a few days, we'll start preparing to enter the Naraka realm. If we're lucky, the Naraka realm will be ours," the old turtle said. "What? You want to take the legendary netherworld?" Gu Fei was shocked when he heard that. This old turtle was too crazy. The ancient Buddha used his supreme magical power to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation for the world and refined the 6 paths. The Naraka realm was the legendary underworld. How could Gu Fei not be shocked when the old turtle had his eyes on the ancient Buddha? Even if one were to think with their toes, it was obvious that it wasn't that easy to obtain something that belonged to the Buddhist master. "Hee, you'll know when the time comes. You'd better have a good rest. The rest is all up to you." The old turtle looked at Gu Fei meaningfully. The old turtle did not seem to want to say more. After he finished speaking, he directly rushed into the sky and flew towards the palace that was floating in the sky. No one knew where he got this palace from. He used his magical power to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to make the palace float in the sky, like a castle that would never fall. After the old turtle left, Gu Fei found a spiritual place that was full of spiritual energy and sat on the ground. He placed the mountain and river cauldron and the divine sword in front of him. He then activated his mysterious technique to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body to replenish his vitality. Spiritual energy gathered from all directions, and the nearby plants also emitted traces of green plant essence. Soon, the place where Gu Fei was filled with colorful lights and flashes of spiritual light, as if there was immortal qi lingering around. In the past few years of refining the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through from the 3rd level of the royal void realm to the 4th level of the royal void realm. When the mark of the Great Way evolved into the Great Way, Gu Fei benefited from the misfortune and was able to integrate with the Great Way. Although the time of integration was not long, his cultivation broke through from the 4th level of the royal void realm to the 5th level of the royal void realm. The speed at which Gu Fei's cultivation was rising could only be described as shocking. 3 days later, Gu Fei's vitality was fully restored. Because of the breakthrough in his cultivation, his physical body was even more powerful to an unbelievable level. Even with the strength of his physical body, he could shake the void with a punch. Chapter 474. The Black Mountain towered between the heavens and the earth. It was so tall that it reached into the dusky sky filled with nether fog. One could not see the end of it. The huge mountain was covered with marks left by swords, spears, swords, and halberds. The mountain was black and shiny, as if it contained some kind of demonic nature. Although it was daytime, the depths of the desolate battlefield still could not see the sun. The evil aura was vast and mighty, and the nether fog was hazy. Occasionally, a bone-chilling wind would blow across the blood-red ground. The ground was littered with white bones. Occasionally, there would be skulls rolling in the wind, giving off frightening sounds of bones colliding. Swoosh! Suddenly, the space beneath the black mountain shattered without any warning, and a huge hole with a circumference of 100 feet appeared in the air. It was like a space-time hole filled with an aura of vitality. It was connected to a world full of life. 3 figures walked out from the space behind the hole. The one in front wore a purple robe and had a mighty appearance. His long hair draped neatly behind his head. He was a tall middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man was a white-clothed youth and a middle-aged man in ancient armor who held a black rod. The white-clothed youth's appearance was not particularly outstanding, but his eyes occasionally flickered with a bright light. The middle-aged man with the black rod was far more eye-catching than the white-clothed youth. Just his body, which was taller than an ordinary person, was enough to attract the attention of others. The middle-aged man was more than 9 feet tall. Under the armor, his bronze-colored skin gave off a strong feeling of power. His entire body seemed to be cast from divine iron, emitting a domineering aura. In front of him, people would feel a strong pressure. However, this domineering middle-aged man's body surged with an endless deathly aura. Within the deathly aura, there seemed to be a trace of life. The aura on his body was very strange. It was like a corpse without any signs of life. His face was stiff, and there was no spirit in his eyes. However, it was like a sprout had sprouted from a withered, rotting tree. This corpse did not seem to be completely dead. There was still an extremely weak aura of life in its body. It seemed to be a trace of life that was born from the state of extreme death. Everything in the world was mutually reinforcing and restraining. The extreme point of death could give birth to life, and the extreme point of life could also give birth to death. Perhaps this was a kind of cycle in the world. After the 3 of them walked out of the void, the purple-robed middle-aged man waved his hand and closed the void hole that was connected to the world full of vitality. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the black mountain in front of him. He muttered to himself, "That old bald donkey on the mountain is very scary. If he is alarmed, it will be troublesome. Hee. I didn't expect that in this world, other than the little monk who walked out of the Buddhist tomb, there's someone else that you, the old turtle, are afraid of," the white-robed youth said. "Humph! If my cultivation is restored to its peak, there are only a limited number of people in the world who can truly make me worry," the purple-robed middle-aged man said coldly. Hee, keep bragging. Keep bragging. No one knows about your past glory anyway," the white-robed youth said disapprovingly. "You stinking brat, you won't be happy if you don't insult me." The old turtle was very unhappy. In the past, he was a powerful figure of the demon clan who dominated the untainted land. But now, he was in a somewhat awkward situation. Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle and said, "Let's hurry up and start. If the old monk on the mountain is alarmed, you have to block him for me." "Don't worry about that. Just do what you can." The old turtle patted his chest and promised. For several years, the old turtle had been cultivating hard. He would sometimes take advantage of the full moon to go out of his inner world to capture evil creatures and evil spirits, refine their soul power, and restore his cultivation. His cultivation had already shown signs of breaking through the demon god realm. Now, he was very confident in his own strength. Even if the mummified old monk on the Black Mountain came in person, he was confident that he could stop him. Moreover, as his cultivation improved, the power that the old turtle's corpse general doppelganger could exert also increased. It should be known that the corpse general doppelganger of the old turtle was an indestructible warrior body. Although the warrior had died for countless years, his indestructible warrior body still contained endless power. As long as the power contained in the indestructible warrior body was guided out, the terrifying combat power of a supreme warrior could be reproduced. Even in the ancient era, when experts were everywhere, supreme martial artists who cultivated the indestructible body were powerful and terrifying existences. Their battle prowess was unparalleled, and they could easily kill immortals and gods. They were called war gods in name, and in reality. "Do we fight at the foot of the mountain?" Gu Fei asked. He was a little worried. There was an extremely powerful monk on the peak of the Black Mountain. He did not know if the old turtle could really deal with the monk. Hee. If that old bald donkey really dares to walk down the mountain, we will use the mountain and river cauldron to refine him directly, the old turtle said fiercely. He was an ancient demon clan almighty, but he had been defeated by the monk again and again. This made him hate those baldies. Gu Fei could not help but sweat when he heard this. Although he could refine the mountain and river cauldron, he still needed to have the strength to use it. Gu Fei could not help but shudder when he thought of the scene where the purple gold divine sword almost sucked his yuan qi dry. If he really used the mountain and river cauldron to refine the monk, he would probably exhaust his yuan qi and die before the monk could be refined. Gu Fei and the old turtle turned to the back of the Black Mountain and saw a hazy world in front of them. The underworld fog-churned, energy lingered, and white bones covered the ground. The evil and terrifying aura was even more frightening than the outside world. Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He was also very tempted when he learned that the 6 paths of reincarnation diagram refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord could be collected. One had to know that the 6 paths of reincarnation were 6 vast and boundless worlds. Although the worlds refined by these extreme Tao masters were not the real great world, they were not much different. Controlling such a near-perfect great world was equivalent to having an inexhaustible source of power. Moreover, if such a great world was used in battle, one would be invincible. Even if one could not win, one could hide in the great world that one controlled. This was also the reason why the old turtle was willing to spend several years helping Gu Fei refine the mountain and river cauldron and enter the Naraka realm. If there were no great benefits, why would an ancient demon clan almighty like the old turtle take the risk to enter the Naraka realm? It was no secret that there was a great world sealed by endless Buddhist power in the depths of the primordial battlefield. If that great world was so easy to collect, it would have been collected long ago. How could the old turtle and Gu Fei have a chance? However, this terrifying and evil world seemed to have existed since the desolate ancient battlefield was discovered. After thousands of years, many great figures who were nearing the end of their lifespans walked into this ancient region. However, the Naraka Tao, which was sealed by Buddhist power, still existed. This meant one thing: it was not so easy to take something that belonged to the ancient Buddhist lord. Swoosh, swoosh, old tortoise and the corpse general clone, wielding the black rod, soared into the sky and guarded the surroundings. Gu Fei did not hesitate either. He stretched out his left hand, and his palm flashed with rays of light. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Boom! After the ancient cauldron flew out of Gu Fei's hand, it suddenly grew to the size of a small mountain. There was a misty, chaotic aura surrounding the cauldron, and the void between heaven and earth shook violently. The powerful confinement force in front of him could not suppress the mountain and river cauldron at all. It seemed to be impacted by the mighty energy waves coming from the mountain and river cauldron. A layer of pale golden Buddhist light appeared in the void in front of him. The pale golden transparent Buddhist light was extremely auspicious. There seemed to be swastikas vaguely appearing in the Buddhist light, and Sanskrit sounds seemed to be lingering in Gu Fei's ears. Go! Gu Fei exerted all his strength, and the primordial qi in his body surged violently. A five-colored aura seeped out of his body, and a vast wave of primordial qi spread out with Gu Fei as the center. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron moved like a huge mountain. The world shook violently, and the blood-colored ground cracked. Dried bones and blood-colored dust were swept into the sky. Around the mountain and river cauldron, the void shook, and ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions like water waves. An aura that seemed to come from the primitive world permeated between heaven and earth. Bang! With a loud sound, the mountain and river cauldron, which was surrounded by chaotic aura, collided with the layer of Buddhist light in front of it. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and a terrifying force swept out. The void collapsed, and the whole world shook violently. The layer of Buddhist light in front of it emitted a bright Buddhist light. It was like a golden wave, illuminating the whole world and dispersing the evil aura nearby. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the underworld fog and the evil aura dissipated. It was as if there were countless ghosts and ghosts dissipating in the underworld fog, and the evil aura completely disappearing in the void. The collision of the mountain and river cauldron did not break the Buddhist light seal in front of it. It only caused the layer of Buddhist light to shoot out golden light, and the swastika Buddhist seal scattered in all directions. Endless Buddhist power dissolved the force of the mountain and river cauldron's collision. Seeing this, Gu Fei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The restrictions set up by the ancient Buddhist lord was just too abnormal. Even a peak-grade treasure couldn't break it. Did he really have to use the primordial chaos qi? Gu Fei felt that driving the mountain and river cauldron to collide with the Buddhist master seal had consumed nearly 30% of his yuan qi. An extreme treasure was really not something that an ordinary cultivator could use. Don't dawdle. Draw out the primordial chaos aura and smelt the seal. The old turtle's somewhat anxious voice came from the sky. The collision of the mountain and river cauldron had caused quite a stir. Even the black mountain was shaking. "Got it," Gouffet replied. He did not dare to be negligent, and a purple flame appeared between his eyebrows. A purple flame appeared, and a powerful divine sense surged out from the flame, enveloping the mountain and river cauldron. Gouffet used his spiritual force to communicate with the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron. After his spiritual force penetrated the mountain and river cauldron, Gouffet immediately felt an excited spiritual wave greet his spiritual force. Pung! With a sound, a grayish primordial chaos aura rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. The aura exuded an endless primitive aura. There was no strong energy fluctuation, nor was there a bright flash. This grayish, dust-like aura that rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron was the primordial chaos aura contained in the mountain and river cauldron. This inconspicuous aura was the ancestral chi of all things. It was the ancestral root of heaven and earth, and it could refine all the power and spiritual chi in the world. After the primordial chaos aura rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, it immediately rolled down and shrouded the entire mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron, which was shrouded by the primordial chaos aura, suddenly quietened down. Even the terrifying pressure from the cauldron disappeared. Perhaps this was what it meant to turn something rotten into something magical. The most ordinary things often possessed unfathomable power and were often the most powerful and terrifying existences. There was no dazzling divine light, and there was no monstrous energy fluctuation. However, the bright Buddhist light in front of them gradually dimmed. Soon, the mountain and river cauldron, which was wrapped by the primordial chaos aura, silently sank into the vast and boundless Buddhist power in front of it. It was as if the image of a great Buddha was faintly visible in the Buddhist light. Ha ha! The primordial chaos aura is indeed the nemesis of all forces in the world. The old turtle laughed loudly. The primordial chaos aura was refining the Buddhist power and was about to break the seal of the Buddhist light. However, at this moment, a huge swastika suddenly rushed out of the Black Mountain. Rumble! The entire mountain suddenly shook violently. The swastika that rushed out of the mountain shrouded heaven and earth. An endless golden Buddhist light shone down. Within the golden Buddhist light, there were heavenly flowers falling and golden lotuses emerging. The Buddhist light shone on heaven and earth, and the sound of Sanskrit and chanting resounded between heaven and earth. Under the swastika, there seemed to be a peaceful land of Buddhism. That old bald donkey actually left the mountain peak. The old turtle raised his head and looked up. 2 rays of dazzling divine light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void and sweeping towards the mountain peak. At this moment, all the demonic aura, dark clouds, and fog in the world dissipated under the Buddhist light. The old turtle could clearly see the peak of the Black Mountain. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Then a Buddhist chant came down from the sky and spread throughout the heavens and earth. It roared in the ears of Gouffet and the old turtle like a morning bell. A figure standing on a 9-tiered lotus platform descended from the sky. Endless Buddhist power spread between heaven and earth, and the scene was as if the Lord of Buddha had descended. In the end, it still alarmed the monk. Gouffet could not help but be secretly shocked at this scene. The monk at the peak of the Black Mountain had a profound understanding of Buddhism, and his cultivation was extremely powerful, as if he was no different from an immortal or Buddha. "It's you again, you old demon." The old monk, who was as thin as a mummy, could no longer maintain his calm. For thousands of years, the desolate battlefield had buried countless powerhouses in the mortal world, but none of them could break the seal placed by the Lord of Buddha. However, no one had been able to break the seal for thousands of years. Today, someone managed to do so. How could he not be shocked? The seal of the Lord of Buddha could not be broken. Otherwise, once the endless evil spirits and ghosts in the Naraka realm were released, the entire world would become a hell of a Jura. "It's you again, you old bald donkey." The old turtle's eyes reddened when he saw his enemy, especially when the other party was bald. The old turtle's battle intent surged, and he did not hide his murderous intent towards the old monk at all. The Buddhists have the virtue of cherishing life. I originally wanted to let you live, but you set your sights on the Naraka realm. It seems that I have no choice but to show my demon-slaying power and destroy you, old demon." The old monk said coldly. He formed a seal with his hand and stepped on the lotus platform, directly suppressing the old turtle's head. Rumble. The 9th stage golden lotus under the old monk's feet grew to the size of a mountain, enveloping a corner of heaven and earth. The vast and mighty Buddhist power of subduing evil pressed down on the old tortoise like an ancient divine mountain. "Humph! Let's see if you, the real Luohan, will surrender to me, or I will destroy you, the real Luohan." The old turtle sneered. He then took out his stone turtle shell and swung it upwards. Boom! The stone turtle shell violently collided with the 9-tiered golden lotus. Suddenly, the sky was filled with golden light. Rays of Buddhist light burst out like golden rainbows, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. The golden lotus was smashed high into the sky by the stone turtle shell, and the stone turtle shell also flew back into the old turtle's hand. The terrifying energy wave that descended from the sky caused the earth to tremble. Gu Fei was also affected and kept retreating. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron had smelted a big hole in the Buddhist light seal in front of it, and endless cold and evil aura came out of the hole. Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to hear the roar of thousands of evil spirits. He could not help but shiver. The Naraka realm was really terrifying and evil. Gu Fei withdrew the mountain and river cauldron and felt exhausted. He shouted to the old turtle, "The seal has been broken. Old turtle, are we going in or not?" "All right, let's deal with this old bald donkey first. I get annoyed when I see a bald person." The old turtle roared and rushed into the sky, fighting with the old monk on the golden lotus. Swoosh! Figures flashed. The corpse general avatar that was guarding Gu Fei also rushed into the sky with the black rod in hand and joined forces with the old turtle to fight the old monk. In an instant, the 3 powerful forces fought until heaven and earth collapsed and the sun and moon lost their light. Bam! The black cudgel swept out, directly shattering the golden lotus beneath the old monk's feet, turning it into specks of golden light that dissipated into the void. The corpse general's clone displayed its unparalleled battle prowess, sweeping out with the black cudgel in its hand, shattering the void. Bam! The old turtle punched the old monk and sent him flying thousands of feet away. The old turtle and the corpse general avatar worked together to firmly suppress the old monk. Just as the old turtle was about to follow up with another attack, Gu Fei's anxious voice came from below. "Old turtle, the seal is being repaired. If you don't go in now, you won't be able to." Preposterous. Although the old turtle wanted to kill the old monk on the spot, he found that the Buddhist light seal that was broken by the mountain and river cauldron was actually being repaired. The big hole in the Buddhist light was shrinking. "Ha ha! If you won't go in, I'll go in." Suddenly, a loud laugh came from afar. Then, a golden light swept across the void like lightning and rushed into the Naraka realm through the broken Buddhist light. Chapter 475. Roar! The old tortoise was so angry that it wanted to burn the 9 heavens. Every strand of his hair stood on end. He had spent so much effort and energy, but someone else beat him to it. How could he not be angry? An endless amount of demonic energy burst out from the old tortoise's body, shaking the entire space. Even the heavens and earth were trembling. The vast and terrifying pressure caused Gu Fei to tremble in fear. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. Swoosh! Old Tortoise's figure disappeared in the air, and in the next moment, it appeared beside Gu Fei. Old Tortoise grabbed Gu Fei with one hand, rode the demonic cloud, and directly rushed into the shrinking hole. The corpse general doppelganger was even more powerful. It took a step and instantly crossed the void hundreds of feet away, appearing in front of the light wall formed by the Buddha's light. With another step, it disappeared into the hole in the Buddha's light. Endless Buddhist power surged between heaven and earth. Above the Black Mountain, the huge swastika Buddha seal that blotted out the sky sprinkled a vast Buddhist light. Vaguely, one could see heavenly flowers falling, golden lotuses emerging, and Sanskrit sounds lingering between heaven and earth. If I don't go to hell, who will? The mummified old monk, like an immortal, emitted a bright Buddha's light all over his body. He chanted the name of Buddha and descended from the sky. The old monk immediately turned into a shadow and rushed into the Naraka realm the moment the hole in the Buddha's light seal was about to disappear. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and the Buddha's light seal finally repaired itself completely, resealing the evil world. Then, the swastika above Black Mountain began to fade, and finally disappeared completely between heaven and earth. The Buddha's light seal also disappeared into the void, and the strange phenomenon disappeared completely. The depths of the desolate ancient battlefield gradually returned to peace. Old Tortoise seemed to be really unlucky recently. As soon as he rushed into the Naraka realm, he was hit on the head by a purple gold alms bowl, which directly sent him flying thousands of feet away. Even Gu Fei was affected, and he was involuntarily sent flying along with Old Tortoise. Ha ha! Young benefactor, we are fated. Come with me. A young voice rang out. Then, a large hand shining with golden Buddhist light suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed at Gu Fei, who had been sent flying. Only a ghost would be fated with you. Gu Fei cursed in his heart. However, before the golden Buddha's hand could grab him, a powerful force had already enveloped him and pulled him towards the golden Buddha's hand. Gu Fei was shocked. He already knew who had attacked Old Tortoise. Only that guy would dare to attack a demon god, like Old Tortoise. Wow, damn it, how hateful. I'm going to tear you apart. The old turtle roared again and again. He stopped retreating in the void, and the demon aura on his body soared into the sky, like a peerless demon king. He rushed toward the small figure shrouded in the Buddhist light. However, at this time, the golden Buddha's hand in the void was about to grab Gu Fei, and Old Tortoise could no longer stop it. Just as Gu Fei was about to be taken away by the other party, boom! A huge black pillar smashed down from the sky with an extremely ferocious power that shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! Without any suspense, the golden Buddha's hand, which was emitting a resplendent Buddha's radiance and had illuminated the dusky world, was blasted apart. Countless golden lights, like countless golden stars, were vanishing into thin air. A domineering figure rushed from a distance like a god or a demon. The giant black pillar that had blown up the golden Buddha's hand quickly shrank and was caught by that person. At this critical moment, Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar arrived. The golden Buddha's hand was blown apart, and the powerful force that enveloped Gu Fei immediately disappeared. Gu Fei regained his freedom and immediately rushed into the sky, retreating far away. A battle of this level was not something he could intervene in. Little bald donkey, go to hell. Shatter the universe. Destroy the void. Old Tortoise rushed forward and directly displayed his great magical power. terrifying demonic power shattered the world, forming a destructive space that shrouded the figures surrounded by Buddhist light. Swoosh! The Buddhist light flashed. Shrouded in the Buddhist light, the little monk holding the purple gold alms bowl seemed to not want to entangle with Old Tortoise and retreated without a fight. "Don't run away if you have the guts." The Old Tortoise's eyes were red, and there was a big bump on his forehead. The little monk's sneak attack was really ruthless. He smashed the Old Tortoise's head with the purple gold alms bowl, almost smashing the Old Tortoise's head into pieces. If it were not for Old Tortoise's powerful background, innate talent, and incomparably tough body, if it were anyone else, their head would have been smashed and they would have died. Swoosh! The corpse general's doppelganger strode through the air and instantly caught up to the little monk. It smashed down with its cudgel. The attack was simple, but the space around it cracked under the attack of the cudgel. It was not a magical power, nor was it a spell. It was a perfect explosion of physical strength. The powerful force tore the void apart. This was the terror of a martial artist. Chi and strength formed a terrifying attack. It was the most direct attack. Only a martial artist could have such divine power to directly shake the world with their strength. Swoosh! The little monk retreated again, avoiding the terrible rod of the corpse general's avatar. Then he directly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the Naraka realm. The little monk knew that it was difficult to fight against Old Tortoise and the avatar, so he directly retreated. At this moment, another figure rushed in from outside the Naraka realm. Old Tortoise was just about to chase after the little monk when he saw the person rushing in from outside. He immediately roared and pounced on the person. "Old bald donkey, you must die too." Old Tortoise seemed to have lost his mind due to anger. He directly smashed a corner of the world, wanting to use the endless power of destruction to beat the person who just rushed into the chaos. It was no wonder that Old Tortoise was so furious. He was a powerful ancient demon. When had he ever suffered such a loss? At this time, let alone a monk. Even if he saw a bald person, he would not be able to not tear the other party apart. The person who rushed in was emitting auspicious Buddhist light. It was the tall and thin old monk who looked like a mummy at the peak of Black Mountain. It could be said that when enemies met, their eyes would be exceptionally red. Old Tortoise's eyes were red, and they were also emitting a fierce and terrifying divine light. He gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. When the old monk saw that Old Tortoise was coming aggressively as if he wanted to skin him alive, he could not help but immediately change his expression. He then rushed into the sky, wanting to avoid the attack. However, a black stick had already sealed off the entire sky and was smashing down on his bald head. Before the stick could hit him, the mighty wind blew on his body, but it felt like a blade had scratched his skin, causing him a dull pain. The black stick in the corpse general's hand was not an ordinary weapon. It was the earth-stabilizing divine pillar that Old Tortoise obtained from the virtual sky world. Although it was inconspicuous, it was still a treasure. If he was hit by this stick, even if the old monk had cultivation and strength that surpassed ordinary immortals and Buddhas, his body would still collapse, and he would die. The old monk knew how powerful it was and couldn't help but be shocked. A hint of fear also appeared on his calm old face. 3,000 worlds. The old monk let out a loud roar and displayed his Buddhist divine powers. Countless bundles of Buddhist light were released from his body, causing the void to tremble. It was as though each bundle of Buddhist light had enveloped a world. The old monk's figure seemed to have disappeared into the countless void worlds in an instant. Rumble. The corpse general's stick smashed down, and the masses of Buddhist light exploded one after another under the stick. It was as if small worlds were being destroyed. One stick could destroy all 3,000 worlds. Swoosh! When the 3,000 worlds collapsed, the old monk's figure had already appeared several hundred feet away. With unfathomable Buddhist magical power, he escaped from the encirclement formed by Old Tortoise and his corpse general's clone. "Damn it!" Old Tortoise roared. He wanted to chase after the old monk, but the old monk didn't want to be entangled with him. He directly turned into a golden rainbow and rushed into the depths of the hell realm. The old monk's strength was actually similar to Old Tortoise's, but with the addition of the corpse general's clone, the old monk was no longer a match. However, if this middle-level expert wanted to escape, it would be difficult for Old Tortoise and his corpse general's clone to stop him. Outrageous! What monks? What compassion? It's all bullsh asterisk T. What great virtue of Buddhism? Tui. They're all cunning and treacherous people. Old Tortoise opened his mouth and cursed. Old Tortoise only stopped after greeting the 18 generations of the little monk and the old monk's ancestors. "Old Tortoise, why are you so angry? As long as you take this world, won't those two be at your mercy?" Gu Fei walked over from afar and said calmly, "That's right." Old Tortoise nodded. Gu Fei's words made sense. Then, the two of them started to size up the legendary Earth path. This hell realm was indeed a strange and evil world. When they looked up, they could only see an endless void. There was no sky, let alone stars. The hell realm was one of the 6 paths refined by the ancient Buddhist masters. It formed a separate world that seemed to be boundless. It was dim and gloomy, and there was a gloomy fog drifting between heaven and earth. It looked very eerie and terrifying. The soil under their feet was dark brown, like dried blood. Skeletons and white bones could be seen everywhere on the ground, and there were even pitch-black demon bones mixed among them. Old Tortoise opened his inner world and stored the corpse general's clone inside. Then he walked forward with Gu Fei. They wanted to enter the depths of the hell realm and enter the core area of the hell realm. Along the way, Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise encountered quite a number of ferocious spirits, which were nourishment for cultivators. The Old Tortoise did not stand on ceremony and directly used the white jade divine cauldron to collect these spirits. Half a day later, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise suddenly noticed spots of light in front of them. It seemed very incongruous in the dark and evil hell realm. They wanted to take a detour because they did not want to waste time. After all, the evil little monk and the old monk who walked out of the Buddhist master's tomb were already ahead of them. If either the little monk or the old monk took the hell realm, they would be the unlucky ones. However, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise both sensed that the place where the light was coming from did not seem to have any evil power. Instead, there was a bit of a peaceful aura rippling over. Looking into the distance, the place where the light was coming from was in ruins. Only a few low, broken walls had not collapsed. Old Tortoise said, unhappily, "I sensed an annoying aura." "Let's go and take a look," Gu Fei suggested. Thus, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise headed toward the ruins. For them, a distance of 20 to 30 meters was a short distance in the blink of an eye. Buddha statues? Temples? Gu Fei and Old Tortoise approached and were very surprised. Behind the broken walls were a few broken Buddha statues. It was obvious that the statues had been eroded over the years and were beyond recognition. However, they could still vaguely recognize that they were 2 Buddha statues. Chapter 476. Not long after Gu Fei and Old Tortoise entered the legendary Naraka realm, they found a ruin. After countless years of erosion, only a few broken walls and a few Buddha statues were left in the ruins. Even so, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were shocked. One must know that this was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation of the legendary Buddha. Why are there temples and Buddha statues here? Gu Fei was surprised. Everything he saw in front of him was difficult to analyze and somewhat unbelievable. Old Tortoise frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Legend has it that the 6 paths of reincarnation are 6 realms that are almost real. They were refined with the Buddha's inner world as the foundation of heaven and earth. The Buddha's inner world is definitely comparable to a perfect Buddhist land. It's not surprising that there are temples in the Naraka realm. There seems to be something strange about these Buddha statues." Gu Fei nodded when he heard this. However, he sensed an extremely weak Buddhist power from these broken Buddha statues. There seemed to be an aura left behind by the immortals and Buddhas on the Buddha statues. Humph! The old turtle sneered and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and pressed it against the Buddha statues in the air. The void in front of his palm suddenly rippled, and with every move he made, the void was shaken. This was the horror of the demon god, and the difference between immortals and mortals. Every move they made was enough to move mountains and seas and shatter the void. They had great power and magical power. Boom! The void trembled. The Buddha statues that had stood in the ruins for who knew how many years turned into dust in an instant and drifted between heaven and earth. Gu Fei saw that there seemed to be light flashing in the dust. The auspicious aura lingering in the ruins became stronger. Tisk, it's just a few relics. Old Tortoise grabbed the air with his hand, and the light in the dust immediately flew into his hand. Gu Fei stepped forward to take a look. It turned out to be a few relics that emitted a soft Buddhist light. However, each relic was much smaller than the immortal and Buddhist relics that Old Tortoise obtained from the Buddha skeleton on the Black Mountain. They were only the size of a finger. Kacha! 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 The Old Tortoise directly crushed the relics in his hand. The remaining Buddhist power in the relics immediately exploded and was directly refined into his body by the Old Tortoise. Let's go! After Old Tortoise refined the Buddha power of Sarira, he walked directly out of the ruins. Gu Fei followed behind Old Tortoise and left the ruins. However, after walking for a few miles, several blurry figures appeared near the ruins. Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and looked at the ruins. He discovered that there seemed to be an evil figure flashing within the ruins. How could this be? Gu Fei exclaimed. He could still sense a peaceful aura coming from the ruins in front of him. There seemed to be Buddhist power lingering there. When Old Tortoise saw this scene, he could not help but frown. He thought that it was because of the relics that contained the remaining Buddhist power that caused the ancient temple ruins to be surrounded by the immortal and Buddhist aura. However, the Sarira had already been crushed by him, and the Buddhist energy had already been refined. How could there still be the aura of Buddhist energy lingering in the ruins? Something's wrong. Old Tortoise murmured. He felt that the ancient temple ruins were not simple. There were relics in the Buddha statues. Could it be that the Buddha statues were transformed from the flesh left behind by the Buddhist Almighty after undergoing nirvana? I'd like to see what's so strange about these ruins. As Old Tortoise spoke, he stretched out his right hand again and pressed it against the ruins in front of him. Rumble, a big dark green hand appeared in the sky above the ruins a few miles away. It emitted boundless waves of demonic power that shook the heaven and earth. The ruins below shook violently. Gu Fei did not stop Old Tortoise's action because he also wanted to know what was so strange about the ruins. Vaguely, he seemed to see a figure exuding a sinister aura rushing out of the ruins. In the dark clouds in the distant sky, a figure shrouded in Buddhist light was watching everything below. The dark clouds were surging and emitting a cold and terrifying aura, but it was difficult to get close to the figure. The figure was wearing a white monk robe, and holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. It was a young monk. This little monk was the almighty Buddhist who dared to attack Old Tortoise and walked out of the tomb of Lord Buddha. Hee, you're really unlucky, old demon. The little monk said something inexplicable and disappeared into the void. Boom. At this moment, the big hand above the ruins that shrouded the heaven and earth and emitted a terrifying energy wave had ruthlessly pressed on the ruins. The earth shook violently, and cracks appeared on the dark brown ground. Black-brown dust rose high into the sky. The mighty and terrifying power shattered everything. Roar. At this moment, a roar was suddenly heard from the ruins in the distance. The roar seemed to come from under the earth and was extremely dull. A horrifying aura came from afar, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like a stormy sea was surging violently, as if a peerless demon was about to rush out from the earth. Oh no, there's a monster sealed under the ruins. Old Tortoise was shocked. He remembered all kinds of legends about the ancient Lord Buddha. The ancient Lord Buddha had once subdued countless demons for him to control. Some of the demons and monsters that could not withstand the Lord Buddha's control were suppressed by the Lord Buddha's supreme Buddhist power. It was obvious that Old Tortoise had just broken the Lord Buddha's seal and released a big demon. What's going on? Gu Fei turned pale with fright. The aura in front of him was so powerful that it made his soul tremble. The place where the ruins were located was filled with a murderous aura. A terrifying power shook the sky, and the demon's aura was monstrous. Then, two evil blood-red eyes the size of lanterns appeared in the darkness and swept toward Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Gu Fei could not see the big demon's body at all. Dark clouds surged in front of him, covering the sky and the earth. Were you the ones who broke the seal and released the real body? A powerful spiritual wave spread, and a voice seemed to appear in the hearts of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise at the same time. This was not a verbal conversation, but the most direct spiritual wave. This kind of communication could be said to be above the soul level. There was no need to understand the other party's language or even speak. One could directly transmit one's thoughts to the other party and let the other party know what one meant. Who are you? A powerful soul fluctuation emanated from Old Turtle's body. He was communicating with the great fiendish demon in the most direct manner. Gu Fei was secretly on guard. A sharp sword aura was faintly emitted from his right hand. If the demon attacked them, Gu Fei did not mind giving it a blow. Who am I? Right, who am I? Who am I? It's been too long, so long that even I have forgotten who I am. Such a spiritual wave came from the surging demonic aura. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise could not help but look at each other. This big demon that rushed out from the ruins was probably a figure of the same generation as the Lord Buddha. This was definitely a super antique that had probably existed for even longer than Old Tortoise. They did not expect to encounter such a powerful character as soon as they entered the Naraka realm. Roar! It doesn't matter who I am. I only remember that I am a demon. Although the two of you have released me, I will still devour you. The demon in the demonic aura roared. Its aura was monstrous, and it spat out clouds and mist. It slowly approached Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Its lantern-sized, blood-colored eyes emitted a bright blood-colored light in the darkness like two bloody suns hanging in the sky. Humph! Do you think we are soft eggplants? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Old Tortoise strode forward. Demonic power erupted from all over his body, and the demonic aura between heaven and earth suddenly soared into the sky. A wave of air swept out, forcing Gu Fei to stagger and retreat. At this time, the demon had already closed in. The tragic aura was definitely condensed from the slaughter of thousands of living beings. It made one's soul tremble. One could imagine that before this demon was suppressed by the Lord Buddha, it was definitely a super demon that had slaughtered countless living beings. However, after being suppressed for countless years, the peerless demon of the past no longer had the cultivation and strength of the past. It was not invincible. Even so, this demon, the terrifying aura it emitted, was difficult for Gu Fei to bear. He had no choice but to guide the power of his inner world to envelop his body and isolate this demonic aura. However, even with the inner world enveloping his body, it was difficult to completely isolate this terrifying aura. This made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. This demon, it was too powerful. Even after being suppressed for countless years, it still had such power. It was hard to imagine how powerful this demon was in the past. It had to be said that the Lord Buddha was truly worthy of being the strongest expert in the world. He could even suppress this extremely terrifying demon for countless years. Gu Fei retreated a full half a mile before stopping. He looked at the two experts who were confronting each other in shock. It was as if there were two terrifying demons standing between heaven and earth. One demon and one demon. The entire world was filled with demonic aura. The demonic aura was vast and mighty, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Gu Fei found that he still could not see the true body of the demon that was emitting endless demonic aura. He could only see two bloody eyes that emitted a demonic light. Shatter the universe, destroy the void. The old tortoise shouted and waved his hands. Endless demonic aura surged out from between his hands. Then, the space in front of him suddenly collapsed. The terrifying demonic figure actually fell into the collapsed space, and the destructive power instantly engulfed the demonic figure. The old tortoise displayed his supreme divine ability and actually managed to destroy the terrifying demon. He entered the primal chaos void and borrowed the destructive power of the primal chaos void to obliterate this devil. Rumble, the collapsed void was repairing itself, and the broken heaven and earth were reforming. As long as the collapsed void disappeared, the demon would be sealed in the chaotic void, unable to come out. However, just as the collapsed void was about to disappear completely, the world suddenly shook violently. Then, cracks in the space like a spider web appeared in the void. Like broken glass, or like a delicate porcelain, the void collapsed. Endless demonic aura surged out from the chaotic void, and a terrifying demonic shadow rushed out from the broken void. In the monstrous demonic aura, a large black hand reached out and grabbed at the old tortoise. Its shape was no different from a human's hand, but it was too big. Its fingers alone were more than 10 meters long. They were black and gloomy and seemed to cover the world. This was the peerless demon that the ancient Buddhist master personally suppressed. Even the terrifying power of destruction that erupted from the collapse of the void could not erase it. Even though it had been sealed for countless years, its emergence was still earth-shattering, and its power was unparalleled. In the face of the peerless demonic might, the old tortoise was awe-inspiring. As a powerful figure of the demon race in ancient times, what had he not seen? Although his current cultivation was only at the demon god level, he was confident that he could fight this demon. A vast amount of demonic power gathered in the old tortoise's right hand. Then, it directly slapped the huge hand of the ferocious demon. A palm of light the size of a small mountain suddenly rushed out and bombarded upwards in defiance of the sky. Boom! A muffled tremor spread out from the sky. The two giant hands instantly collided with each other. It was as if two huge mountains were colliding. The entire world was shaken by these two forces. Spatial cracks appeared in the void. The space was torn apart. Each of the spatial cracks was hundreds of feet long. They were like black lightning, with the two giant hands as the center, they spread out in all directions. After the two huge hands collided, they collapsed at the same time. A terrifying power suddenly erupted, and the void that had already formed cracks in the space could no longer withstand the powerful force that erupted. The void within a radius of hundreds of feet suddenly collapsed, and the void turned into chaos. The old tortoise flew backward. The remaining power that descended from the sky caused the ground to undulate violently like waves. Countless dry bones were swept up into the sky by the airwaves, and then collapsed in the void, turning into bone powder that drifted between heaven and earth. The terrifying demon also retreated, and it roared again and again. The roar was earth-shattering, and it frightened the spirit. At this moment, a long howl suddenly came from the depths of the hell realm, and a terrifying spiritual wave came from the depths of the hell realm. Then a figure appeared in the sight of Gu Fei, and the old tortoise. Another one? The old tortoise's expression changed. Without thinking, he directly grabbed Gu Fei and flew away. For an existence of his level, if he wanted to escape, unless it was a powerful figure that was much stronger than him, no one could stop him. Roar! The figure that rushed out from the depths of the hell realm roared at the sky. In an instant, it arrived nearby, and a terrifying spiritual wave spread between heaven and earth. It was a human-shaped skeleton, and it was no ordinary skeleton. This skeleton was 7 or 8 meters tall, and it was wearing an ancient black armor. The bones that were exposed outside the armor were sparkling and translucent like divine jade, flowing with a dazzling luster. In the skull of the human-shaped skeleton, there was a soul fire that was as bright as the sun, and it emitted an extremely powerful spiritual wave. This was a terrifying undead creature. Chapter 477. The white skeleton rushed out from the depths of the hell realm, displaying its terrifying combat strength. Its soul power condensed into a destructive divine light, piercing the void to kill its opponent. Wherever the divine soul light passed, the void collapsed. All tangible and intangible things were destroyed in an instant, tearing the world and cutting through the space. Roar! An angry roar came from the surging devil chi. Swish! Swish! 2 demonic, blood-colored demonic lights also shot out from the devil chi. Chi! Chi! 2 soft sounds rang out. The divine soul light and the blood-red demonic light instantly collided. Transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the point of impact. Then, the void between the white skeleton and the demon shattered soundlessly. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. That kind of power was enough to annihilate everything. Roar! Roar! 2 earth-shattering roars immediately rang out, and the terrifying sound waves shook the void, causing the world to tremble. The 2 terrifying experts emitted boundless energy fluctuations, revealing a terrifying battle intent that caused the world to lose its color, and a great battle began to break out. The whole area was boiling. The divine soul light illuminated the whole world and bombarded the demonic shadow in the devil chi. The ferocious devil that had escaped did not show any weakness. It displayed its terrifying power and attacked the white skeleton with layers of energy waves. While the 2 terrifying experts fought with no regard for their own safety, countless white skeletons rushed out from the depths of the hell realm. Endless undead creatures appeared on the ground like a tide. It was an army of the undead. At this time, the old turtle and Gu Fei had already rushed to somewhere unknown, but they could still sense the terrifying energy waves coming from behind. It was not until they were hundreds of miles away that they could no longer sense the movement behind them. However, Gu Fei and the old tortoise noticed that countless skeletons were crawling out of the ground and walking in the direction of the battle between the 2 powerhouses. Gufei and the old turtle were no strangers to these undead creatures. That day in the virtual sky realm, Gufei and the old turtle had dealt with these undead creatures. In order to open the transmission formation in the temple in the Death Swamp, the old turtle did not hesitate to kill in order to collect soul power. Countless undead creatures died in the hands of the old turtle. All the undead creatures seemed to have received some kind of summons, and all went to the battlefield of the two experts. The old turtle and Gufei found that there were no other ferocious souls or malicious spirits among the undead creatures. Gufei and the old turtle had vaguely guessed that the reason why these undead creatures gathered in one direction might be because of the undead creature that rushed out from the depths of the hell realm. If that was the case, then the undead creature would be too terrifying and terrifying. I never imagined that I would encounter two such formidable fellows right after entering the path of hell. It's truly difficult to imagine exactly what sort of terrifying and formidable existences exist in the depths of the path of hell, Gufei muttered, and he was extremely shocked. If not for Old Tortoise, he would not have been able to move an inch in this legendary hell. Gufei and Old Tortoise continued deeper into the Naraka realm. However, they soon encountered a problem. There was no sun, moon, or stars in this world. The sky was as dark as the bottom of a pot. They could not see the end of their surroundings. White bones could be seen buried in the dark brown soil. It was difficult for them to determine the correct direction. In the end, Old Tortoise and Gufei had to face the fact that they were lost. In fact, in the hell path, there was no path at all. Desolation and gloom were the portrayal of the hell path. This was the place where the Buddha Lord gathered thousands of Een spirits. Although there were mountains, rivers, and lakes, there was very little vegetation, and tall trees were rare. As for those rivers and lakes, most of them had dried up for who knows how many years. There was very little water, and even if there was water, it was a pool of stagnant water. Gufei and Old Tortoise stopped at the foot of a low mountain. They had to think about how to face the fact that they were lost. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of wandering undead creatures. If it weren't for the old turtle, Gufei would have been torn to shreds by those undead creatures, leaving nothing behind. What should we do? Gufei asked. He did not want to enter the hell path. After all, he did not have a strong cultivation base and could not even protect himself in the hell path. However, if he didn't come in, the old turtle wouldn't be able to refine the hell path, and he didn't have the mountain and river cauldron that could break the Buddha Lord's seal. He would be trapped in the hell path and be associated with these ferocious souls and malicious ghosts. We have to find the origin of the hell path. Old Tortoise pondered for a while before saying such a thing. The origin of the hell path was the origin of the hell world. To refine a world, one had to find the origin of the world. After refining the origin of the world, one could completely control the world. Aren't you talking nonsense? Gufei said impatiently. If he could find the origin of the hell path, his purpose of entering the hell path would be half successful. However, was it so easy to find the origin of the hell path? Even if he found it, he might not be able to get it. Such an important place would definitely have a restriction personally set up by the Buddha Lord. How about we find someone to ask for directions? Old Tortoise said. Gufei did not know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be anyone in the hell path? There were many evil spirits and evil spirits. Who could he ask? Brat, what's with your expression? I mean, find a powerful undead creature and see if we can get any useful information. Old Tortoise said very unhappily. His ability was once doubted by Gufei, which made him a little sullen. All right, that's the only way. Gufei nodded. Thus, the two continued to walk aimlessly. 3 days later, Gufei and Old Tortoise found a powerful undead creature. It was a bone palace built entirely of white bones on a plain. There was a powerful undead monarch in the bone palace. It seemed to be the territory of the undead monarch within a radius of hundreds of miles. Apart from this powerful undead monarch, there was no other undead creature with the strength of a king within a radius of hundreds of miles. The undead monarch was the definition that Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had for this kind of powerful undead creature. It was an existence with the strength of a king among the undead creatures. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise appeared near the Bone Palace. They had seen the undead monarch in the Bone Palace several times. It was a powerful skeleton with a pair of bone wings. The soul fire inside the skull of the skeleton was extremely vigorous. It was like a divine flame burning. Even if they were watching from afar, they could still feel the powerful soul power. After a few days, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise realized that the undead monarch usually cultivated in the Bone Palace and rarely came out. Although there were no sun, moon, or stars in the Hell Path, there was a cycle of night and day. Of course, even during the day, the Hell Path was still eerie and terrifying. The world was incomparably dusky. However, during the night, the Hell Path was a different scene. The light was completely hidden in the world. It was almost to the point where one could not even see their own fingers. Moreover, the undead creatures would become active at night. It could be said that the night was the time for the undead creatures to fight. The winner would devour the loser's soul fire. In order for the undead creatures to become stronger, apart from absorbing the evil energy in the Hell Path, there was another shortcut, devouring the soul fire of their own kind. It was the same for the undead monarch in the Bone Palace. Every once in a while, it would leave the Bone Palace and head to another ancient place thousands of miles away to challenge another king. The battle between the two kings was extremely intense. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei had witnessed it once. "Are we really going to make a move?" Gu Fei asked. At this time, he and the old turtle were behind a small mountain of bones about 5 kilometers away from the Bone Separation Palace. At this time, there was still light between the heavens and the earth. This light was definitely not sunlight. It had to be said that the Hell Path was really strange. They had no idea where the light was coming from. Could it be fake? Old Tortoise's tone was extremely firm. They had figured out the cultivation and strength of the undead monarch. The strength of the undead monarch was only between the demigod realm and the 9th heavenly layer of the void controlling realm. If we alarm that terrifying existence from that day, Gu Fei was a little uneasy. The undead creature that rushed out from the depths of the Hell Path was too powerful. It was comparable to an almighty being in the human world. If they provoked that powerful being, the loss would outweigh the gain. What are you afraid of? With me here, there aren't many people in this world who can hurt you, Old Tortoise said proudly. Immediately, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei walked directly to the Bone Palace. When they were near the Bone Palace, 3 figures suddenly rushed out of the palace. To be precise, they were 3 fleshless skeletons. The 3 skeletons intercepted Gu Fei and the old turtle. Each of the skeletons had a powerful soul fire flashing in their skulls. The 3 skeletons were pure white and crystal clear, like divine jades surrounded by spiritual light. "Who are you?" A soul wave came from one of the skeletons. It was full of hostility towards Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, and the soul fire in its skull was violently beating. "The person who's here to release you from purgatory." After saying that, Old Tortoise's body disappeared on the spot. The next moment, it appeared in front of the 3 skeletons. The 3 skeletons were startled. Their soul fires were violently beating, and they hurriedly retreated. However, Old Tortoise made his move at that moment. A vast amount of demonic power surged out from between his hands. The space where the three skeletons were suddenly shattered, as if a terrifying bottomless hole had suddenly appeared in the void, and the three skeletons were swallowed into the hole. The terrifying power of destruction formed by the shattering of the void was enough to make even an immortal god pale. Under the obliteration of the power of destruction, the three skeletons' bones instantly collapsed and turned into bone powder, completely disappearing into the shattered void. However, the soul fires in the skulls of the three skeletons were captured by the old tortoise and swallowed into its stomach. It had to be said that old tortoise's taste was really out of the ordinary. He actually swallowed the soul fire of an undead creature. Of course, the soul fire of an undead creature was also a good thing, as it was the source of power for an undead creature. Roar. A roar came from the Bone Palace. An undead creature, without flesh and blood, could not speak. This was the roar of the soul, and the strong soul wave was even more terrifying than sound. The soul wave directly affected the soul and directly targeted the heart. As long as the soul power was strong enough, it could directly obliterate the opponent's soul. It was impossible to guard against it. Rumble, the entire Bone Palace shook violently, and an extremely powerful soul wave surged out from the Bone Palace like a stormy sea. Chapter 478. Swoosh. The undead king, with bone wings, rushed out of the Bone Palace. The area within a few hundred miles was its territory. Except for a few kings, no one dared to challenge it. The undead monarch's entire body blossomed with a resplendent divine light. The soul fire in his skull was as bright as the moon, illuminating the entire sky. Its terrifying aura made the undead creatures within 100 miles tremble with fear. Heavy waves of energy surged out from the bones, shaking Gu Fei's divine soul. He felt as if his soul was about to rush out of his body. So powerful! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He quickly guided the inner world energy, and a purple flame emerged between his eyebrows. The inner world energy enveloped his body, isolating the extremely powerful soul wave. Hey, you actually have flesh and blood. How is this possible? Could it be that you are a sacred race that came from the depths of this world? The undead king was originally furious. It wanted to kill these two arrogant fellows. However, when it saw Gu Fei and the old tortoise, its boundless anger turned into shock. This undead creature seemed to know some important information. There are normal living beings in the Naraka realm. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were equally shocked when they heard that. The Naraka realm was one of the 9 paths of reincarnation diagrams refined by the Buddha Lord. It was the place where the souls of the Song clan returned to after death, so there should not be any normal living beings here. The yin qi in the Naraka realm was too heavy, and there were no sun, moon, or stars. The plants that could grow were not green, but had turned gray or dark brown. It could be said that for thousands of years, the Naraka realm had become a world of ghosts and undead creatures. It was no longer suitable for humans or other living beings to live in. Even a cultivator could not stay in the Naraka realm for long. The yin qi would gradually erode the body and change the physique. The yang qi in the cultivator's body would dissipate, and the yin qi would grow. Finally, the cultivator would be assimilated by the world and become a ghost or undead creature. Hee, I want to know the situation in the depths of this world. If you can tell us, I'll let you live, the old tortoise said with a smile. It seemed that he did not care about the undead king at all. So you're not from the depths of this world. Very well. Then I don't have to worry anymore. The soul fire in the undying king's skull flickered rapidly, emitting invisible soul fluctuations. I want to know where the origin of heaven and earth is. Old Tortoise did not want to waste time with the undead creature, so he asked what he wanted to know the most. What heaven and earth source? What are you talking about? The undying king was extremely shocked. He didn't seem to know about the existence of heaven and earth source. Since you don't want to answer, I'll find the answer myself. The old tortoise's voice turned cold. Then it soared into the sky and charged at the undead monarch. The old tortoise's entire body radiated a dazzling purple demonic light, and a vast demonic power suddenly erupted like a volcano, surging out in all directions like a raging sea tide. Rumble, the extremely powerful force shook heaven and earth. Goofy quickly retreated and stared at Old Tortoise and the undead king. Being able to watch a battle of this level was also a kind of gain. At the very least, he could know what kind of means people of this level had and enrich his experience. Whoosh! The undead monarch also moved. He flapped his bone wings and swooped down from the sky like a white lightning bolt. The bone wings were comparable to the sharp blades of divine weapons. As they streaked across the sky, an ear-piercing sound could be heard. The old tortoise stretched out his right hand that was surrounded by purple demonic light, then clenched it into a fist and punched forward like a purple star streaking across the pitch-black night sky. Clang! When the fist and the bone wings collided, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Sparks flew out from the point of impact and disappeared in the void. The undead monarch was sent flying, but the old tortoise was as still as a mountain. Then he took a big step forward and chased after the undead monarch as if he was teleporting. He stared at the undead monarch and said in an awe-inspiring voice, "Answer me." The soul fire in the undead monarch's skull flickered violently. Instead of answering, it quickly retreated and rushed towards the gate of the Bone Palace, wanting to enter the main hall. The outcome of the battle was already within Goofy's expectations. He didn't find it strange because the undead monarch's strength hadn't reached the demigod realm yet. On the other hand, the old tortoise was a demonic god that could rival immortals and gods. In fact, if the old tortoise wanted to kill the undead monarch, he could have blasted it into pieces with a single punch. However, the old tortoise didn't do so because he hadn't obtained the information he wanted. However, the old tortoise didn't want to give the undead monarch any chance to resist. The undead monarch's bone wings were extremely fast, but it was still not enough in front of the old tortoise. The undead monarch strode in the void and slashed out with his purple palm blade, creating a dreamy brilliance. The palm ruthlessly struck the undead monarch's left wing. The undead monarch somersaulted in the air and crashed into the Bone Palace like a meteorite. It wanted to use this momentum to break through the bone wall and enter the Bone Palace. However, the old tortoise was faster than it. Like a ray of purple divine light, the undead monarch stomped on the undead monarch. Boom! Dust flew everywhere as the undead monarch directly smashed a huge pit on the ground. "Who the hell are you?" From the surging dust, intense soul fluctuations could be felt. One could feel the fear of the undead creature from these soul fluctuations. Swish! The undead monarch rushed out of the pit. Its left wing was already broken. Its sparkling and translucent bone body was also full of cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. The undead monarch suffered a great impact. The soul fire in its skull was no longer as vigorous as before, and its soul fluctuations had weakened a lot. This was an enemy that was comparable to an invincible emperor from the depths of hell. The undead monarch was terrified. At this moment, it realized that the opponent could easily kill it. "I want to know about this world." The old tortoise did not want to talk nonsense. He felt that the hell realm was very complicated, so he urgently wanted to know about it. "I'll die if I tell you. I'll die if I don't. Why should I tell you?" The undead monarch's eye sockets emitted a hateful soul light as it gnashed its teeth and said, "Tell me and I can let you go," the undead monarch sneered. Although it was only a spiritual fluctuation, one could still feel its disdain. Obviously, it did not believe the old tortoise's words. "If you don't tell me, you won't even have a chance to live." A chilling, killing intent emitted from the old tortoise's body, and the temperature of the entire void plummeted. This old tortoise! I didn't expect him to have such a fierce side. Gouffet looked at this scene coldly from afar. The old tortoise's killing intent was vast and mighty, making him feel like he was standing in a cold wind. Although the killing intent was not directed at Gouffet, it still made Gouffet's heart palpitate. His mind was greatly suppressed. "I don't know what the world's origin is." The undead monarch said this. Of course, it was using spiritual fluctuations to transmit what it wanted to say. "Then, what's the use of keeping you alive?" The old tortoise raised his right hand, and his entire palm became crystal clear, as if it had turned into a divine hand cast from purple gold godly iron. It emitted a majestic and dignified demonic power wave. "You can't kill me. I'm the subordinate of the Bone Emperor, the emperor of this region. If you kill me, the Bone Emperor will avenge me." The undead monarch transmitted a terrified spiritual fluctuation. Oh, the old tortoise was a little surprised. It turned out that there were even more powerful undead creatures in this region. That couldn't be better. What the undead monarch did not know, the Bone Emperor might know. The old tortoise no longer hesitated. He pressed his bright purple hand forward, and a terrifying power imprisoned heaven and earth. The area in front of the old tortoise's palm seemed to have turned into a purple world. In that purple world, a white skeleton was struggling and howling. However, everything was in vain. The next moment, pong! The undying king's skeletal body was shattered by the boundless demonic power. That divine skeleton was completely turned into bone powder, and a luminous moon-like soul fire rushed out. The old tortoise opened his big hand and directly caught the soul fire that was trying to escape. Then a powerful spiritual force surged into his hand. The old tortoise was reading the undead monarch's memory. He was forcibly extracting the undead monarch's spiritual imprint. Countless scenes quickly flashed through the old tortoise's mind. From the moment the undead monarch's spiritual sense was born to its path of growth, everything, no matter how big or small, was unfolded in front of the old tortoise like a scroll. "Who's the Bone Emperor?" At this time, Gouffet flew over from afar. He also sensed the spiritual fluctuation of the undead monarch. He knew that there was an even more powerful existence in this region. The undead monarch's strength was between the 9th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm and the demigod realm. It could be said that it was the most powerful undead creature within a radius of several hundred miles. It was not an exaggeration to call it the undead monarch. Soon, the old tortoise completely read the undead monarch's memory and completely refined the soul fire. What surprised the old tortoise was that the Bone Emperor mentioned by the undead monarch was actually the incomparably powerful undead creature that rushed out from the depths of the Hell Realm and fought endlessly with the ferocious devil under the ruins. It was no wonder that the undead army rushed out from the depths of the Hell Realm that day. Countless undead creatures were all the subordinates of the Bone Emperor. The old tortoise pondered for a moment, and then said to Gouffet, "Things seem to be a bit troublesome. The Bone Emperor's strength is definitely not inferior to mine." "What?" Gouffet was very surprised. It should be known that the old tortoise was a demon immortal. The fact that the Bone Emperor possessed a powerful strength comparable to that of a demon immortal really surprised Gouffet. The thousands of miles of land is the Bone Emperor's territory. There are actually two existences like the Bone Emperor. They also control thousands of miles of land and have countless subordinates. They are invincible emperors in the periphery of the Hell realm. The old tortoise said. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei was even more shocked. The experts in the periphery of the Hell realm were already so powerful. Wouldn't there be even more terrifying and powerful existences in the depths of the Hell realm? Can you find any information about the world source in the undead monarch's memory? This was what Gu Fei was most concerned about. He was not willing to stay in this evil and terrifying hell for even a moment longer. However, the old tortoise would absolutely not go out without finding the world source of the Hell realm. Since the old tortoise was unwilling to go out, it was even more impossible for him to go out. No, it really doesn't know anything. These secrets are obviously not something that a small character like this can know. The old tortoise said, "What should we do?" Gu Fei frowned. Did he have to look for the Bone Emperor? An expert of that level was not to be trifled with. If the old tortoise was no match for him, his life would also be in danger. Let's act according to the circumstances, the old tortoise said indifferently. He was not in a hurry now, nor was he worried that the two bald donkeys would beat him to it. This was because he knew from the undead monarch's memory that the depths of the Hell realm were full of danger. It was a place where experts were buried. For thousands of years, many invincible emperors had appeared in the periphery of this world. After they entered the depths of this world, they never came out again. In the depths of this world, living beings with flesh and blood once appeared. Those living beings were called the Sacred Clan by the experts of this world. This information was very important to the old tortoise and Gu Fei. They originally thought that the legendary hell was a world of death, but now they actually knew such information. The old tortoise very much wanted to learn more useful information from the undead monarch. However, although the undead monarch had long opened its spiritual wisdom and became the king of the undead monarchs within hundreds of miles, its knowledge was limited. It was only limited to what it could understand at its level. As for everything that happened in the depths of the continent, the undead monarch knew nothing at all except for its deep reverence. Just as the old tortoise and Gu Fei were discussing their next move, a long howl suddenly came from afar. It was not a spiritual fluctuation, but a real sound. A terrifying and evil aura came from afar, as if a peerless evil creature was born. Gusts of chilly wind and bloody mist were set off between heaven and earth. It was the other king who was shocked. The battle here had obviously alerted the other king of this region. "Let's go," the old tortoise shouted. He did not want to be entangled with these evil creatures. He directly soared into the sky with Gu Fei and flew into the distance. In an instant, they disappeared in the dusky world. Roar! Endless demonic aura surged from afar. The energy between heaven and earth was vast and mighty, and the bloody mist was rolling. The evil aura enveloped the world. In the vast and mighty space between heaven and earth, a terrifying figure was faintly discernible in the dark clouds and bloody mist. Two rays of dark green evil light shot out from the dark clouds and bloody mist and scanned in all directions. However, they found nothing in the end. This made the king extremely furious and roared again and again. Then the dark clouds and bloody mist receded like a tide. The evil aura that filled the world that caused countless undead monarchs to tremble in fear also disappeared quickly. The disappearance of a monarch was an insignificant matter in the outer regions of hell. In order for an undead monarch to advance and grow, apart from cultivating, it was to kill other undead monarchs and devour their soul fire. There were also fights between undead monarchs. In the outer regions, new monarchs were born and old monarchs fell. Soon, the undead monarch's territory was annexed by another monarch. The territory of the undead monarch soon calmed down. Ordinary undead monarchs did not care who ruled them or who their monarch was. This was because they had no choice and could not get rid of the monarch's rule. Updates will be made in time. Chapter 479. Old Tortoise used the soul-searching technique to search the undead emperor's memory. From the undead emperor's memory, he learned a lot about the external regions of the Hell Dao. He and Gu Fei were now in a region ruled by the Bone Emperor, the Undead Emperor. The Bone Emperor of the Immortal Emperor was one of the 3 invincible emperors in the outer regions of the Hell Dao. The other 2 emperors who were neighbors to the Bone Emperor of the Immortal Emperor were powerful existences called the Emperor of the Netherworld, who lived in the west of the Bone Emperor of the Immortal Emperor's territory. The other was an invincible corpse emperor in the east of the Bone Emperor's territory. The Bone Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor were the most powerful existences in the Hell Dao's peripheral regions. Each of the 3 emperors had a vast territory and represented 3 forces. The Bone Emperor's territory was almost entirely filled with undead creatures. The Bone Emperor was the supreme undead creature. In his territory, all undead creatures had to listen to his orders. He was a supreme existence. In the territories of the other 2 emperors, it was a different scene. Although there were undead creatures in their territories, there were very few of them. The forces in the external regions of this world were divided very carefully and clearly. The territory ruled by the Bone Emperor was a paradise for undead creatures. Few evil spirits and malicious spirits would appear in the Bone Emperor's territory. The territory of the Netherworld Emperor was the world of countless evil spirits and malicious spirits. This was because the Netherworld Emperor himself was a 10,000-year-old ghost. He was the emperor of countless evil spirits and malicious spirits. Just like Ghost Emperor Fundu in the human world, he commanded countless powerful evil spirits and malicious spirits. The Corpse King's territory didn't have any undead creatures or evil spirits. It was filled with endless corpse chi and countless corpses. It was a world of corpses, zombies, and evil corpses. It could be said that the Corpse King's territory was the place where death chi gathered in the outside world. This evil land was the most suitable place to refine corpses. The external regions of the Hell Dao were not peaceful. Battles broke out between the 3 emperors from time to time. Each time, there were countless casualties, forming a tripartite situation. After Old Tortoise and Gu Fei understood the situation in the external regions of the Hell Dao, they became more cautious. They did not want to attract the attention of the 3 emperors. However, they possessed powerful vitality and were living beings with flesh and blood. Even if they didn't want to attract the attention of the 3 great forces, it was impossible. To the ferocious creatures that lived in the Naraka realm, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were still very different. Along the way, undead creatures attacked them from time to time. The blood essence of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise was definitely something that undead creatures yearned for. There was a legend in the outer regions of hell that said that the blood essence of the saints that emerged from the depths of this world could regenerate the flesh and blood of undead creatures and transform them to a perfect state. Of course, legends were still legends after all. For thousands of years, there hadn't been a single undead creature that had been reborn and transformed into a perfect state. As for the holy race that lived in the depths of this world, they had only appeared in legends. After a few days, Gu Fei and Old Turtle entered the central region of Bone Emperor's territory. At this time, an explosive news spread among the undead creatures. Some people saw creatures with flesh and blood appearing in the territory ruled by Bone Emperor. Some powerful undead creatures began to search for the 2 living beings with flesh and blood. Old Turtle and Gu Fei, who were still unaware of the situation, found their way to the doorstep of Bone Emperor's territory. It was a huge city in the mountains. Gouffé and Old Turtle appeared and wandered around the vicinity. They were eyeing the Bone Emperor. The huge city in the middle of the mountains was the Bone Emperor's base camp. Other than the huge city in the middle of the mountains, there were also traces of buildings on the other mountain peaks. However, those buildings had collapsed for countless years. Many of them had turned into rubble and bricks. Some of them only had a few outlines left on the ground. The bricks and tiles had been weathered and turned into dust. At this time, Gouffé and Old Turtle were hiding in the ruins of a mountain peak near the huge city, closely watching the movements of the huge city in front of them. Dark clouds fluttered in the dusky sky, and there was a weak light between the heaven and the earth. The pitch-black night hadn't arrived yet, but there were already undead creatures moving about in the pitch-black city in front of them. In the hell path, there was no sun or moon. Undead creatures could walk in the dark at will, but they were most active during the period when the sky and earth were pitch-black. Undead creatures seemed to be afraid of light. Of course, undead creatures that were powerful enough weren't afraid. Behind the broken walls of the ruins, Gouffé stared at the huge city in front of him and suddenly said, "I say, Old Turtle, why does this huge city look a bit familiar?" "What?" Old Turtle was startled, and his pupils couldn't help but contract. The huge city in front of them was pitch black like a peerless beast lurking between heaven and earth, giving off a strong sense of oppression. "You mean?" Old Turtle seemed to have realized something, and his expression became extremely solemn. "The dead city in the virtual sky world," Gouffé said calmly. Although the huge city in front of them wasn't as big as the dead city in the virtual sky world, and was much smaller, this huge city gave Gouffé a familiar feeling. Old Turtle frowned after hearing Gouffé's words. The dead city in the virtual sky world could be said to be a terrifying and ominous city. That day in the dead city, Gouffé, Old Turtle, and the others could be said to have narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for the mysterious expert who controlled the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram, even Old Turtle would have been trapped in the dead city and died. Gouffé and Old Turtle looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Now that they recalled what they experienced in the dead city in the virtual sky world, both of them were still afraid. "What happened?" Old Turtle asked. The sudden appearance of a huge city in the mountains was completely incompatible with the surrounding terrain. It was as if the huge city was moved here by someone with great divine ability. The nearby mountains must have been a land of immortals in the past. Otherwise, there wouldn't be traces of buildings on every mountain peak. Perhaps it was because it was refined into a hell by the ancient Buddha that this area gradually became like this, a land of spiritual energy turned into a land of death. "It seems that if I don't attack from behind, I'm afraid I really can't deal with that Bone Emperor." Old Turtle murmured with a fierce and cunning look in his eyes. Seeing Old Turtle's appearance, Old Turtle trembled with fear and couldn't help but secretly pray for Bone Emperor. Bone Emperor was doomed to a tragedy. The huge city in front of them seemed to be strange, making both Old Turtle and Gouffé feel uneasy. If it wasn't necessary, they absolutely wouldn't enter the huge city in front of them. The more Old Turtle looked at it, the more he felt that the huge city in front of them was very similar to the dead city in the virtual sky world, which made him very afraid. Just as Old Tortoise and Gouffé were about to retreat, Old Tortoise's eyes suddenly widened so much that his eyeballs were about to pop out of his eye sockets. A chilling, murderous intent emanated from Old Tortoise's body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. "What's wrong?" Gouffé was so frightened by Old Turtle's expression that he almost jumped up from the ground. He hurriedly followed Old Turtle's gaze, and the next moment his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was tongue-tied and shocked. It turned out that a white figure had appeared outside the gate of the huge city in front of them. Moreover, that person was bald. No wonder Old Turtle had such an expression. Evil little bald donkey. After seeing that person, Old Turtle's widened eyes gradually turned red, and then they emitted raging flames of anger. Old Turtle was about to rush out of the ruins to settle scores with the little monk who walked out of the tomb of Lord Buddha, but Gu Fei reacted quickly and quickly reached out to stop Old Turtle. "Don't be impulsive." Gu Fei shouted in a low voice. "Don't stop me, or we won't be brothers anymore." Old Turtle seemed to have been blinded by anger. The appearance of the little monk made him lose his sense of propriety. "Listen to me. If you want to take revenge on him, I definitely won't stop you, but now is not the time." Gu Fei didn't let go and said calmly to Old Turtle, "If I don't take revenge now, when will I? If I miss this opportunity, it'll be difficult to find this evil little bald donkey again." Old Turtle swung his hand and shook off Gu Fei. "Listen to me first. Let this little monk test the Bone Emperor first. If they fight, we'll be the fishermen. You know what I mean?" Gu Fei quickly said. He knew that he couldn't stop Old Turtle, so he could only use words to dispel Old Turtle's impulse. Old Tortoise was startled after hearing this, and his anger dissipated quite a bit. He looked at Gu Fei and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a sinister side to you. Very well, no matter who wins or loses, it's a good thing for us. It's best if both of them are badly injured, and then we can take action and finish them both at the same time." Old Turtle's words were full of anger and murderous intent. They couldn't wait to tear that evil little monk into pieces and imprison his soul so that he could suffer the pain of having his soul refined. He would rather die than live. At this time, the little monk had already stopped in front of the city gate. He wore a white monastic robe and held a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. His face was indifferent, and his entire body exuded a holy aura, giving him the charm of an immortal. The undead inside the city had already noticed the arrival of the little monk. The city tower was in a state of panic. The sudden arrival of a legendary character caused the undead guarding the city to turn pale with fright. Waves of violent soul fluctuations came from the city tower. The undead couldn't speak and could only communicate through soul fluctuations. Swoosh! A skeleton shrouded in black chi rushed down from the tower and landed in front of the little monk. Its pitch-black eyes shot out from its eye sockets and scanned the little monk. It seemed like it wanted to see into the depths of the little monk's heart. Who goes there? Within the skull of the skeleton shrouded in black energy, a pitch-black soul flame fiercely pulsated. Outside the infernal realm, rumors were spreading that a saint had appeared. Who would have thought that the legendary saint with perfect flesh and blood and soul would actually appear in front of him? Benefactor is too courteous. This monk wishes to pay a visit to the Bone Emperor of this place. Please pass on the message. The little monk was like an eminent monk. He raised one hand in front of him and chanted the name of Buddha. His face was peaceful and solemn as he spoke to the black skeleton. That guy really knows how to act. The old tortoise muttered to himself behind a broken wall in the ruins of the opposite mountain peak. The evil little monk had actually changed his appearance. His entire body emitted an otherworldly aura, like that of an immortal. It was as if he didn't belong to the mortal world. Yes, that little monk really knows how to act. Could this be the legendary pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? His realm is higher than yours. Gu Fei said with a sluggish expression. When this little monk attacked the old tortoise, he was ruthless and vicious, as if he was the reincarnation of the god of death. But now he was acting like an enlightened monk. He was even more monstrous than the old tortoise. Pay a visit to the Bone Emperor. The black skeleton didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My emperor is thinking of ways to capture a sacred race member. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find you by chance. Good. I'll pass the message to you. The black skeleton snickered in its heart. At this moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the huge city. It was as if a dreadful prehistoric beast had suddenly awakened. A tragic aura surged out from the depths of the huge city like a stormy sea. This emperor is coming. A powerful soul force spread between heaven and earth. A huge figure rushed out from the huge city like a lightning bolt. A white skeleton that was blooming with divine light appeared in the sky above the city tower. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Its ferocious power was matchless. All the undead creatures inside and outside the huge city prostrated themselves on the ground. They were worshipping their supreme emperor. Under the pressure of the white skeleton, all the undead creatures were trembling with fear. They didn't dare to raise their heads. Even the black skeleton was no exception. The little monk's pink face immediately revealed a trace of astonishment. He raised his head, and at the same time, a vast and auspicious power surged out from his body. Buddhist light seeped out from his body, making the little monk look as dignified and solemn as a deity or Buddha. Sacred race. When the Bone Emperor saw the little monk, the soul fire in his skull that was as bright as the sun immediately jumped a few times. "Hey, you big guy, do you know where the origin of this world is?" The little monk directly asked the godlike Bone Emperor in the sky. On a distant mountain peak, the old tortoise and Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they heard the little monk's words. The little monk was too heaven-defying. He actually dared to speak like this in front of the undead emperor. Chapter 480. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were very surprised that the little monk who had walked out of the tomb of the Buddha had actually sought out the undying emperor, the Bone Emperor. Obviously, the little monk wouldn't have sought out the undying emperor for no reason. However, the old tortoise and Gu Fei couldn't figure out why the little monk had sought out the Bone Emperor. Could the little monk's objective be the same as that of Gu Fei and the old tortoise? "These bald donkeys definitely know more than we do," the old tortoise said. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei quickly understood why the old tortoise had said this. The current Buddhist sect was an orthodoxy that had been passed down from the ancient Buddha. There would definitely be records of the Hell Tao in the Buddhist sect's ancient books. The mysterious old monk at the peak of the Black Mountain seemed to have a mission to protect the Hell Tao. The little monk was really audacious. He had actually addressed the Bone Emperor as Big Fella. Although the Bone Emperor's bone body was much taller than the other undying creatures, no one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. The soul flame in the Bone Emperor's jade-like skull throbbed violently, but it didn't emit any soul fluctuations. The Bone Emperor was able to control his own soul fluctuations. Without batting an eyelid, the Bone Emperor said, "You are a guest from afar. Please come in and discuss in detail. This isn't a good place to talk." The Bone Emperor didn't make a move right away. He seemed to want to lure the little monk into the city. It had been countless years since a member of the sacred tribe with flesh, bones, and soul had appeared in this world. Now that he had encountered one, the Bone Emperor naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to be reborn. Of course, the Bone Emperor didn't know that the little monk wasn't the legendary life form that lived in the depths of the divine realm. He also didn't know that the little monk actually came from the outside world. That little monk really seemed like an innocent youth. He actually followed the Bone Thearcha's lead and walked into the huge city. Swish, 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 swish. After the little monk entered the huge city, 3 figures rushed out from the city gate tower and landed below the city gate, sealing off the little monk's path of retreat. From the looks of it, the Bone Emperor was determined to obtain the little monk. The silhouettes that rushed out from the tower were 3 undead creatures. The skulls of the three skeletons all emitted bright soul flames. Those soul flames were like blazing divine flames, incomparably blazing. Hee, that little monk is in trouble, Old Tortoise said with a chuckle, taking pleasure in the little monk's misfortune. It seemed to be his greatest pleasure to see the little monk suffer. Old Tortoise and Gouffé hid on the mountain peak, in front of the giant city, and witnessed everything that happened. That little monk is very shrewd. If he could even plot against you, how could he so easily follow the Bone Emperor into the city? Gouffé said thoughtfully. When Old Tortoise heard this, he also felt that something was amiss. Who was that little monk? Even I, Old Tortoise, suffered a great loss in his hands. How could he enter the city so carelessly and defenselessly? This didn't seem to make sense. Even I can see that the huge city in front of us is incomparably dangerous, so there's no reason that the little monk can't see it. Could it be that the little monk is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Old Tortoise murmured. The three undead creatures outside the city gate were all stronger than the undead king that Old Tortoise killed. Moreover, the three undead creature skeletons were very different from ordinary undead creatures' skeletons. One of the skeletons emitted 5 colors. Every bone seemed to be condensed from 5-colored divine crystals, sparkling, translucent, and colorful. Even the resplendent soul flames in the skulls were like 5-colored divine flames that pulsated. As for the other 2 undead creatures, one of them was yellow in color, and there were streaks of yellow light curling around it, as if there were streaks of lightning curling around it, giving off a powerful and overbearing feeling. The other undead creature was purple in color, and its entire body seemed to be cast from purple gold godly iron. The vast and mighty soul fluctuations it emitted weren't any weaker than the other 2 undead creatures. The 3 undead creatures gathered with the pitch-black undead creature that was originally standing outside the city gate and walked into the city together. These 4 undead creatures were very extraordinary, and they had extraordinary skeletons. It could be seen that the skeletons of these 4 undead creatures were very powerful. Among all the undead creatures that Gouffé and Old Tortoise had seen so far, they were the most powerful ones apart from the undead emperor, the Bone Emperor. The Bone Emperor definitely didn't have good intentions in luring the little monk into the huge city. However, the little monk was definitely not an ordinary person. He was even more ruthless, wild, and cunning than Old Tortoise. As expected, very soon, a strange sound came from the huge pitch-black city in front of them. Rays of golden Buddhist light broke through the layers of gloomy clouds and ghostly mist and shot out from the huge city. So soon? Gouffé asked in surprise. He didn't know if the little monk or the Bone Emperor had made the first move. However, Gouffé and Old Tortoise were sure that the little monk and the Bone Emperor had clashed. Even though they were on a mountain peak several kilometers away, Gouffé and Old Tortoise could still sense the Buddhist power and soul fluctuations coming from the huge city. They're fighting. Great, that's great. It's best if both sides suffer. Old Tortoise said excitedly. With his current cultivation, there weren't many people that could make him apprehensive. The little monk and the Bone Emperor were 2 of them. Old Tortoise and Gouffé were prepared to be the fishermen. Roar! Terrifying soul fluctuations spread out from the city, and the entire huge city seemed to shake. Thousands of undead creatures were roaring. All the undead creatures inside and outside the city rushed towards a certain location in the huge city. Immediately after, a resplendent Buddhist light rushed out from the city. The auspicious Buddhist power was vast and mighty. The golden Buddhist light was like a golden tsunami that swept out in all directions, illuminating the entire dusky world. Amidst the endless Buddhist light, there seemed to be heavenly flowers falling, golden lotuses emerging, and Sanskrit sounds lingering. The pure and holy aura dispersed the evil aura that shrouded the heaven and earth. Following closely behind the Buddhist light was a resplendent soul fire that was as bright as the sun. The terrifying soul power formed layers of destructive light that enveloped the Buddhist light. Bam! Right at this moment, there was a huge tremor in the void. The mass of Buddhist light suddenly exploded and turned into 18 balls of dazzling brilliance that blazed like golden suns, falling down to the bottom of the giant city. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Old Tortoise couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a ruthless fellow! He actually used the Buddhist demon, slaying divine ability, Great Sun Divine Thunder. Great Sun Divine Thunder? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but ponder. He seemed to have never heard of or seen such a demon slaying divine art in the ancient books. Could it be a lost Buddhist art? Rumble. The 18 balls of blazing golden light emitted a terrifying fluctuation of Buddhist power. Countless swastikas appeared on the 18 balls of Buddhist light. The terrifying power shook the entire world. It was as if 18 golden suns were falling down. Does he want to destroy this huge city? Old Tortoise was shocked. The Great Sun Divine Thunder was a forbidden cultivation technique of the Buddhist sect. It possessed great power and wouldn't be used unless it was a critical moment. Destroy the city? Gu Fei was shocked. This little monk was really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His goal was to destroy the Bone Emperor's nest. This was too crazy. Roar! The Bone Emperor roared, and the spirit fire in his skull soared into the sky. Terrifying spirit power surged towards the 18 Buddhist lights. However, at this moment, a purple gold alms bowl appeared silently above the Bone Emperor and smashed towards his head. There was no sound or any energy fluctuation. The purple gold alms bowl was completely silent and smashed into the Bone Emperor's skull without anyone noticing. Bam! The Bone Emperor, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. His spirit fire shook violently and was almost smashed out of his skull. Old Tortoise, learn a little. Your ability to smash a turtle shell is far inferior to other people's ability to smash alms bowls. Gu Fei shot a glance at Old Tortoise beside him. Uffed. I'll learn from anyone, but that fellow. Old Tortoise said agitatedly. He was already extremely displeased that he had been defeated by the little monk time and time again. However, it had to be said that the little monk's method of smashing the alms bowl was superb. The alms bowl came and went without a trace, making it impossible to guard against it. If one wasn't careful, one would fall into his trap and end up with an egg on one's forehead. However, the Bone Emperor's skull didn't have any flesh or blood. Even if he was smashed by the alms bowl, there wouldn't be an egg. At most, his skull would be split open and a hole would appear. Although the Bone Emperor had been sent flying by the little monk's alms bowl, his skull wasn't damaged at all. There wasn't even a trace of a collision. The Bone Emperor's skeleton was extremely powerful. Its hardness probably surpassed that of an ordinary divine bone. It was difficult to damage and was comparable to a precious treasure. Even the little monk's purple gold alms bowl couldn't damage it. However, it was still very sturdy. When the Bone Emperor was smashed by the little monk's purple gold alms bowl, the frightening soul attack that he had unleashed was instantly dispelled. The divine soul flames that filled the sky dissipated completely. 18 balls of terrifying Buddhist radiance that resembled golden suns descended from the sky. They were unstoppable. Although there were powerful undead creatures in the city that tried to stop the Great Sun Divine Thunder, the undead creatures that made a move were either shattered or sent flying. Instead of being smashed by the 18 balls of Great Sun Divine Thunder that contained boundless Buddhist power, the undead creatures that made a move were sent flying, unless another Emperor-level expert like the Bone Emperor made a move, no one would be able to do anything. Boom, boom, boom. 18 balls of extremely powerful Buddhist light formed the divine thunder of the sun and finally smashed into the huge city. The originally peaceful Buddhist power became extremely violent at this moment. It was as though the sun had fallen from the sky. After the terrifying Buddhist radiance exploded, it swept out in all directions. Countless buildings below were destroyed by the Buddhist radiance, and dust flew high into the sky. Rumble, the entire huge city shook violently as though there was a terrifying earthquake. The houses and pavilions collapsed one after another. The 18 balls of great sun divine thunder were 18 terrifying destructive powers. Countless undead creatures were turned into ashes by the Buddhist radiance. Even the tall city walls had terrifying cracks on them as though they could collapse at any time. The powerful airwaves that swept out toppled houses one after another as dust enveloped the entire huge city. Old Turtle and Goofy were stunned when they saw this soul-stirring scene from the mountain peak. It was hard to imagine that the peaceful Buddhist radiance could actually transform into the terrifying light of death. 18 huge pits appeared in the city. Countless houses collapsed, and countless undead creatures fled in all directions. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Roar! When the Bone Emperor saw this scene, he went crazy. His base was almost destroyed. This caused him to go crazy with anger. He let out a long roar towards the sky. The spirit fire in his skull suddenly erupted, causing the entire sky and earth to be filled with resplendent light. He rushed towards the figure shrouded in the Buddhist radiance in the sky with lightning speed. The soul fire that rushed out from his skull was about to burn the 9 heavens. Boom! Endless soul force condensed into a huge hand that directly shattered the void. It blasted towards the little monk with a destructive power that could obliterate everything. Swish! The little monk directly opened his inner world. A resplendent golden Buddhist land immediately appeared in the void. It emitted endless Buddhist radiance and shrouded the Bone Emperor, who was rushing over. Rumble, the huge hand that was condensed from soul force, was like an ancient sacred mountain. It moved in the void, and everywhere it passed, the void collapsed, and the heaven and earth shook. The huge hand directly blasted into the little monk's inner world. The Bone Emperor also followed the huge hand and rushed into the little monk's inner world. After the little monk received the Bone Emperor into his inner world, he immediately disappeared in the void. No one knew where he went. He had also entered his inner world. Swish, 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 for figures rushed out from the city below. At this moment, an old monk that looked like a mummy suddenly appeared in the sky above the 4 undead creatures. He opened his huge hand and pressed it down. A golden Buddhist radiance descended from the old monk's hand. Bang! The 4 undead creatures were directly knocked down from the sky by the old monk. Among them, the undead creature with black bones and the undead creature with yellow bones shattered in the void as they fell from the sky. Only 2 dazzling soul fires managed to escape. That old bald donkey! When the old turtle saw the old monk, his anger flared up again. The old monk was the almighty Buddhist who had caused him to suffer a loss on the Black Mountain. The old turtle wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by Goofy. Goofy shook his head at the old turtle, indicating that he shouldn't act blindly without thinking. The old turtle thought about it, but in the end, he didn't rush out to settle the score with the old monk. He and Goofy remained hidden on a distant mountain peak, closely watching everything that was happening in front of them. No one had expected that the little monk had actually joined forces with the mysterious old monk. The little monk possessed a forbidden divine ability like the great sun divine thunder. With the old monk supporting him from the dark, It was no wonder that he dared to enter the Bone Emperor's lair alone. The old monk's methods were also incomparably violent. He used the Vajra demon subduing power to send the 4 undead creatures flying. He even directly shattered the bones of 2 of the undead creatures. Only the 5-colored skeleton and the purple-gold skeleton didn't shatter. They crashed into the city like meteorites, causing the earth to shake. Following that, the old monk didn't attack the 5-colored skeleton and the purple-gold skeleton. Instead, he directly rushed down to the huge city below and entered it. At this time, after the baptism of the great sun divine thunder, the entire huge city was almost half destroyed. After the old monk rushed into the city, he seemed to be searching for something. Finally, he directly broke through the ground at the center of the huge city and went underground. Very soon, the entire huge city began to shake again, and the shaking became more and more intense. The ground cracked, and then a tricolored divine light shot out from the cracks. Following that, the old monk rushed out of the ground with an ancient lamp in his hand. It was an ancient bronze lamp that was only a foot tall. What was shocking was that it was still burning. On the wick of the lamp, a tricolored divine flame the size of a soybean danced continuously. The tricolored divine flame emitted 3 colors, purple, white, and gold. The lamp wasn't bright, but the purple, white, and gold lights illuminated the entire world, dispelling the endless demonic aura. This part of the world was bathed in the light of the divine lamp. When the old turtle saw the ancient lamp in the old monk's hand, his eyes immediately lit up. He excitedly said, "That is, I didn't expect this thing to be suppressed under the ancient city." "What is that?" Gufei asked. He could already see that the ancient lamp in the old monk's hand was extraordinary. It seemed to be able to purify all demonic aura. The undead creatures that were bathed in the tricolored divine light all rolled on the ground with their hands around their heads. The soul flames in their skulls were violently pulsing, emitting frightening spiritual waves. The soul flames were actually showing signs of dimming. The weak undead creatures outside the city did not have powerful strength. The soul flames in their skulls were rapidly weakening. In the end, they were completely extinguished, leaving only their bones rolling on the ground. That's the item of the Buddhist Lord. It's the tricolored 3 realms Buddhist lamp that is said to be able to illuminate the 3 realms. The old turtle murmured. 3 realms lamp. Gufei exclaimed. It was actually a Buddhist artifact left behind by the Buddhist Lord. Gufei could not help but feel inexplicably shocked. It should be known that in the Tung-Long continent, there had never been a Buddhist artifact used by the ancient Buddhist Lord. A Buddhist artifact used by the ancient Buddhist Lord was definitely extraordinary. This thing can't fall into the hands of the little monk and the old monk. The old turtle said with incomparable seriousness. The 3 realms lamp could illuminate the endless hell and was the nemesis of all evil creatures in hell. With the 3 realms lamp, it was equivalent to having a protective shield in the legendary hell. Just as the old tortoise was about to rush out and snatch the lamp of the 3 realms, the void above the giant city suddenly shook violently. Then, a part of the void suddenly shattered, and a figure rushed out from the shattered void. The person who rushed out from the shattered void was none other than the invincible emperor among the undead creatures, the Bone Emperor. Chapter 481. The Bone Emperor was indeed worthy of being an invincible emperor within a radius of thousands of miles. He was actually able to rush out of the little monk's inner world. Although he was in a sorry state, it was still something to be proud of. The inner world was created by an almighty who had great magical powers. It was created by splitting open the void. All the laws within the inner world were established by the will of the Almighty. Being trapped in the inner world was equivalent to entering a world controlled by an Almighty. In this world, the Almighty who created the inner world was a supreme God. However, even though the little monk controlled a Buddhist kingdom, it was still difficult for him to trap the Bone Emperor. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying the Bone Emperor was. Wah! The Bone Emperor howled at the sky, and the soul fire in his skull emitted an unprecedentedly powerful soul energy. Transparent ripples spread out in all directions, with the Bone Emperor at the center. The soul energy had already reached a level that was visible to the naked eye. The Bone Emperor was enraged. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss in the little monk's inner world. Countless cracks had appeared on his terrifying bone body, which surpassed that of a divine bone. The soul power surged on his bone body and emitted a resplendent brilliance. The cracks on his bone body gradually healed and disappeared as powerful soul power nourished his bone body. The Bone Emperor broke through the void and rushed out of the little monk's inner world, which surprised everyone. The mysterious old monk who was holding the tricolored Three Realms Buddhist lamp hurriedly channeled Buddhist power into the ancient lamp in his hand. The soybean-sized flower on the ancient lamp immediately lit up, and the tricolored divine radiance circulated. An auspicious aura surged out of the ancient lamp and surged between heaven and earth. Although the tricolored divine radiance on the ancient lamp wasn't dazzling, it was like a bright lamp. Its gentle radiance illuminated the entire heaven and earth, and an unfathomable power purified all demonic aura. A large number of weak undead creatures outside the city silently collapsed. The soul fire in their skulls was extinguished under the illumination of the tricolored divine lamp. Even the powerful undead creatures in the city retreated into the shadows, not daring to be exposed to the tricolored Buddhist radiance. Although the light emitted by the Three Realms lamp was gentle, it possessed an unfathomable power. It was the nemesis of undead creatures and could purify their soul fire. Damn it! The Bone Arch bellowed angrily as boundless spiritual divine light erupted from his body. It was as though a resplendent sun had suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world. Terrifying soul power erupted like a volcano, shaking the heavens and earth. The void, where the Bone Arch was, couldn't withstand this power and instantly collapsed, leaving him in chaos. The Bone Emperor's ferocious might was unparalleled. He had actually used his soul godlight to contend against the tricolored Buddha light emitted by the ancient lamp. The two forces collided, and the Bone Emperor's soul godlight actually managed to resist the tricolored Buddha light that seemed to be able to purify all demonic chi. Just as the Bone Emperor and the old monk were facing off, a purple gold alms bowl suddenly shattered the void and appeared above the Bone Emperor's head. Bang! The Bone Emperor was once again ruthlessly smashed. Roar! Little fellow, I'm going to tear you apart. The Bone Emperor's skull emitted a furious mental wave as he was sent flying once again. The old monk took the opportunity to activate the three-realm lamp and sprinkle down a gentle Buddhist light. More than half of the Bone Thearcha's soul divine fire instantly dissipated. Swish! The void shattered, and the white figure walked out of it. She reached out with a tender little hand and caught the purple gold alms bowl that had been sent flying back. It had to be said that the little monk's methods were truly vicious and vicious. He didn't seem like a Buddhist almighty at all. He was more like a hooligan. The monk had clearly fought with the Bone Emperor in his own inner world. His monk robes were torn in several places, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. It seemed like even though the little monk controlled an inner world, he didn't seem to have the upper hand in his battle with the Bone Emperor. It seemed like both sides had suffered heavy losses. The little monk and the mummified old monk were about to chase after the Bone Emperor, but at this moment, a loud bang resounded. A muffled sound rang out, Just as the little monk was wondering why this sound sounded so familiar, he saw the old monk fall from the sky. Behind the old monk, a majestic-looking middle-aged man in a purple robe appeared. The middle-aged man was holding the three-realm lamp in one hand and the stone turtle shell in the other. He looked at the little monk with a faint smile. "It's you, old demon?" The little monk's heart skipped a beat when he saw the purple-robed middle-aged man, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. A Buddhist chant was heard, and the old monk, who had been smashed down by the old turtle's turtle shell, soared into the sky. His entire body emitted a resplendent Buddhist glow as he closed in on Gu Fei. There was a huge bump on the back of the old monk's head. It was obvious that it was the old turtle's doing. The old monk's body was rather sturdy. After being smashed by the turtle shell, his head didn't explode, and he only swelled up like an egg. This indeed surprised the old turtle. "Hand over the three-realm lamp, and we can let you live." The little monk held the purple gold alms bowl and closed in on the old turtle at the same time. How could two Buddhist almighty not deal with an old demon? "TSK, you should deal with that fellow first." The old turtle had a look of disdain as he pointed at the Bone Emperor, who had been sent flying thousands of feet away by the little monk's purple gold alms bowl. The Bone Emperor was truly enraged. He was extremely enraged. That little fellow was simply too hateful. He actually wanted to use underhanded means against him. As an invincible ruler of a region, the Bone Emperor had lost all face today. He had been smashed in the skull twice in a single day. It was a great humiliation. "All of you, go to hell!" The Bone Emperor roared crazily. The soul fire in his bones burned fiercely, emitting a vast and terrifying energy wave that shook the entire world. Even the huge city below was affected. When the undead creatures within a radius of several hundred miles sensed the terrifying aura emitted by the Bone Emperor, they all trembled with fear. The weaker undead creatures even knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the huge city. The Bone Emperor seemed to be burning his soul. Boundless soul power transformed into destructive flames that covered the sky and enveloped the entire sky. It emitted a boundless aura of destruction. It was as if a world was pressing down on everyone from the sky. Rumble, the terrifying power, shattered the void and shattered the earth. The sound of buildings collapsing could be heard from the huge city below, and dust flew high into the sky from time to time. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The power of destruction filled the world, emitting a terrifying might that could destroy heaven and earth. The old turtle and the two baldies couldn't help but be moved. The Bone Emperor was going all out. When an invincible ruler went all out, it was an extremely terrifying thing. Swish! The old turtle didn't even think as he turned into a beam of purple light and rushed into the distant sky like a bolt of lightning. With the three-realm lamp in hand, he immediately fled. Roar! The little monk roared angrily. He wanted to chase after the Bone Emperor and take back the three-realm lamp, but the Bone Emperor's terrifying divine sense had already locked him and the old monk. The void around the two of them seemed to have solidified as it was sealed by the Bone Emperor's powerful divine sense. It was as if they were trapped in a swamp, and their movements were greatly affected. The Bone Emperor's target of attack wasn't the old turtle, but the little monk and the mysterious old monk who had joined forces with the little monk. Perhaps because the old monk was also a baldy, the Bone Emperor had also included the old monk in his list of targets. During this moment of hesitation, the old turtle had already rushed over 5 kilometers away. Seeing that he was about to disappear into the dusky world, the little monk and the old monk were burning with anxiety. They immediately used their power to shatter the void and rushed out of the void that was sealed by the Bone Emperor's destructive flames. They chased after the old turtle. Where do you think you're going? The Bone Emperor controlled the destructive flames formed by the boundless soul power and chased after the little monk and the old monk. Not only did the flames illuminate the world, but they also burned the void. Everywhere it passed, the world turned into chaos. The Bone Emperor was too powerful and terrifying. Almost no one could suppress him. Soon, the four supreme experts disappeared from the dusky world of the Hell Path. The terrifying pressure that enveloped the mountains also disappeared, and countless undead creatures finally dared to come out of the darkness. At this time, a figure stood up on the mountain peak in front of the huge city. The powerful undead creatures were either killed or maimed by the little monk and the old monk. I got off easy. Gu Fei was very happy. He walked out of the ruins on the mountain with a smile on his face. He wasn't afraid of being discovered by the undead creatures. So he walked down the mountain and headed straight for the huge city. The majestic ancient castle in front of him was completely made of dark brown boulders. It looked as if it had been stained with blood, and the bloodstains had already dried and turned black. The huge city occupied a very large area and was surrounded by black fog. From a distance, it looked gloomy and terrifying. However, the huge city was already half destroyed. The pitch-black walls were covered with cracks. The little monk's great son, divine thunder, was powerful enough to destroy the world. It was already a miracle that the city hadn't been completely destroyed. Gu Fei and the old tortoise worried too much. Although the appearance of this huge city was somewhat similar to the ancient ominous city in the virtual sky world, the two obviously couldn't be compared to each other. However, no one expected a Buddhist tool to be suppressed under the huge city. They didn't know how the little monk and the old monk knew there was a Buddhist tool under the huge city. However, Gu Fei didn't care about this. His goal was to harvest the soul fires of the undead creatures. That was a good thing. The endless soul power could not only temper the body, but also the soul. Gu Fei was extremely excited at the thought of the countless soul fires of the undead creatures in the huge city waiting for him to harvest. So many soul fires were enough for his cultivation level to rise to the next level. Gu Fei took one step and soon arrived at the gate of the huge city. When he got closer, he felt that this huge city was really very majestic. Obviously, this huge city had existed for countless years. Gu Fei could feel an ancient and vicissitudes of life. The undead creatures in the city also noticed Gu Fei, and the city was suddenly in chaos. All the undead creatures were frightened by the mere twang of a bowstring and panicked. The legendary Holy Clan was extremely powerful and comparable to their emperors. Many undead creatures chose to retreat immediately. Many of them even rushed out of the huge city and disappeared into the darkness. Stop. At this time, more than a dozen powerful undead creatures rushed out of the city gate, and a powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out. Humph! Gu Fei snickered and continued to stride forward. Kill! Without any superfluous words, seeing that Gu Fei was still pressing forward, the more than a dozen undead creatures didn't hesitate and rushed at Gu Fei together. Gu Fei directly punched. Bam! With a bang. The skeleton of one of the undead creatures at the front exploded, leaving only a bone that fell from the sky. Gu Fei stretched out his 5 fingers and directly grabbed the skull in his hand. Then, his 5 fingers directly penetrated the skull and lifted the skull's crown. Then, a black hole appeared in the palm of Gu Fei's left hand, and the resplendent soul fire in the skull was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. From shattering the skeleton of the undead creature with a single punch to penetrating its skull, opening its skull, and collecting its soul flame, this series of actions was completed in just a short moment, and it was done in one go. The undead creatures were shocked and retreated one after another. They scattered and surrounded Gu Fei. However, none of them dared to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei's thunderous methods deterred this group of undead creatures. Who dares to behave atrociously in my main imperial city? A powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out from the city, and a colorful figure appeared at the city gate and walked out step by step. Gu Fei felt a strong pressure. The powerful guy that walked out of the city was the undead creature with the colorful bone body. Gu Fei saw with his own eyes that the undead creature with the colorful bone body was blasted down from the sky by the old monk, and he knew that it had been seriously injured. Why do you care who I am? I want your soul, fire. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He took a big step forward and directly attacked the colorful bone body that walked out of the city. He straightened his palm like a saber and directly chopped forward. A bright chi shot out from the edge of his palm and turned into a bright saber chi. It cut through the void like a heavenly saber and chopped down on the head of the five-colored skeleton. Gu Fei's attack was simple and direct. However, this martial skill, which had been simplified, displayed a great power. Terrifying blade chi swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding undead creatures to be sent flying. The multicolored skeleton also gave off an indomitable aura. It walked out from the shadows of the city gate and punched at the saber light that was slashing down. Clang! The colorful fist collided with the blade chi, and an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was heard. The place where the fist and the blade chi collided was filled with sparks. Bang! 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 Chapter 482. The multicolored skeleton was incomparably powerful. Its bone body emitted a multicolored glow, but it didn't have the slightest bit of demonic aura. The multicolored soul light in its skull pulsated like a multicolored divine flame. 2 beams of divine light shot out from its eye sockets. They were several feet long and looked like multicolored divine swords. They pierced through the void and swept towards Gu Fei. Sacred race. The multicolored skeleton was very surprised. Tonight was really too crazy. There were actually 4 living beings with flesh and blood. It seemed that the legendary sacred race really existed. The multicolored skeleton seemed to be very afraid of Gu Fei and didn't attack. It was said that the sacred race that lived in the depths of this world was an existence comparable to an invincible emperor. Just now, the 3 sacred race beings with flesh and blood displayed their terrifying battle strength. Even the bone emperor of the undead creatures was at a disadvantage. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. In an instant, he approached the multicolored skeleton and pointed his finger. Chi! The multicolored finger light pierced through the void and pierced towards the skull of the multicolored skeleton like a divine sword. The 8 desolate steps were extremely fast. Within the same realm, no one could compare to Gu Fei in terms of speed. Gu Fei's speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. However, the multicolored skeleton was an undead creature. It didn't have eyes and could only use its soul power to sense everything around it. It directly transmitted the surrounding information to its skull, which was much faster than using its eyes to see. Swish! The multicolored skeleton left an afterimage in its original position and retreated like a multicolored lightning. The extremely sharp finger light brushed past its forehead, and a scratch appeared on its incomparably hard skull. Bam! Gu Fei followed like a shadow and pressed his palm on the chest of the multicolored skeleton. Kacha! The 5-colored skeleton's sternum immediately cracked, and it flew into the city gate. Gu Fei was a martial artist at the 5th heaven of the void-controlling realm. Every move he made contained an incomparably powerful divine power. The palm strike he made with all his strength combined the power of his physical body and the power of the martial artist's genuine chi. Even if it was a mountain, it would explode after receiving this palm strike. However, the five-colored skeleton only had its sternum shattered. One could imagine just how tough its five-colored skeleton was. It was practically comparable to godly metal. Roar! Go to hell! The multicolored skeleton was furious. A brilliant multicolored divine light burst out from the city gate. It was the phenomenon of a powerful soul power suddenly erupting. Terrifying soul fluctuations surged out from the city gate. Endless soul lights formed thousands of swords that covered the sky and shot towards Gu Fei outside the city gate. The nearby undead creatures were all frightened and fled. The entire city gate shook. Although the multicolored skeleton was seriously injured, it still had terrifying combat power. If the multicolored skeleton was not injured by the old monk and was not illuminated by the three realms lamp's tricolored divine light, which greatly weakened its soul power, Gu Fei would never dare to come and harvest the soul fire. The multicolored skeleton was undoubtedly powerful. When it was at its peak, it was comparable to a demigod. But now it was seriously injured. The multicolored skeleton was full of cracks, and its strength had fallen to the Imperial Void realm. Gu Fei thought that with his current cultivation and strength, he should be able to fight with this multicolored skeleton. Fist of Fire! Gu Fei shouted and directly punched forward. A dazzling, fiery, red aura immediately surged from his fist and surged forward. Under this punch, it seemed to have attracted the heavenly fire. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose sharply. The fire true chi turned into a monstrous flame divine light and collided with the overwhelming multicolored swords. Rumble, the collision of the two forces, shook the void and shook the heaven and earth. Countless multicolored swords were crushed by the fiery fist force. At the same time, Gu Fei's fist force was also offset by the powerful soul power. In the end, the two forces collided and wore each other out. The fiery fist force and the multicolored swords dissipated in the void almost at the same time. The two great experts seemed to be equally matched, and no one could gain any advantage. Gu Fei and the multicolored skeleton both had the strength of the Imperial Void realm, but Gu Fei was a martial artist with unparalleled combat power. His body was comparable to divine iron, and he could challenge opponents who were a level higher than him. Although he only had the cultivation of the fifth heaven of the Imperial Void realm, it was enough to rival the multicolored skeleton. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and instantly rushed to the front of an undead creature. He broke its skull and collected the soul fire into the mountain and river cauldron in his right hand. The multicolored skeleton, was furious. It didn't expect Gu Fei to kill other undead creatures when he was fighting against it. This person from the sacred clan didn't take it seriously at all. The multicolored skeleton had a feeling of being looked down upon, and this feeling made it angry. The multicolored skeleton rushed forward and released a multicolored light that enveloped Gu Fei. Within the multicolored light, there were faint multicolored stars that flickered. Gu Fei didn't fight with it head-on. He avoided the multicolored skeleton's attack with the 8 extreme steps and continued to attack the surrounding undead creatures. His purpose of coming here wasn't to fight with the undead creatures, but to harvest the soul fire. Gu Fei wasn't willing to waste time on entangling with the multicolored skeleton, although the Bone Emperor had left. Who knew when he would return? An undead creature, as powerful as the Bone Emperor, could probably kill him with one finger. In just a short while, Gu Fei killed 5 or 6 undead creatures and collected their soul fire. Roar! The multicolored skeleton was furious and chased after Gu Fei. It couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei into pieces, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clothes. The 8 extreme steps was too fast. The multicolored skeleton couldn't stop Gu Fei at all. At this moment, a few powerful soul waves came from the city. Gu Fei knew that other powerful undead creatures were heading towards the city gate. He killed 2 undead creatures with lightning speed and collected their soul fire before retreating decisively. Although he wanted to retreat, the undead creatures wanted to keep him here. Just as Gu Fei rushed out of the encirclement, a purple figure rushed out of the city. The purple gold skeleton, whose strength wasn't inferior to the multicolored skeleton, had arrived. The 2 undead creatures, whose strength was comparable to the 8th or 9th heavens of the void-controlling realm, attacked together. Gu Fei had no chance of winning at all. A wise man knows when to retreat. He soared into the sky and retreated. Want to leave? Not so easy. The multicolored skeleton and the purple gold skeleton soared into the sky and charged at Gu Fei with a murderous aura. Gu Fei strode in the void. Each step he took was a few hundred meters. With the 8 extreme step speed, he left as though he was taking a stroll in the park. However, he seemed to be deliberately luring the multicolored skeleton and the purple gold skeleton away from the ancient city. He didn't leave them behind completely. Gu Fei seemed to be deliberately luring the multicolored skeleton and the purple gold skeleton to the desolate land. He chose to fly towards the depths of the mountains, keeping a distance from the 2 undead creatures behind him. Soon, Gu Fei and the 2 undead creatures that chased after him were far away from the ancient city and came to the depths of the mountains. This place was covered with dense fog and desolation. There wasn't any vegetation. Between the mountains, dried-up lakes and rivers could be seen from time to time. Obviously, this area wasn't as lifeless as it was now. Gu Fei stopped at the foot of a mountain peak. "Why are you running away?" Immediately, a strong spiritual fluctuation came from behind Gu Fei. After that, 2 rainbow lights descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The multicolored skeleton and the purple gold skeleton formed an encirclement and pressed towards Gu Fei. Their powerful spiritual fluctuations were vast and mighty at the foot of the mountain. They didn't dare to be careless. In the depths of the deathly silent mountains, not even a blade of grass grew. It was incomparably desolate. "You dared to kill my undead clan in my main imperial city. Do you still think you can leave here alive?" The purple gold skeleton took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. It pressed towards Gu Fei. The purple gold skeleton seemed to be more powerful than the multicolored skeleton. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered and didn't reply. However, he didn't show any weakness either. He responded with a palm blade. The resplendent blade light illuminated the dusky world. The 2 great experts collided with each other in an instant. There was a huge collision. The powerful energy fluctuations that exploded caused dust and sand to soar into the sky. The purple gold skeleton's strength was incomparably powerful. It seemed to be even more powerful than the multicolored skeleton. Gu Fei was unexpectedly forced to retreat continuously. Although the purple gold skeleton had also suffered from the old monk's attack, cracks had appeared on its body and the soul fire in its skull had dimmed a lot. Its vitality had been injured, but it still possessed terrifying combat strength. "Don't kill him. Capture him and bring him back." The multicolored skeleton had a domineering aura. Within the multicolored skull, the exuberant soul fire was as bright as the bright moon. Although it was also advancing towards Gu Fei, it didn't make a move immediately. The sacred clan that lived in the central region of this world had blood essence that could allow the undead clan to regenerate their flesh and blood, transforming them to a perfect state. This legend had been passed down for countless years. Obviously, the multicolored skeleton didn't want to miss this opportunity to gain merit. If it could capture this sacred clan member alive, the Bone Arch would definitely reward it handsomely. The purple gold skeleton nodded. It seemed to be very conceited. It drew a slender bone sword from its spine and continuously slashed at Gu Fei. Its powerful soul power condensed into a resplendent sword aura. Every slash seemed to split the void in an instant. Gu Fei really didn't seem to be a match for the purple gold skeleton. He retreated again and again as if he didn't even have the strength to retaliate under the purple gold skeleton's attacks. He was in a perilous situation. Although the purple gold skeleton was just a skeleton, its strength was extremely terrifying. Its divine bones, which were flowing with divine light, emitted a formidable pressure. It had the demeanor of a peerless expert. Swish! The purple sword light was like a heavenly sword. It emitted an incomparably cold sword aura as it slashed towards Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei narrowly avoided this sword. However, even though he had avoided the sword, he couldn't avoid a fist that was surrounded by purple light. It was a fist made of purple bones that didn't have any flesh or blood. Although this fist was made of bones, it contained an incomparably powerful force. Bam! Gu Fei was sent flying by the purple gold skeleton's fist. His body heavily slammed into the mountain wall behind him before bouncing back and smashing into the ground. Some crushed rocks rolled down from the mountain wall. A fist mark appeared on his chest. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. The purple gold skeleton's fist was incomparably powerful. The fist mark had sunk deep into his body. Gu Fei was very surprised. His corporeal body was already comparable to divine metal. Even if a martial cultivator's spirit treasure struck his body, it wouldn't be able to injure him in the slightest. However, the purple gold skeleton's fist had actually injured his corporeal body. How can a sacred clan member be so weak? The purple gold skeleton said disdainfully as it strode forward. After that, it extended its hand to grab Gu Fei, who was on the ground. Its godly bones were far tougher than godly metal, so it was not worried that Gu Fei's attack would cause any damage to its body. Be careful! Suddenly, the multicolored skeleton let out a loud shout. The purple golden skeleton was startled. Soon after, it sensed a purple divine light flashing by. Ka-cha! It pierced into its skull. At this time, it was unknown when a simple and unadorned long sword had appeared in Gu Fei's hand. The hilt of the sword was in Gu Fei's hand, but the tip of the sword had already pierced into the purple gold skeleton's skull. No, the purple gold skeleton was horrified. It never imagined that a sword would suddenly appear in Gu Fei's hand. Moreover, this sword was actually able to pierce through the formidable body of bones that it was so proud of. It wanted to struggle on its deathbed. However, Gu Fei wouldn't give it the chance to do so. Gu Fei shook the long sword in his hand. An extremely swift and fierce sword chi immediately erupted from the purple gold skeleton's skull. Bang! With a sound, the purple gold skeleton's skull exploded. The purple soul flame in the skull also burst out in all directions like purple fireworks. Gu Fei stretched out his left hand. Immediately, a black hole appeared in his palm. All the soul flames that had exploded were swallowed into the black hole in his hand. The multicolored skeleton was shocked to the extreme. The soul flames in the skull were beating violently, emitting bursts of intense soul fluctuations. The purple gold skeleton was actually killed by a weak sacred clan member. The multicolored skeleton couldn't accept this outcome for a moment. You should also go to hell, Gu Fei said coldly. His eyes emitted a gaze that was as sharp as a knife's edge. He glanced at the multicolored skeleton. His gaze didn't reveal any emotional fluctuations. It was extremely cold. It made the multicolored skeleton feel as if it was being stared at by the god of death. This made it feel fear. The multicolored skeleton glanced at the ancient sword in Gu Fei's hand. After that, it actually turned around and fled without even turning its head back. the multicolored light soared into the sky like a rainbow, wanting to escape from this place. However, at this moment, Gu Fei had already drawn his sword. A resounding clang could be heard. The sound was like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix. In an instant, a purple brilliance suddenly shot out from Gu Fei's hand. The purple brilliance extended for 3,000 to 4,000 feet and shot straight at the bulldog star. This purple sword light was so bright that it was like a purple sun. The sword cheese-cold radiance was pressing. In an instant, it illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Even the mountains were illuminated in purple. Chapter 483. In order to kill the multicolored skeleton, Gu Fei once again used the purple gold divine sword in his right hand. He had been acting just now. He had purposely pretended that he was no match for the purple gold skeleton in order to make the skeleton lower its guard. In the end, he had even gritted his teeth and endured the purple gold skeleton's punch. Gu Fei's actions were definitely worth it because he had successfully made the strongest purple gold skeleton lower its guard. Then, he had caught it off guard and used the purple gold divine sword to kill it. The purple gold skeleton's soul fire was as bright as the moon. Its soul power was incomparably strong. Even the soul power obtained from killing 100 other undead creatures could not compare to the soul fire of the purple gold skeleton. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that he had already killed the purple gold skeleton, he absolutely wouldn't have used this treasure. It must be known that it was only a small test of his strength the last time. After unleashing this sword strike, it had almost exhausted all of his primordial chi. Swoosh! The purple sword light soared for 3,000 to 4,000 feet. Under the sword light, it was as if the world had been split into two. The resplendent sword light caught up to the multicolored skeleton in an instant. Then, the body of the multicolored skeleton was like ice and snow. Under the sword light, it silently turned into the void. Even the soul fire in the skull was completely annihilated in the void. The terrifying sword light displayed a frightening power. After killing the multicolored skeleton, it rushed up into the sky. Only then did the sword light gradually weaken and finally disappeared between heaven and earth. The power of the sword was earth-shattering, causing the world to lose its color. Wherever the sword light passed, a 3,000 to 4,000 feet long spatial crack appeared in the void. Inside the spatial crack, an extremely chaotic and terrifying aura was emitted. It was filled with destructive power. The power of heaven and earth was automatically repairing the collapsed void. The spatial crack was gradually becoming smaller. In the end, the collapsed void would reappear, and the spatial crack would disappear. This was the power of heaven and earth. Unless the power of heaven and earth was used to destroy the origin of heaven and earth, the collapsed void would repair itself. This was the power of heaven and earth. Preposterous. Every time I use it, I feel a sense of apprehension. If my cultivation was the same as that old turtle, not to mention this little undead creature, I would even be able to kill the Bone Emperor with a single slash. As he slashed out with his sword, Gu Fei felt the Yuan Qi gushing out of his body like a tidal wave. He was both shocked and helpless. In the end, it was because his cultivation was not high enough, even if he had such a powerful killing weapon in his hand. He didn't dare to use it too often. Every time he used it, he had to be very determined. According to the speed at which the purple gold divine sword was devouring vital chi, even if his cultivation had broken through to the demigod realm, it would be difficult for him to slash out more than a few times. An extreme weapon was indeed an extreme weapon. It was not something that an ordinary person could casually use. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, even if he risked his life, he would only be able to swing his sword once more. If he still couldn't kill his enemy after swinging his sword twice, then it would be his turn to be captured and be at the mercy of others. This was because after slashing out 2 times, even if his yuan qi was as vast as the sea and his divine power was inexhaustible, he would still collapse to the ground like a puddle of mud. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to move a finger, let alone escape. What a pity! Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of pity when he saw the 5-colored skeleton's soul fire being annihilated by the sword light. One had to know that it was an incomparably powerful soul power. Gu Fei's face had already turned as pale as a sheet. He felt like he was about to collapse. At least half of the vigorous yuan qi in his body had been drawn out by the divine sword. Gu Fei felt that he couldn't take it, but he was also looking forward to his cultivation being raised to the point where he could use the purple gold divine sword at will. He really wanted to know how shocking the scene would be when the divine sword unleashed its full power. He wanted to know if it really had the power to destroy heaven and earth like the legends said. Gu Fei knew that the sword qi displayed by his sword was too powerful, and it had definitely attracted the attention of the nearby undead creatures. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and rushed into the depths of the mountains, quickly disappearing into the mountains. In the desolate world, mountains stood tall in the underworld fog, and in Qi, there was no sign of life at all. There seemed to be nothing on all the mountains except rocks. The hell path was a world of death. It was truly hell. However, it was obvious that the hell path refined by the ancient Buddhist lord could only be considered a half-finished product. This was because there was no order here. It was a world where the law of the jungle was vividly displayed. Here, the strong were king. Because of this, there was a chaotic situation where the strong divided and fought endlessly with each other. Not long after Gu Fei left, a terrifying figure shrouded in the underworld fog appeared at the place where Gu Fei and the 2 undead creatures were fighting. The world suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. In the underworld fog, there seemed to be tens of thousands of ghosts faintly appearing. The ghostly cries emitted a cold and evil aura that made one's hair stand on end. Experts from the undead clan have perished here. Waves of mental power were transmitted from the churning and eerie underworld fog. Who killed them? I heard that the sacred clan has appeared in the Bone Emperor's territory. Could it be the legendary sacred clan? Who did this? 2 dark green lights suddenly lit up in the underworld fog. The 2 specks of dark green light were like 2 willow, the wisps that floated in the underworld fog. Powerful spiritual fluctuations immediately spread out from the underworld fog, spreading in all directions. After a while, the 2 dark green lights disappeared into the gloomy and terrifying underworld fog. The powerful mental fluctuations also retreated like the tide. Then, the terrifying figure in the underworld fog rode the mysterious netherworld energy and disappeared into the mountain. Gu Fei was very careful and prudent in the process of heading into the depths of the mountain. A purple flame appeared between his eyebrows, and the vast power of heaven and earth enveloped his body and sealed his aura. In this world filled with mysterious qi, Gu Fei, who was exuberant with life energy, was like a bright lamp in the dark world, attracting countless undead creatures. In order to not attract some powerful undead creatures, Gu Fei decisively used the power of heaven and earth to isolate his aura. This way, unless it was a terrifying undead emperor like the Bone Emperor, other undead creatures would definitely not be able to detect his existence. After walking for about an hour in the desolate mountains filled with qi and drifting underworld fog, Gu Fei appeared in front of a strange mountain ridge. This mountain ridge was different from the others. It was completely snow-white, while the surrounding mountain peaks were dark brown. This mountain ridge was very conspicuous among the mountains. Gu Fei was very surprised. He carefully approached the mountain ridge, and what surprised him was that the mountain ridge was actually made of jade-like rocks. At the peak of the mountain ridge, There was actually a building. A pitch-black palace stood on the mountain ridge. There was no light in the palace, and it was lifeless. This is actually a jade mountain. When Gu Fei arrived at the bottom of the mountain ridge, he discovered that the rocks and sand of the mountain ridge were actually real jade and stone powder. Although Gu Fei was surprised, he was not dumbfounded. This was not the first time he had seen a jade mountain completely made of jade. In the Northern Lands Pill Cauldron Gate, he had seen an immortal's cave built on top of a jade mountain. That jade mountain was brimming with spiritual energy and full of vitality. It was a treasured cultivation ground that all cultivators dreamed of. Below the Pill Cauldron Gate's jade mountain was a spiritual vein. It was a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged. With the jade mountain as the center, the area within a radius of several hundred kilometers became a rare paradise. However, although this jade mountain before him was much larger than the one in the Northern Lands Pill Cauldron Gate, there was not even a trace of life here, let alone spiritual energy. Jade could contain and nurture spiritual energy. In the world of cultivation, most magical techniques were related to jade. Jade talismans and jade slips were the most common items in the world of cultivation. Such a large jade mountain should be filled with spiritual energy and full of vitality. However, the entire jade mountain seemed to have lost all of its spiritual energy. The jade mountain had become ordinary jade, without a trace of spiritual energy. It was not hard to imagine that countless years ago, this mountain must have been a paradise. Moreover, this paradise was much larger than the Northern Lands Pill Cauldron's paradise. There must be a spiritual vein at the bottom of the jade mountain. Could it be that this spiritual vein has completely dried up, causing this spiritual land to become a dead land without any life? Gu Fei thought to himself. He did not immediately ascend the mountain. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings. He discovered that there were many ruins of buildings on the surrounding mountain peaks. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, but those buildings had long since collapsed. Some had even turned into dust. None of the buildings could withstand the erosion of time. Only the palace at the top of the jade mountain remained standing. One could imagine that the palace was definitely extraordinary in its own way. Gu Fei paced around the jade mountain for a while. He did not discover any traces of undead creatures in the vicinity. Therefore, he decided to ascend the mountain. He was very curious as to why the other buildings had long since collapsed, decayed, and even turned into dust. Yet, the palace on top of the jade mountain could still exist in this world. The jade mountain was thousands of feet high. However, to Gu Fei, this distance was covered in the blink of an eye. He used the 8 desolate steps. Very quickly, he arrived in front of the palace. The palace was very big. It was like a small mountain towering in front of him. In the dusky sky, the palace did not appear holy and flawless. Instead, it was gloomy like a ghost palace. The entire palace was made of black boulders. The door was wide open. It was pitch black inside. There was no sound at all. Nothing could be seen inside. The purple soul flame between Gu Fei's eyebrows throbbed violently. His powerful divine sense spread out and enveloped the palace in front of him, capturing every movement in the space. Chapter 484. In the dusky heaven and earth, a pitch-black hall stood on top of a jade mountain that had lost all of its spiritual chi. It was like a prehistoric beast crouching on the peak of the mountain, causing Gu Fei to feel a sense of oppression. Gu Fei stood outside the ancient hall and released his powerful divine sense to probe ahead. His divine sense easily entered the ancient hall without any obstruction. He sensed everything inside, but there was no aura. It was as if the inside was an extremely empty space without the existence of any foreign objects. Gu Fei was relieved, but he did not let his guard down because of this. He enveloped his body with the inner world force, and his right hand flashed with a purple light. There was an extremely sharp sword, chi surging in the palm of his hand, and an ancient cauldron appeared in the palm of his left hand, exuding an endless ancient aura. If he encountered any danger, Gu Fei would immediately take out the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron. Although he didn't have the ability to use these two supreme treasures to unleash their legendary destructive power, he could still use them to protect himself. Even if he encountered an extremely powerful existence, as long as these two supreme treasures could block him for a while and buy him some time, he would be able to enter his inner world at that time, unless a powerful existence as powerful as the human realm attacked Gu Fei. No one would be able to do anything to Gu Fei, who was hiding in his inner world. Gu Fei had only walked a dozen or so steps when he discovered that there was actually an extremely weak light flickering on the steps of the ancient palace, like a will-o-wisp. Gu Fei was taken aback. There were a lot of shattered bones scattered on the steps. They were sparkling like jade, and it was obvious that those shattered bones were God's bones. Only the bones of immortals and gods would be so extraordinary. Even though they had died for countless years, the bones were still crystal clear like jade and had not completely decayed. However, even the bones of gods could not withstand the erosion of time. The flowing splendor on the bones that were crystal clear like jade was almost extinguished. To all living things in the world, time was the greatest weapon that no one could avoid. Everything seemed to be unable to truly avoid being eroded by time. So what if they're godly bones? I believe that it won't be long before these godly bones that are scattered on the stairs will completely lose their divinity. In the end, they'll be completely worn away by time and vanish from this world. Gu Fei stopped in his tracks and carefully observed the shattered god's bones that flickered with a faint glow around him. He realized that none of the god's bones were intact. The largest god's bone was actually a phalanx. Why would these godly bones appear here? Divine bones covered the ground. What exactly happened here? Gu Fei frowned, feeling a little uneasy. However, apart from feeling uneasy, his curiosity was also ignited by the countless pieces of God's bones that appeared on the steps. This ancient hall definitely had secrets that no one knew about. Gu Fei continued forward on the God's bone. Kacha, kacha, kacha. A bone-chilling sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard with every step that Gu Fei took. The sound was especially frightening in this spacious place. However, the steps were filled with God's bone fragments. There was no place for him to step on at all. Gu Fei could only step on the God's bone fragments and ascend step by step. Gu Fei walked very slowly. Although he was very curious about the ancient hall at the top of the Jade Mountain and the fact that the steps in front of the hall were paved with God's bones, he was not in a hurry. However, even though he was walking very slowly, he still reached the last step and arrived outside the ancient hall's wide-open door. The open door was like a gaping mouth that could devour any living thing that approached it at any time. It was pitch black behind the door. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, which allowed him to see through the night like it was day, he could only see some blurry scenery. Gu Fei stood outside the door and did not sense any dangerous aura from the ancient hall. He hesitated for a moment, but he still entered the ancient hall. There were no statues or Buddha statues in the huge hall. Moreover, most of the items in the hall had completely decayed. Even some of the items made of bronze were rusted and corroded to the point of being riddled with holes. They were almost completely decayed. Only a long table in the middle of the hall was still intact. There seemed to be some items on the table, but they had also turned into a pile of dust. Gu Fei lightly touched the long table, and with a pong sound, the long table turned into dust and scattered to the ground. It turned out that the long table had also decayed a long time ago. Clang! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard in the spacious hall. The sudden sound was exceptionally bright in the silent hall. Gu Fei was startled because the sound came from the ground in front of him. It seemed that something on the long table had fallen to the ground. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, the scattered dust on the ground was immediately blown away by a strong gust of wind. However, there was one item that was not blown away by the wind. It was a bronze bell that was covered in green copper. It was very inconspicuous. This bronze bell was only the size of half an adult's fist. If it was somewhere else, Gu Fei would not even look at this thing that looked like a piece of scrap metal. However, it was different now. In this hall, this small bronze bell was the only thing that was still intact. Everything else had long decayed. The endless years could erase everything. The decorations in the hall had all turned into dust, but only this bronze bell was preserved. This was extraordinary. This was different from the others. Gu Fei bent down to pick up this bronze bell. The bronze bell was very light, as if it was really just an ordinary decoration. Of course, in Gu Fei's eyes, this bronze bell was definitely not an ordinary object. It could withstand the corrosion of time. What else was there to doubt? Gu Fei carefully looked at this bronze bell. He wiped away the green copper and saw that there was a simple and unadorned pattern on the bronze bell. What surprised Gu Fei was that there were many Buddha statues on it. This thing seemed to be a Buddhist magic tool. However, Gu Fei could not feel a trace of Buddhist aura from this bronze bell. The spirit energy of this magic tool seemed to have been completely drained. It had become a piece of scrap metal. At this time, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in from outside the hall, stirring up the dust on the ground. The entire hall was completely plunged into darkness. A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall, and a terrifying evil aura spread out from the figure. What's that? Gu Fei was taken aback. He didn't even notice that a demonic being had gotten close to him. There was only one possibility, and that was that this demonic being was stronger than him. Are you the one who killed the two fellows from the undead clan? A powerful soul fluctuation spread from the figure at the entrance. Gu Fei's expression changed instantly. After he killed the five-colored skeleton and the purple-golden skeleton, he sealed his aura with the internal world energy and entered the depths of the mountain. He was shocked that this guy could still catch up with him. Legend has it that the sacred clan living in the depths of this world are the descendants of the supreme experts. Their blood can cleanse the soul, purify the death chi, and regenerate the flesh and blood of the undead. Such a soul fluctuation came from in front of him. Humph, I don't know what you are talking about. Gu Fei had no idea what the sacred tribe was or what a supreme powerhouse was. However, there was one thing he was sure of. This evil fellow was definitely not a good person. Are you going to follow me obediently, or do you want me to take action? The black fog spread out from the hazy figure and surrounded him. In the endless darkness, only two blood-red lights could be seen, staring coldly at Gu Fei. Those evil and terrifying eyes did not have a trace of human emotion. They were the eyes of death from hell, emitting a heart-palpitating death aura. Gu Fei suddenly smiled and said to that person, "Is there a second choice? Although I don't know how you killed the two experts from the undead clan, I advise you not to play tricks in front of me." That person seemed very conceited and did not take Gu Fei seriously at all. The black fog was surging and surging. Gu Fei could sense a strong pressure and an extremely dangerous aura from that person. His spiritual sense could not detect the depth of the person in the black fog. He could only see a pair of blood-red eyes looking at him coldly through the black fog. Gu Fei could not sense any life fluctuations from the other party. The person shrouded in the black fog seemed to be an ice-cold corpse. Who are you? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The other party's strength seemed to be far above that of the five-colored skeleton, and the purple-gold skeleton that he had killed. Sigh. That person did not answer, and only sighed. It was this sigh that made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. This was because this sigh reverberated in the spacious and empty hall. This was a sound, not a spiritual fluctuation. In other words, the person in the black fog was not an undead creature, nor a ferocious ghost or evil spirit. It was a real existence with flesh and blood. Gu Fei could already guess the origin of this person. Only such an existence could make a sound and use it to communicate. Undead creatures and ferocious ghosts did not have the ability to speak. This person should be from the territory ruled by the corpse emperor, or even a subordinate of the corpse emperor. Swish! The person in the black fog moved. He directly rushed in from the door. A skinny purple-black palm stretched out from the black fog and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei glanced at it and was even more shocked. That was not the skin color of a normal creature. The arm was surrounded by the aura of death, like a terrifying ghost claw. He no longer had any doubt that the one attacking him was really a terrifying evil corpse, an evil corpse from hell. The other party's attack came too quickly and without any warning. Even though Gu Fei was already prepared, he was still caught off guard by the other party's attack. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand and threw a punch forward to block the attack. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. The ghost claw quickly retracted, but Gu Fei was hit by a strong force, causing him to lose his balance and retreat again and again. What's in your hand? A violent spiritual fluctuation came from the front. The person shrouded in the black fog was actually somewhat afraid. Chapter 485. Dang! Gu Fei subconsciously flicked the bronze bell in his hand. A melodious bell sound immediately resounded in the dark and gloomy hall. The melodious bell sound was not very loud, but within the bell sound there seemed to be tens of thousands of Buddhas chanting Buddhist scriptures. Gu Fei only felt that besides the bell sound, there was also a peaceful Sanskrit sound lingering in his ears. Gu Fei's state of mind unexpectedly calmed down under the sound of the bell sound. His face also became serene, as if he had forgotten that he was in a dangerous place, facing a terrifying evil corpse. The sound of the bell seemed to be able to cleanse one's soul, causing Gu Fei's divine soul to be in a peaceful state. It was as if it had left his body and floated out of his body. In this tranquility and serenity, he felt a sense of drowsiness. In this tranquil and serene bell sound, there was actually a hidden murderous intent. Just as his consciousness was about to fall into the boundless darkness, Gu Fei suddenly woke up. His eyes immediately emitted a divine light that was as bright as the stars. Two rays of light suddenly lit up the hall that was filled with dark energy and dark fog, illuminating the entire hall in an instant. The flame-shaped soul brand that had already hidden in the space between his eyebrows once again emerged, emitting a powerful divine sense. Roar! At this time, a furious roar resounded above the hall. A terrifying wave of energy spread out above the hall, causing the entire ancient hall to shake. In the midst of the surging dark fog, there was a frightening aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. A tall figure faintly appeared in the dark fog. Two blood-red eyes pierced through the dark fog and swept towards Gu Fei. Damn brat, don't make any more useless resistance. A cold voice came out from the dark fog. The evil corpse seemed to be a little afraid of the bronze bell in Gu Fei's hand. In fact, Gu Fei was also secretly shocked. His body unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. The Buddhist tool in his hand was definitely not simple. The bell sound it emitted could shake the divine soul and cleanse it. Just now, if Gu Fei had not suddenly awakened at the critical moment, His divine sense might have fallen into the boundless darkness forever and become a walking corpse. The sound of the copper bell could actually directly attack the soul. This truly shocked Gu Fei. How could a Buddhist Dharma artifact have such a powerful offensive power? It was a little against the compassion of Buddhism. Clang! Gu Fei didn't care about the evil corpse hidden in the dark mist. He reached out his hand and flicked the bronze bell again. This time, he was prepared. The melodious sound of the bell rang out again, and there seemed to be endless Sanskrit sounds lingering between heaven and earth. A circle of ripples, visible to the naked eye, could be seen with the bronze bell as the center, spreading out in all directions like water waves. Even though he had prepared for this, Gu Fei still felt his soul trembling. The soul flame between his eyebrows was fiercely throbbing, flickering with a powerful spirit wave. It was like a purple divine flame throbbing, and the dark mist in the main hall, under the sound of the bell, unexpectedly showed signs of dissipating. The evil corpse roared again and again in the dark mist, and the death energy surged up violently. The supernatural power of Buddhism was the nemesis of all evil spirits. It was obvious that this Buddhist Dharma artifact could restrain the evil corpse in the dark mist. But unfortunately, Gu Fei was unable to truly activate the copper bell and make it display the power it should have. The small copper bell unexpectedly emitted a sound like that of a giant bell. This caused the evil corpse in the dark mist to have some misgivings, and it didn't directly attack Gu Fei. Boy, quickly throw away that thing in your hand and come with me. Otherwise, I don't care whether you are a member of the legendary sacred clan or not. I will directly kill you. The evil corpse's gloomy and frightening words came out from the dark mist. Above the main hall, the death energy was vast and mighty, and the dark mist was tumbling. There seemed to be countless evil spirits and malicious ghosts faintly appearing in the dark mist. A terrifying pressure filled the entire main hall. Gu Fei had a feeling that he was standing on the legendary Sun Luo Temple, and that he was facing a terrifying king of hell. The powerful pressure caused the void around Gu Fei's body to seemingly solidify. A powerful force surged towards him from all directions. He tried to raise his right hand, but found it extremely difficult. It was as if his hand was pressed down by a huge mountain. Although he could move it, it was extremely strenuous. That evil corpse was extremely powerful. It was countless times more powerful than the undead clan's 5-colored skeleton and purple gold skeleton. Gu Fei felt a sense of helplessness. In front of this evil corpse, Gu Fei knew that he had no chance of winning. Unless he caught it off guard, he could use the purple gold divine sword that was fused into his right hand to kill it in one blow. However, this chance was extremely small, almost impossible. The entire ancient hall had already been enveloped by the evil corpse's powerful soul power. Every move of Gu Fei's was under the enemy's control. The power surging from all directions was still increasing. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Gu Fei's entire body emitted a slight explosive sound. That evil corpse emitted an incomparably powerful and evil aura. It actually wanted to directly imprison Gu Fei, and it almost succeeded. Gu Fei could no longer move his body normally. That evil corpse wasn't lying. It definitely had the powerful strength to kill Gu Fei in an instant. It had complete control over everything, including Gu Fei's life and death. You are stronger than me. I have nothing to say. Gu Fei seemed to have lost all hope. He actually threw the bronze bell in his hand to the ground with a clang. The vast and terrifying power emitted from the evil corpse seemed to be unable to imprison the bronze bell. The void around Gu Fei's body was almost solidified. However, the bronze bell was still unaffected. It directly fell from Gu Fei's hand to the ground. The unremarkable bronze bell was only the size of half an adult's fist. However, it was definitely a precious treasure. The evil corpse's demonic power had no effect on this bronze bell. Humph. Very good. This way, you will suffer less pain. The evil corpse directly walked out of the dark fog. It had already controlled everything. It could approach Gu Fei without any scruples. In front of it, Gu Fei was like an ant. As long as it moved its finger, it could pinch him to death at any time. This was the first time that Gu Fei saw the true appearance of this evil creature. When he saw the true appearance of this terrifying evil creature, all the pores on his body opened up. This evil corpse was simply a human-shaped skeleton. It was like a skeleton wearing a piece of human skin. The clothes on its body were tattered. Its flesh and blood were dried up and stuck to the bones. The skin that was exposed outside of the clothes was purplish black. When Gu Fei saw this demonic corpse, this term appeared in his mind. That's right, this is a walking corpse. Its blood-red eyes had no pupils. They were like two blood-red agates that were full of evil aura. There was no trace of life in those blood-red eyes. This evil corpse seemed to be very confident. It didn't seem to be worried that Gu Fei would plot against it. It directly walked towards Gu Fei. Of course, its confidence came from its incomparably powerful strength. The evil corpse's withered body was about 8 or 9 feet tall. Its gray, rag-like clothes hung on its body. Some parts of the clothes had already rotted. This evil corpse's skeleton was very tall. One could imagine that before this evil corpse became an evil creature, it was definitely a burly man. Within its bony body, there was a vast, ocean-like death energy surging. It emitted a powerful and evil aura that made one's heart palpitate. It gave off a strong sense of oppression. Even if this evil corpse's strength couldn't compare to a demigod's, it wasn't much weaker. Gu Fei was in a desperate situation. However, the other party didn't have any intention of killing him immediately. It could be said that although Gu Fei was very unlucky to encounter this terrifying evil corpse, his life was temporarily not in danger. This evil corpse also thought that Gu Fei was a sacred race member that had come out from the depths of this world. Therefore, this evil corpse wanted to capture Gu Fei alive. It wanted to obtain the sacred race's sacred blood. The sacred race's sacred blood was a holy item that all the evil spirits, undying skeletons, and evil corpses that were born from the dead in this world yearned for even in their dreams. Legend has it that only the sacred race's blood essence that lived in the depths of this world could give these evil spirits, and wandering ghosts a true new life. The terrifying evil corpse directly walked in front of Gu Fei and directly reached out to grab Gu Fei. Its withered fingers were thin and long, and the jet-black claws at its fingertips were like 5 incomparably sharp little swords. They flickered with a gloomy black light, causing one's heart to tremble. Gu Fei was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In front of this powerful evil corpse, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Just now, when he had clashed with the evil corpse, it seemed that the other party was only testing him and hadn't revealed its true strength. When this evil corpse revealed its true strength, Gu Fei couldn't even take one blow from it. Gu Fei definitely wouldn't sit and wait for death. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill this terrifying evil corpse. An endless amount of heaven and earth energy gathered in his Naiwan palace. Using his divine sense as a guide, Gu Fei gathered the heaven and earth energy in his inner body. He wanted to give this evil corpse a fatal blow. He calmly looked at the evil corpse in front of him. The instant the evil corpse's ghostly hand touched his clothes, Gu Fei smiled. The evil corpse couldn't help but be startled when it saw that Gu Fei could still smile at this moment. At this moment, the purple soul fire between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. It was as if a purple sun had suddenly rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a blazing purple divine light shone in all directions. Swoosh! A purple divine light shot out from the soul fire and pierced towards the evil corpse's head. Gu Fei had been waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The powerful force that had been brewing in his Naiwan palace for a long time, the heaven and earth energy and divine sense, had completely erupted at this moment. Chapter 486. Just as the evil corpse's skinny, ghostly hand touched Gu Fei's clothes, a dazzling purple divine light suddenly appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows, like a purple sun. His mud pill palace trembled, and a dazzling beam of light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows like a destructive divine light. It turned into a purple divine weapon and tore through the void. This was a terrifying attack formed by the fusion of a powerful divine sense and the power of the inner world. The inner world in the Mud Pill Palace's chaotic sea was Gu Fei's second source of power. The power of the inner world was no weaker than the power contained in his body. Moreover, Gu Fei's divine sense had reached an unbelievable level. It was incomparably condensed and could take shape. When these two kinds of power fused together, it displayed a great power. Wherever the purple divine light passed, the void collapsed, directly breaking the evil corpse's powerful imprisonment power. Poof! The purple divine light crushed half of the evil corpse's head in an instant, sending it flying backwards. Gu Fei immediately felt his entire body relax, and the powerful pressure that enveloped him immediately disappeared. At such a close distance, even if that terrifying demonic corpse possessed frightening strength, it would still be difficult for it to dodge. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps. With a speed that the naked eye could not follow, he rushed forward. With just 1 step, he caught up with the evil corpse that was flying backwards. Buzz! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly took out the purple gold divine sword that he had fused into his right hand. An unparalleled sword chi immediately surged out from his hand, and the surrounding temperature immediately dropped. The long sword vibrated, and at the same time, the sharp blade rapidly cut through the void. However, it also made a slight sound, as if it was cutting through a piece of cloth. Poof! A purple lightning flashed, and the cold sword chi scattered the heavy fog and death chi, cutting off the evil corpse's head. Gu Fei's series of actions were completed in an instant. It was clean and neat, and could be said to be perfect. He successfully gave this arrogant evil corpse a fatal blow. Roar! A strong spiritual fluctuation came from the half-head of the evil corpse that had rolled to the corner of the hall. The eye on the half-head emitted a fierce and angry light like a blood-red gem shining. Within the broken head, there was a dazzling, bloody light flickering. Powerful spiritual fluctuations were coming from that bloody light. That was where the evil corpse's soul was located. I'll tear you apart. Half of the evil corpse's head emitted a fierce spiritual fluctuation. Its anger was about to burn the 9 heavens. It had actually been plotted against by an ant and even injured by this ant. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. At this moment, it wished for nothing more than to tear Gu Fei into pieces. At the same time, a ball of demonic bloody light rushed out from the half-head and enveloped the headless corpse that had fallen nearby. Then, the headless corpse actually moved. Not only did it move, it even stood up from the ground. This caused Gu Fei's hair to stand on end. This evil corpse actually wanted to use its powerful soul power to control its own body. However, what made Gu Fei feel slightly relieved was that the evil corpse's spiritual fluctuations had already weakened by more than half. It was no longer as frightening and terrifying as it was before. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. At this moment, the purple gold divine sword that had been smelted into his right hand had already completely condensed in his hand. He took a large step forward and directly waved the divine sword towards the headless evil corpse that had just stood up from the ground. The divine sword's edge was like a purple cold lightning that cut through the void, emitting a vast and mighty cold sword chi. Shwa! The headless evil corpse that was enveloped by the bloody light was instantly split into two halves, flying to both sides. The bloody light that enveloped the headless evil corpse was also dispersed by the sword chi. Gu Fei did not inject Yuan Qi into the divine sword to activate its power. Instead, he directly used the divine sword's sharpness to split the evil corpse into two halves. The purple gold divine sword was indestructible, even if he did not activate the divine sword's power and used it like an ordinary weapon. There were most likely not many things in this world that could withstand its blade. The evil corpse's half-head roared. Under the shroud of the bloody evil light, the half-head actually rose from the ground and flew into the sky. Go and die. A powerful spiritual fluctuation surged out from the half-head. The evil corpse was about to go crazy. With a schwa sound, a resplendent bloody light shot out from its eye, piercing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly waved the divine sword in his hand and directly cut off the bloody light. Then, with a chi sound, the divine sword's tip turned into a purple cold star and directly pierced towards the half-head in the sky. Reckless! That half of the evil corpse's head emitted such a soul fluctuation. Then, endless nether fog gathered from all directions, completely shrouding that half of the evil corpse's head. Gu Fei's sword pierced into the yin qi and underworld fog. The vast and cold sword qi on the sword directly dispersed the surrounding yin qi and underworld fog. However, the evil corpse's half-head had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt three powerful and terrifying auras suddenly appear in the surging underworld fog. Gu Fei was shocked. He seemed to have been surrounded by three experts in an instant and had fallen into a dangerous situation. How could there be three evil corpses? Could it be that this evil corpse also had a doppelganger technique? Feeling the terrifying auras of death coming from three directions, Gu Fei could not help but feel his scalp go numb. You destroyed my body. Even if you are of the sacred race, you still have to die. The evil corpse's spiritual fluctuation surged from all directions. A terrifying power was brewing and condensing, causing the entire hall to start shaking. Gu Fei was unable to determine the exact location of the evil corpse. However, he was sure that the evil corpse had suffered unimaginable damage, and its strength had sharply declined. Want to kill me? You might have had that strength earlier, but now. Humph, humph. Gu Fei sneered. At this time, he had already understood that the three auras that surrounded him were actually from the evil corpse. The evil corpse's body had already been split into three parts. In other words, this evil corpse was using its soul power to control the three parts of its body. This evil corpse was indeed amazing. If an ordinary undead creature suffered such a fatal attack, even if it didn't die, it would still be half dead. How could it still have the strength to fight? Not only did this evil corpse still have the strength to fight, but from the powerful and evil aura that it emitted, it still had unparalleled battle strength. Death domain. The evil corpse's hair-raising spiritual fluctuation came from within the surging underworld fog. Then, the void trembled. The black fog that enveloped Gu Fei's body surged violently and unexpectedly condensed into a black vortex. It was like an ancient evil beast had opened its huge mouth and swallowed Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt his vision go black and the world spin. An extremely powerful force suddenly appeared in the void, and in an instant he was pulled into an absolutely dark void. Chapter 487. In the dusky world, in the depths of the mountains, at the summit of the Jade Mountain, the death chi soared to the sky. Rolling black clouds shrouded the entire world, and a terrifying death chi surged out from the summit like a raging wave in all directions, sweeping through the mountains. The ancient palace at the summit of the Jade Mountain had been completely enveloped by the surging black chi. The ancient palace was shaking, and the sound of bricks and tiles colliding and rubbing against each other could be heard. It seemed as if it would collapse at any time. A terrifying roar came from the main hall, and an extremely powerful evil force was surging in the main hall. That evil corpse had truly gone mad. It displayed its terrifying battle prowess and unleashed a terrifying death domain, turning this part of the void into a land of death. A land of death. It was an area of absolute darkness, filled with a vast and mighty death chi. It was a dreadful domain where the death chi was everywhere. Gu Fei, who was in the death domain, felt that his life force was rapidly fading away. There was an unfathomable power in this void, and it was actually forcefully extracting the life essence from his body, obliterating his life force. Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. His muscles and bones shook, and a powerful yuan qi surged out from his flesh and blood. A dazzling qi penetrated his body, forming a layer of invulnerable gang qi outside his body. He wanted to seal off his life force that was fading away. However, he was surprised to find that his life essence was still rapidly fading away. The gang qi outside his body simply could not block the loss of his life force. Even the mighty Zhen Yuan that was surging out from his body was dissipating in the void. The gang qi outside his body was also gradually dimming, showing signs of dispersing. Gu Fei felt the threat of death. If this continued, in less than half an hour, his life force would be completely consumed by this evil void, and he would die. Even if he was a martial artist, and his qi and blood were as vigorous as a flood dragon, and his life force was strong enough to be comparable to the 9-life divine cat, he still could not withstand such torment. The death domain was truly worthy of its name. It could obliterate anything that had life. Rays of brilliance floated out from Gu Fei's body and then dissipated in the void. This was the incomparably pure life qi, and his skin had begun to lose its luster. Roar! Gu Fei let out a low roar and raised his left hand. A powerful wave of energy immediately surged out from his hand, like an aura from a primitive world, and immediately pervaded the terrifying and evil void. A fist-sized ancient cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's hand. He had no choice but to use the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! With a huge tremor, the fist-sized mountain and river cauldron rapidly grew in size. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the cauldron like a volcano, and the entire void immediately shook violently. The ancient cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. Primordial chaos chi poured down from the ancient cauldron and enveloped him, isolating him from the strange power of the death void. The mountain and river cauldron's primordial chaos was the ancestral chi of all things in the world. It could be said that all kinds of power and spiritual chi in the world were formed from the ancestral chi of all things. Therefore, the primordial chaos was the nemesis of all kinds of power. The death domain was also a kind of power in the world. The primordial chaos could prevent the death domain's strange power from eroding Gu Fei's life force. Break! Gu Fei let out a loud roar, and the yuan qi in his body surged into the ancient cauldron. Hum! With a bang, the mountain and river cauldron shook violently. Countless spatial cracks immediately appeared in the space. Then, like a porcelain that was filled with cracks, it shattered in an instant. How could this be? The void collapsed, and a spiritual wave of fear and despair immediately spread out. It was captured by Gu Fei, with the mountain and river cauldron as the center. A spatial wave that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. It was like a transparent wave surging outwards. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed, and the heaven and Earth collapsed, turning into a terrifying destructive storm. The terrifying power that spread out from the mountain and river cauldron seemed to be able to destroy everything. The death domain of the evil corpse was instantly broken, and the endless death chi melted like ice and was instantly destroyed by the spreading destructive storm. Even the ancient palace that had stood at the peak of the Jade Mountain for God knows how many years also exploded in an instant. Dust rose into the sky, and a circle of chi surged out from the mountain peak, covering a radius of a few miles. Countless broken bricks and tiles flew in all directions. Although the mountain and river cauldron did not display its terrifying power that could suppress the mountains and rivers with just a shake, not only did the ancient palace collapse, but even the entire Jade Mountain was shaken. In an instant, the depths of the mountain shook, and the death chi was vast and mighty. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. An ancient cauldron that was the size of a small mountain floated on the peak of the Jade Mountain, releasing layers of dark chi and underworld fog. A vast and desolate aura spread out from the ancient cauldron. Gu Fei, who was enveloped by the chaotic, primordial chaos chi from the mountain and river cauldron, turned pale. The mountain and river cauldron only shook a little, but in an instant it had sucked away nearly 1/3 of his yuan chi, making him feel that he could not bear it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 balls of bloody light shot up into the sky under the cover of the underworld fog, trying to escape. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, clenched his teeth, and activated the mountain and river cauldron again. The mountain and river cauldron that was floating on the mountain peak suddenly emitted a bright divine light. Boom! The mouth of the cauldron seemed to have become a bottomless black hole that could swallow the heaven and earth, and a terrifying power that could swallow the heaven and earth surged out. Rumble, the void above the Jade Mountain shook, and the mountain and river cauldron displayed its terrifying power. Endless yin chi and underworld fog gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron like 100 rivers converging, as if it wanted to swallow the heaven and earth into the cauldron. An enormous suction force enveloped the heaven and earth, and the 3 balls of bloody light that shot up into the sky were actually pulled back by the terrifying suction force from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. The underworld fog dispersed, and under the shroud of the bloody light, half of the evil corpse's head and the 2 pieces of its body appeared. The evil corpse was screaming in fear, and a horrified spiritual fluctuation was constantly emitted from the half of its head. However, at this time, no matter how much the evil corpse struggled, it could not escape from the enormous suction force from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. The evil corpse was desperately activating the death energy, but in the end, it was still swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron in despair. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron fell from the sky, and it quickly shrank before falling into Gu Fei's hand. Inside the cauldron, a ball of bloody light was moving left and right, but it could not rush out of the cauldron. The shaking Jade Mountain began to calm down, and the desolate aura that caused the hearts of all living beings to palpitate also retreated like a tide. That ball of bloody light was the essence of the evil corpse's power. Gu Fei did not activate the mountain and river cauldron to directly refine it. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, besides that ball of bloody light, there were more than 10 powerful soul fires imprisoned inside. Gu Fei needed soul energy. Soul energy was more useful than any elixir. It could nourish and strengthen the soul, and it could also cleanse the body, transforming the soul and the body to a perfect state. It was different from martial cultivators. The body of martial cultivators was just a cauldron used to refine essence, chi, and spirit. For Gu Fei, the body was the source of power. Supreme warriors could cultivate to the point where their bodies were immortal and indestructible. However, if their souls were destroyed, then even if they had an indestructible body, they would still die, leaving behind only a shell. Therefore, not only did Gu Fei pursue an indestructible body, but he also pursued an indestructible soul. As long as the soul was not destroyed, life would never end. Gu Fei kept the mountain and river cauldron in his left hand, and then left the Jade Mountain. Not long after Gu Fei left, a few powerful divine wills came from the depths of the mountain. Some terrifying experts were alarmed, and they released their divine wills to investigate. Very soon, the divine wills retreated, and the experts in the depths of the mountain did not appear. In the Hell Path, a world of death, battles never stopped. Even those powerful existences would often fight, so there was nothing strange about this. The evil spirits, evil corpses, and demonic ghosts in the Hell Path were not kind. Even if they were kind, they could not be. This was because the Hell Path was a world of death without any order. Devouring other people's power to strengthen oneself was the law of survival in this world. A weak undead creature could devour the soul fire of other weaker undead creatures to increase its own power. Killing each other, in the eyes of the creatures in this world, was actually a necessary path to growth. Either they killed their opponents, or they were killed by their opponents. Gu Fei left the Jade Mountain. He did not want to be targeted by other powerful evil creatures and Yin spirits, so he continued to use the inner world energy to suppress his aura. He did not understand how the evil corpse could still track him, even though he had already used the inner world energy to suppress his aura. The evil spirits, demonic ghosts, and Yin spirits in this world were all evil creatures without life. As long as their souls were not destroyed, they could live in this hell that was shrouded in Yin energy and could not see the light of day. If they went out to the outside world and were hit by the Yang energy, their souls would scatter, and they would completely disappear from this world. Of course, if they were strong enough, like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, they would not feel any discomfort even if they were exposed to the sunlight. Soul. Could it be because of the soul? Gu Fei vaguely thought of something. The world energy could isolate the aura, but it could not completely isolate the spiritual fluctuations. Moreover, Gu Fei had to release his divine sense to pay attention to any movement in the surroundings. Could it be that the evil corpse had followed the residual spiritual fluctuations in the void to track him? Gu Fei thought, this kind of evil creature that was born from the dead wasn't at best at soul techniques. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. Thinking of this, he completely withdrew his divine sense into his Naiwen palace. The flickering purple flame between his eyebrows also immediately disappeared under his skin. He did not walk out of the mountain. After he left the Jade Mountain, he opened up a cave on a cliff and used a huge rock to block the entrance. There were many caves on this cliff. Gu Fei carefully examined these caves, but there were no powerful undead creatures in them. Chapter 488. In the legendary hell, the world was dusky. There was no sun or moon. Dark mist drifted between heaven and earth. It was the coldest Yin Qi, and the earth only had two colors, dark brown and red. It was like dried blood and fresh blood. Hell seemed to be a world that had been soaked in fresh blood. It was a paradise for countless evil spirits and ferocious creatures. In the periphery of the Hell Dao, in the territory ruled by the Bone Emperor, there was a mountain that even the undead creatures were unwilling to set foot in. There seemed to be many secrets in the mountain, and there were many ancient ruins. For some reason, the undead creatures rarely appeared in this mountain. Perhaps there was a terrifying existence in the depths of the mountain that the undead creatures were afraid of. On a cliff in this mountain, there were caves of various sizes. Some were very shallow and could be seen at a glance, while some were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. It was pitch black like a bottomless abyss. In an inconspicuous position on this cliff, there was a cave blocked by a huge rock. In the cave, A white-robed youth sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him floated an ancient cauldron that was several feet tall. There was no glaring divine light or vast divine power fluctuation. The ancient cauldron floating in the air did not have anything eye-catching. It was simple and unadorned. On the body of the cauldron, there were patterns of flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, and beasts. There was also a layer of hazy, indistinguishable gas on the body of the cauldron. The gas that seemed like primal chaos emitted an endless ancient aura. That aura seemed to come from a primitive world. Although it was also inconspicuous, it made one's heart palpitate. The cave was a small cave that Gu Fei had temporarily opened up. The ancient cauldron floating in front of him was, of course, the extreme Tao precious mountain river cauldron. The mountain river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth. It was even heavier than the primordial divine mountain. If the cauldron's soul had not recognized Gu Fei as its master, it would have been impossible for Gu Fei to move the mountain river cauldron. Swoosh! The soul fire on Gu Fei's forehead that was connected to the Naiwen Palace appeared under his skin. It flickered with dazzling divine light, and a divine splendor spread out from between his eyebrows like water waves. Then the space shook. His figure, along with the cauldron of mountain and river, disappeared from the cave in an instant. He entered his own inner world from the outside world. Opening the inner world was no longer a difficult task for the current Gu Fei. With his current cultivation, he could open the inner world at will. When Gu Fei's inner world was refining the mountain and river cauldron, the cauldron's original cauldron soul had almost turned him into a chaos embryo. At that time, heaven and earth shattered, and the void turned into nothingness and chaos, causing Gu Fei's inner world to almost collapse. Fortunately, Gu Fei had merged his body with the Tao at the critical moment and temporarily fused with the great Tao brand within his body, allowing him to possess the great divine ability to change the world. Not only had he destroyed the original cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron, but he had also forged a new cauldron soul. Not only had he refined the mountain and river cauldron, but his inner world had also expanded by nearly 10 miles. Gu Fei's inner world had already begun to take the shape of mountains and lakes. However, there wasn't much greenery in this part of the world. It was very desolate. When his inner world collapsed, the spiritual plants planted by Gu Fei in his inner world also couldn't escape misfortune. More than half of them were destroyed. However, fortunately, the 9-leaf longevity grass and the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng that Gu Fei obtained in the virtual sky world weren't destroyed. The 9-leaf longevity grass and the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng were both rare spiritual plants of heaven and earth. They were extinct in the outside world and could only grow in the virtual sky world. Gu Fei knew very well how precious these two kinds of spiritual plants were. In a critical moment, these two kinds of spiritual plants were enough to save his life. Gu Fei's figure appeared in his inner world as if he had walked out of the void. He sat cross-legged on the sand and waved his hands. A wave of primordial qi surged out from his hands and entered the mountain and river cauldron in front of him. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron trembled slightly and then slowly rotated. The primordial aura of primordial chaos permeated from the cauldron, making the ancient cauldron seem to be in the primordial void. Soon, the ancient cauldron floating in front of Gu Fei began to emit the sound of wind and thunder. The mountain and river cauldron was operating, refining the soul fire and the bloody light of the evil corpse imprisoned in the cauldron. Rumble, the strange sounds coming from the mountain and river cauldron gradually became louder. Sometimes it was like the sound of thunder coming from the ninth heaven, shaking people's souls. Sometimes It was like the raging tide of the sea, making people feel as if they were standing in the middle of a stormy sea. The misty primordial chaos aura completely isolated everything. Even if he could use the mountain and river cauldron, his divine sense couldn't penetrate this layer of primordial chaos aura. He couldn't sense what was happening in the mountain and river cauldron, but the strange sounds coming from the cauldron made Gu Fei feel as if the cauldron was opening up the world and evolving into primordial chaos. The strange sounds in the cauldron didn't last long before it gradually calmed down. Then, strands of divine light began to float out from the mouth of the cauldron and entered Gu Fei's body. Soon, Gu Fei's body was enveloped by a layer of destructive divine light. The divine light was filled with life energy, constantly seeping into Gu Fei's body through Gu Fei's pores, making Gu Fei look like an immortal god wearing a divine light robe, incomparably sacred and inviolable. The enormous soul power was refined into pure life energy by the mountain and river cauldron. When the life energy entered his body, Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and flesh were all bathed in the divine light of life. The vast life energy surged in Gu Fei's body, seeping into every corner of his body. The enormous energy was constantly being refined into his flesh, bones, and organs. Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and internal organs became crystal clear. The life energy from the mountain and river cauldron was like a trickle rippling into his flesh, internal organs, and bones. His body gradually blossomed with a dazzling brilliance. Five-colored energy began to overflow from his body, making his body sparkling like a five-colored divine jade. The vigorous life energy pervaded the air, causing the life energy within a radius of dozens of feet around his body to be vast and mighty. Green grass sprouted on the sandy ground near his body. The green grass grew rapidly. Eventually, a flourishing grassland appeared around Gu Fei's body. His figure was also covered by the crazily growing green grass. The soul fires of more than 10 powerful undead creatures and the bloody energy of the evil corpse were constantly being refined by the mountain and river cauldron. Among the soul fires of the undead creatures, there was also the powerful soul fire of the purple gold skeleton, which had surpassed the undead king. After refining these energies, the life energy generated was simply tremendous to the extreme. It was like reading a book. The life energy unceasingly gushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. Time flew by. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the grassland, seemed to have turned into a stone statue, motionless. The mountain and river cauldron was revolving automatically in the void in front of him. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. The mountain and river cauldron emitted an even more dazzling divine light. That divine light completely submerged into Gu Fei's body. He could feel that the energy capacity of his flesh, bones, and internal organs had gradually reached the limit. The life energy was boiling, rolling, and surging like the ocean waves. Gu Fei's internal organs were sparkling with divine light, flawless, and without any impurities. His bones were even more dazzling, condensing an endless amount of energy. His skin was overflowing with colorful lights, incomparably dazzling. It didn't look like a body of flesh and blood at all, but more like a 5-colored divine, iron cast. Flawless and without any impurities, like a crystal-clear divine weapon. He felt that he had become much stronger. The life energy tempered his body again and again, as if it was forging a peerless divine weapon, causing his flesh, internal organs, and bones to become unbelievably tough. After a month, Gu Fei had to wake up from his meditation. He wanted to stop the Xian Qi in his body because he felt that the energy his body could hold was almost reaching the limit. If he didn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, even if his body was strong enough to fight against divine weapons and spirit treasures, there was still the danger of his body exploding from the endless energy. At this time, the life energy emitted from the mountain and river cauldron began to gradually weaken. However, What made Gu Fei surprised was that he actually couldn't stop. The Xian Qi was still operating in his body, and the life energy from the mountain and river cauldron was still gushing into his body. Roar! How can this be? Gu Fei couldn't help but panic. Things seemed to be out of his control. His heart was filled with confusion. He actually couldn't guide the life energy. As time passed, every inch of Gu Fei's flesh and blood was being baptized, gradually nourishing his body. His physique continued to improve, and his body became stronger. However, Gu Fei felt that his body seemed to swell up. His flesh and bones were trembling, and from head to toe, there was a pain as if his muscles were being torn apart. Just as Gu Fei was in a state of shock, suddenly, the rapidly expanding life energy in his body began to flow towards his dantian. From all directions, it gathered into his dantian. Divine light shone brightly, and it actually gathered into a 5-colored lake in his dantian. At this moment, Gu Fei felt that the energy that had been expanding in his body had suddenly found a vent. In the end, most of the energy that his body couldn't contain was condensed in his dantian, where it formed a 5-colored lake formed by the power of the 5 elements. The extremely vigorous power of the 5 elements was vast and mighty in Gu Fei's dantian. It was as if a 5-colored bright moon had appeared in his body, illuminating his flesh and bones. The countless acupoints in his body and the meridians that connected them seemed to have been divinized. All of them lit up as if they were forming a heavenly map in Gu Fei's body. The countless acupoints in Gu Fei's body were as bright as the stars in the sky. The human body is like the heaven and earth, nurturing endless Tao charm, and can prove countless great Taos. Such a sentence suddenly appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Great Taos. What is the great Taos? And what is the Tao? Gu Fei murmured to himself, and his body emitted an extraordinary aura. It was as if he had touched the heaven and earth, and his body had become the heaven and earth, merging with the heaven and earth. The barrier of cultivation was broken. Under Gu Fei's incomparably calm state of mind, Gu Fei's cultivation naturally entered the realm of the 6th tier of the void, controlling realm. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron that was floating in front of him suddenly shook, and thousands of divine splendor rushed out from the mouth of the cauldron. The entire heaven and earth were violently shaken by the impact. At this moment, the soul fire that Gu Fei had collected was finally refined. After thousands of divine splendor rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, all of them were like rays of divine rainbow gathering towards Gu Fei, and all of them entered into Gu Fei's body. The 5-colored brilliance in his dantian instantly released a myriad of divine splendor. Rumble and extremely powerful energy waves spread out from Gu Fei's body, and the entire ground suddenly undulated violently like waves. The weeds that were taller than people in the surroundings were suddenly completely shattered by the airwaves that surged out in all directions and dissipated in the void. The terrifying power was vast and mighty, and Gu Fei's inner world was shaking violently. It was as if a 5-colored sun had suddenly appeared in this world that did not have any stars yet. The blazing light emitted from Gu Fei's body illuminated the entire world. Chapter 489. Thick dark clouds floated in the gloomy sky, and the aura of death enveloped the land. In the mountains at the periphery of the Hell Realm, it was deathly silent, other than the occasional gust of wind that blew past, making heart-palpitating howls that sounded like the wails of ghosts and the howls of gods. There seemed to be no other sound in this world. Suddenly, a faint energy fluctuation came from a cliff that was filled with caves deep in the mountains. This energy was gradually increasing, and soon the cliff began to shake. Whoosh! On the cliff, a huge rock suddenly flew up like a meteorite, piercing through the void and flying thousands of feet away. Boom! It smashed into the wall of a pitch-black hill on the opposite side, and it exploded. On the pitch-black mountain, a huge pit immediately appeared, and countless fragments and rocks flew in all directions, creating a loud noise. The chaotic sound echoed in the mountains for a long time, and this loud noise completely broke the silence in the mountains. Among the countless caves on the cliff, one of them lit up, shining with dazzling divine light, and a powerful energy fluctuation surged out from the cave. This energy fluctuation became stronger and stronger, and in the end, it surged on the cliff like a raging sea. The entire cliff shook violently, and cracks began to appear on the pitch-black mountain. Countless rocks were sent flying and rolled down the cliff. In the sky above the cliff, the weather changed, and the dark clouds were all dispersed by this energy fluctuation. They rolled and rolled, dissipating in the void. Boom! In an earth-shattering noise, the entire cliff exploded, emitting a monstrous energy fluctuation, and a dazzling light swept across the sky. The entire world seemed to be completely enveloped by the dazzling light. Waves soared into the sky, the ground shattered, and rocks flew into the sky. The entire region seemed to be completely destroyed and collapsed. The power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The location of the cliff became the source of destruction, and rays of dazzling light constantly burst out from there, spreading in all directions. Mountains were collapsing, and the earth was cracking. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius was affected. The fissures extended far into the distance, as if doomsday had arrived. A silhouette slowly rose from the ground of destruction. His body was covered in a 5-colored divine glow, and he held an ancient cauldron in his hand. He was like a supreme god of war, emitting a powerful and terrifying aura. Is this the power of the Nine Heavens' imperial void realm? Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and rose high up into the sky from the terrifying energy waves. The aura of a powerful warrior who looked down on the world was completely revealed. The cliff no longer existed. Dust soared high into the sky and enveloped the entire world. It took a long time for the dust to settle down. On the ground, an incomparably huge circular pit could be vaguely seen in place of the cliff. Gu Fei soared into the sky and stood in the void. His entire body was shrouded in 5-colored rays of light. A powerful aura spread out in all directions without any concealment. He calmly looked down at his masterpiece. His state of mind was like an ancient well. There was no excitement, no excitement. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. The mountain and river cauldron in his hand was hidden in his palm. It has to be said that the weapon refinement technique was comparable to the techniques of martial cultivators. It could fuse weapons into one's body. However, Gu Fei could only fuse the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold heavenly sword into his palm. With Gu Fei's current level of cultivation, it was still difficult for him to fuse these treasured weapons into his body and control them at will. After Gu Fei kept the mountain and river cauldron, he immediately retracted his aura and prepared to leave this place. However, at this moment, a deep roar suddenly came from the ground. It was as if there was a clap of thunder in the depths of the earth. Immediately, Gu Fei felt a powerful and terrifying wave of energy rapidly approaching the surface. Then, with a boom, a giant head rushed out from the giant pit below. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, a large amount of black flames rushed out from the giant head. This was followed by billowing demonic aura. Then, dark clouds covered the sky, and the world was plunged into darkness in an instant. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He clearly saw the head that rushed out from the ground. It was as black as ink and the size of a small mountain. Within the skull, There was a ball of black light, like a black sun, emitting endless black flames. A roar resounded through the sky, causing a bone-piercing chill to rise in Gu Fei's heart. The mountain was suddenly filled with a ghostly aura. It was a vast expanse of darkness. Just one look at it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Rumble, the earth was shaking violently. The ground undulated violently like waves. A giant creature was struggling out of the ground. Giant bone claws, bone wings surrounded by demonic aura, and a large mouth that spewed demonic flames and black gas. All of this was attacking Gu Fei's nerves. Under the vast and mighty demonic aura, a giant demonic dragon with a pitch-black skeleton broke out from the ground. It spread its bone wings, stirring up a terrifying strong wind, and flew into the sky. In the billowing demonic aura, the demonic dragon's huge skeleton was faintly discernible. Its body was at least 20 to 30 feet long. When it spread its wings, it blocked the sky. Two ghostly flames emitted from the demonic aura and swept towards Gu Fei. This was a terrifying undead creature. Its soul fire was incomparably powerful and full of demonic nature. Like a black sun, its huge skull bloomed with endless black light. Undead King! Gu Fei sensed the terrifying and evil demonic aura from the demonic dragon. He couldn't help but be moved. He didn't expect that there was such a terrifying existence sleeping under the cliff. No wonder Gu Fei didn't find any trace of undead creatures in this area. It seemed that those undead creatures knew that there was a big guy sleeping under this area. That's why they didn't come close. If this big guy suddenly rushed out of the ground while he was refining the soul fire in the mountain and river cauldron, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Gu Fei thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was refining the soul fire in the mountain and river cauldron in the inner world. If he were to refine it in the outside world, he was afraid that he would alarm the bone dragon hiding underground. It actually woke me up from my slumber. Damn it! A powerful soul fluctuation came from the demonic aura. This voice resounded in Gu Fei's heart. The black bone demonic dragon seemed to be very angry. The soul fire in its skull was violently pulsing. Boom! A bone claw that was as black as ink and shrouded in demonic chi stretched out from the demonic clouds and directly grabbed at Gu Fei, who was standing in the void. Under the envelopment of the bone claw, the void shook violently. Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei directly punched upwards. A dazzling golden light bloomed on his fist, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. It was as if a golden sun had suddenly emerged in this dark world. The bone claw was the size of a small mountain. It covered the sky and the earth, and it emitted a terrifying demonic aura. In comparison, Gu Fei's fist seemed insignificant. The two were not proportional at all. It was like a watermelon and a sesame seed. However, Gu Fei's small fist surged with a powerful force that was enough to contend against the bone claw. Although the fist was small, it could smash the world. The dazzling golden fist directly shook the void. When it was punched, it seemed to collapse the world. The fist energy was so fierce that it was unbelievable. Bang! Gu Fei's golden fist collided with the huge bone claw. There was a dull sound of impact, like rolling thunder from the ninth heaven. The golden and black energy surged violently and swept out in all directions like a tide. The mighty aftershock turned all the stones on the ground into powder. The dust on the ground rolled, and the airwaves spread out. A thick layer of the sand on the ground was scraped off. So powerful! Gu Fei flew back. His body emitted a dazzling 5-colored divine splendor. It was as if he was wearing a 5-colored battle armor. It was awe-inspiring. Gu Fei retreated hundreds of feet away before he stabilized his body. He was secretly shocked. The strength of this demonic creature seemed to be stronger than the undead kings in the outer regions of this world. The two forces collided head-on. Not a single intact stone could be found on the ground. Everything within a radius of hundreds of feet was razed to the ground. Gu Fei's cultivation had improved greatly. He was looking for someone to practice with. This black-bone demonic dragon appeared at the right time. The opponent's strength made Gu Fei feel a strong desire to fight. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He used the 8 desolation steps and turned into a 5-colored divine light. He broke through the layers of demonic aura and rushed into the demonic clouds to fight with the black-bone demonic dragon. This was the most thrilling battle that Gu Fei had experienced in the Hell Realm. The strength of the black-bone demonic dragon seemed to have surpassed the powerful undead kings. It was not inferior to the old monsters at the peak of the 9th heaven. Its battle strength was terrifying. The black-bone demonic dragon spewed demonic fire from its mouth, burning the heavens and scorching the earth. It wanted to directly refine Gu Fei within the terrifying demonic fire. The demonic fire displayed great power, burning the sky until it was distorted. This kind of demonic fire was a type of extremely cold, fire. It did not have a frightening temperature, nor did it have a dazzling fiery light. It was pitch black, and although it was kept out by Gu Fei's protective dipper chi, it did not really burn him. But even so, Gu Fei felt waves of cold air attacking his body. It was as if his body was about to crack from the cold air. And the black-bone demonic dragon's eye sockets constantly shot out terrifying, destructive demonic light that swept towards Gu Fei. It pierced through the void and swept in all directions. The black-bone demonic dragon's attack was so fierce that Gu Fei had no choice but to materialize the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword in his hands. With the mountain and river cauldron in his left hand and the purple gold divine sword in his right, the mountain and river cauldron vaguely displayed a power that could suppress the world in all directions, even though it was not activated with vital chi. All the demonic fire cold air that surged towards Gu Fei was immediately dissipated by the mighty power of the mountain and river cauldron when it reached Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei waved the purple gold divine sword to block the destructive black light that swept towards him. He did not activate the power of the divine sword, but the terrifying demonic light that shot out from the black-bone demonic dragon's eye sockets shattered under the divine sword. Gu Fei broke through the demonic fire and killing ray and rushed to the top of the black-boned demonic dragon. Then the 5 elements world rushed out from his body and enveloped the 5 directions. Like 5 worlds, it pressed down on the black-boned demonic dragon below. Updates will be made in time. Chapter 490. Gu Fei displayed a terrifying combat technique. The power of the heavens and earth was continuously guided out and fused with his 5 elemental powers. The 5 elemental realms appeared around him: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elemental realms were displayed to the extreme. It was as if there were really 5 illusory realms surrounding Gu Fei, emitting vast 5 elemental powers. Rumble. In the end, the 5 elemental realms surrounding Gu Fei turned from illusory into reality and appeared in 5 directions around Gu Fei. The 5 elemental realms descended from the sky and pressed down on the black-boned demon dragon. It was as if 5 worlds were pressing down on the demon dragon at the same time. Bam! The huge black-boned demon dragon was actually pressed down by the 5 elemental realms. Endless demonic chi dissipated. Boom! There was a loud noise. Dust flew into the sky. The black-boned demon dragon was directly smashed into the ground. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar came from the dust. This was not a real sound. It was a powerful soul ripple that directly affected Gu Fei's heart. In the tumbling dust and demonic chi, a black light burst out. It was like a black sun illuminating the heavens and the earth. The terrifying soul ripple caused the entire world to tremble. The black light shot out, and the dust dissipated. A black-boned demon dragon flapped its bony wings and rose from the sky. The soul fire in its skull was as bright as a black sun. It emitted an unprecedentedly powerful soul ripple. Lowly creature, I will let you know the consequences of angering me. The soul fire in the dragon's skull pulsed violently. It seemed to be very angry. Hee hee, you idiot. You don't even know that death is at hand. How sad. Gu Fei sneered. Although the black-boned demon dragon was powerful, it was not to be trifled with. It controlled the 5 elemental realms. It could be said that it was invincible. Die. The black-boned demon dragon was enraged, and a destructive black light shone from its eye sockets. It pierced through the void and headed straight for Gu Fei. At the same time, a dragon claw that was wreathed in black demonic flames swiped at Gu Fei, trying to tear him apart. It had to be said that this black-boned devil dragon that was slumbering beneath the earth was really very powerful. If Gu Fei's cultivation had not broken through to the 6th level of the royal void realm, he really would not be a match for this undying devil. But it was different now. His cultivation and strength at the 6th level of the void-controlling realm caused Gu Fei's battle prowess to be unparalleled. Every single move he made could shake the void and possessed great divine strength. Moreover, the fusion of the power of heaven and earth and his own 5 elements Yuan Qi gave rise to the 5 elements and 5 worlds. This was a combat skill that was close to divine power and Taoist technique, and it greatly increased Gu Fei's combat strength. Gu Fei's 5 elements world revolved around him. The destructive demonic light that shot out of the demon dragon's eye sockets directly broke into the 5 elements world. However, it was immediately annihilated in the 5 elements world. Swoosh! Gu Fei strode in the 5 elements world as though he was teleporting and avoided the dragon's claw. Bam! A punch landed on the black-boned demonic dragon skull, sending the demonic dragon flying. Using the desolate steps and walking in the 5 elements world, Gu Fei's speed was unbelievably fast. The black-boned devil dragon could no longer keep up with Gu Fei's speed. Swoosh! 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 Countless figures flashed in the void around the black-boned demonic dragon. The sounds of bombardment and the roars of the black-boned demonic dragon resounded continuously. The powerful attacks were something that even the undying demonic creature found hard to endure. Each of Gu Fei's punches and kicks contained great divine strength. Cracks began to appear on the black-boned devil dragon's bones that were harder than refined iron. The purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron had already been kept by Gu Fei. Otherwise, this devil would have been killed by Gu Fei. Finally, Gu Fei guided the fire element world out of the 5 elements world to him. The fire element world expanded rapidly. Monstrous divine fire surged and swept out in all directions like raging waves. It enveloped a part of the world and sucked the black-boned devil dragon into it. Roar! The black-boned devil dragon roared again and again. Demonic fire spewed from its mouth, and destructive demonic light shot out from its eye sockets. The entire fire element world shook violently under the demonic might of the demon dragon, as though it could collapse at any time. This was a world of fire. The terrifying temperature was enough to melt refined iron. Endless divine fire surged towards the demon dragon and enveloped it in an attempt to refine it completely. Swoosh! Gu Fei strolled in the 5 elements world. His long hair and sleeves danced in the wind. His entire body exuded the aura of an expert who looked down on the world. He hid in the void and manipulated the power of fire to obliterate the black-boned devil dragon. However, this demon dragon was impressive. It was indeed an undying devil that was stronger than the undying king. Although it was surrounded by the divine fire and its demonic aura was constantly being refined by the divine fire, it was still difficult to truly injure this devil. As he strolled in the five elements world, Gu Fei realized that his speed had increased by a large margin compared to when he was outside the five elements world. It was as though he was teleporting. It seemed that it was difficult to obliterate this devil with the power of the fire element world. At the thought of this, Gu Fei took a step forward and arrived in front of the black-boned devil dragon. He threw a punch. In an instant, the power of fire in the entire fire element world was triggered by his punch. It was as though all the power of fire in the world had gathered on Gu Fei's fist when he punched. His entire fist became a dazzling ball of light. It emitted a terrifying temperature that could melt refined iron and a terrifying energy wave that seemed to be able to shatter the void. Bam! The dazzling fist was like a meteor falling from the sky. It landed heavily on the black-boned devil dragon's skull and sent it flying. The soul fire in the skull vibrated violently, and wisps of soul fire drifted out. The punch that was unleashed with the power of the fire element world had finally impacted the soul fire of the black-boned devil dragon. In Gu Fei's fire element world, the black-boned devil dragon was at an absolute disadvantage. Although it was powerful, it could not avoid Gu Fei's attack. Gu Fei controlled the fire element world and could sense the subtle changes that occurred in this world. He had the advantage of the right time and the right place to firmly suppress the terrifying black-boned devil dragon. The black-boned devil dragon roared furiously. The soul fire in the skull was like a black sun that was fixed there, emitting waves of mighty soul waves. Powerful soul power rippled out from the black-boned demon dragon's skull like waves and flowed through the entire skeleton that was glowing with a black light. Every bone was bathed in soul power, and there were pitch-black demonic flames throbbing on top of them. The black-boned devil dragon's huge skeleton was faintly discernible in the black flames. The void that it was in seemed to have become a bottomless black hole. It was eerie and terrifying. The divine fire that filled the sky surged towards the black-boned devil dragon. However, the terrifying divine fire that could melt refined iron was annihilated by the black flames when it approached the black-boned devil dragon. Humph! Burning soul power. Is this fellow going to risk his life? Gu Fei stood on the fiery clouds. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the black-boned devil dragon. He knew that the black flames emitted from the black-boned devil dragon's skeleton were not demonic flames. Instead, they were soul fire that was even more terrifying than demonic flames. The black-boned devil dragon was a terrifying demonic dragon that had fallen in this world. It was an undying demonic creature that had condensed its soul fire. Its soul fire could be said to be filled with demonic qualities. If the soul fire in the black-boned devil dragon's skull exploded on the Tunglong continent, it would be enough to demonize all living creatures in a region and turn them into demonic creatures. The soul fire of an undying demonic creature could not be directly absorbed and refined. The demonic qualities could confuse one's mind and easily cause one to go berserk. Even an expert would need to completely refine the demonic qualities contained in the soul fire before they dared to absorb the soul power of the soul fire. Of course, the demonic qualities were only harmful to cultivators of the righteous path. To cultivators of the demonic path, the soul fire of an undying demonic creature was definitely a great supplement. The stronger the demonic qualities, the better. The black-boned devil dragon, who was burning its soul fire, was really forced into a corner by Gu Fei. It was trapped in this strange void that was filled with raging flames. The vast fire elemental power was rapidly wearing down its soul power. If it did not put up a desperate fight, it would lose its life. It had to be said that the power of the black-boned devil dragon increased greatly after burning its soul fire. It roared and stretched out its 2 dragon claws, tearing a hole in the void. Boom! Endless demonic flames gushed out from its huge mouth and burned forward. It burned the void until it shattered and the heaven and earth collapsed. The hole split into a huge hole in an instant. The black-boned devil dragon displayed its terrifying power and wanted to break through Gu Fei's fire elemental world and rush out. However, Gu Fei would definitely not allow this undying demonic creature to escape. With a thought, the fire elemental world disappeared, and a grayish world that was like the primal chaos was brought over by him. He kept the black-boned devil dragon in it. The undying demonic creature rushed into the hole in the space that it had just opened and wanted to rush out of the fire elemental world. However, after it rushed out of the fire elemental world, it realized that it had entered another strange void. There was no sky or earth in this void. It was like an undeveloped primal chaos world. The power of the thick earth was vast and mighty in this world, forming a terrifying energy storm that crashed towards the demon dragon like a huge mountain. Boom! A primordial divine mountain collided with the black-boned devil dragon and sent it flying thousands of feet away. Before the black-boned devil dragon could regain its senses, the endless thick earth energy condensed into 5 or 6 huge mountains that descended from the sky and suppressed it under the mountains. Roar! The black-boned devil dragon roared crazily. Its terrifying soul power erupted like a volcano. Pitch-black demonic light pierced through the void and blocked the endless thick earth energy. Rumble! The 5 or 6 huge mountains that were suppressing the black-boned devil dragon crumbled and turned back into thick earth energy. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The black-boned demonic dragon unleashed its terrifying demonic might, shattering the mountain formed from the chi of the earth and soaring into the sky. Boundless soul demonic light radiated from the gigantic bone body, turning the entire world into a pitch-black world without the slightest bit of light. Damn it, do you dare to come out and fight? A powerful soul fluctuation spread out in all directions. The black-boned devil dragon was enraged, and the soul fire in its skull was pulsing violently. Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei took a step forward and entered the earth elemental world. It was as if a god-king had descended, and his entire body was enveloped by 5-colored divine light. Chapter 4:91. The 5 elemental world circled around Gu Fei's body and enveloped the heavens and the earth. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, surged violently and emitted a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was as though the void was about to turn into chaos. The golden light of the metal elemental world shot into the sky and attracted the boundless power of the metal element. It formed a terrifying, destructive divine light that pierced through the black-boned demonic dragon. Every ray of divine light was thousands of feet long. They were like divine rainbows that annihilated the space wherever they passed. Roar! The demonic dragon roared, and a wave of soul fire surged out from its skull. It enveloped the entire huge skeletal body, burning the void and shattering thousands of golden divine rainbows. However, as the golden divine rainbows were shattered, a portion of the black-boned demonic dragon's soul fire was also neutralized by the power of the metal element. The power of the black-boned demonic dragon's soul fire was being obliterated bit by bit. As the golden light faded away, a grayish, chaotic energy rushed over from all directions. It was the earth chi of thick earth. Boundless earth chi rose from the ground and gathered, forming an earth elemental world that enveloped the void. Within the tumbling earth chi, the shadows of mountains appeared. It was as though hundreds of thousands of mountains were crashing down on the black-bone demonic dragon from all directions. The entire void seemed to be solidifying, imprisoning the black-bone demonic dragon in this terrifying void. Boom, 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 boundless earth chi condensed into mountains. It was as though the primordial divine mountains had been drawn over, and they directly collided with the black-bone demonic dragon. The terrifying black fire produced by the black-bone demonic dragon's soul fire displayed its terrifying power. As long as the mountains were burned by the black fire, they would immediately shatter and be difficult to reform. However, when the mountains formed by the earth chi collapsed, the terrifying energy released caused the black fire of the soul fire to dissipate in the void. The power of the earth elemental world could not truly obliterate the black-bone demonic dragon's soul fire. The misty earth chi began to dissipate. At the same time that the thick earth chi dissipated, a large amount of water appeared in the sky. It was as if an entire ocean had been drawn over. The water surged down and surged toward the black-boned demonic dragon with great momentum. Boundless water elemental power transformed into a water dragon that was thousands of feet long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the black-boned demon dragon. It crashed into the black flames that enveloped the black-boned demon dragon like a black sun suspended in the void. Rumble, the water surged, and the 1,000-foot-long water dragon roared. Water and fire were incompatible, so when the water dragon exploded in the black fire would be annihilated in the void. For a time, the sound of collisions rang out incessantly in the water elemental world. Water vapor rose, and the power of the water elemental shook heaven and earth, about to completely drown the black sun. However, the black-bone demon dragon within the black sun continued to roar. Its soul power surged out and kept the boundless water elemental energy at bay. This scene was undoubtedly shocking. It was as if a black sun had fallen onto the ocean, emitting boundless black light and evaporating layers of water vapor. Although the water elemental world surged, it could not completely annihilate the black sun that had fallen onto the ocean. The 5-elemental world continued to revolve under Gu Fei's control. Although the power of the water elemental world could not completely obliterate the black-bone demon dragon's soul fire, it was not completely ineffective. The black-bone demon dragon's soul fire had clearly weakened and was no longer as vigorous. The water that filled the sky began to recede, and boundless green with chi began to gather from all directions. A green world that was filled with vitality began to appear. Within the green light, there seemed to be flowers and trees faintly appearing. Then, towering trees began to condense and obliterate the black-bone demon dragon. The black-bone demon dragon roared furiously. It was trapped by the 5-elemental world. After charging out of the metal elemental world, it entered the earth elemental world. After coming out of the earth elemental world, it charged into the water elemental world. It was unable to break free no matter what. The wood elemental world transformed into layers of tree shadows that swept towards the black-bone demon dragon. The black-bone demon dragon's soul fire was obliterated, causing the black-bone demon dragon to be heavily injured. Roar, damnable ant! Even if my soul is obliterated, I'll drag you down with me. The black-bone demon dragon roared and howled. Powerful soul undulations surged out from the black flames. The entire world was sealed by the 5-elemental world, and it was impossible for the black-bone demon dragon to charge out. There was only one outcome for it, and that was to have its soul fire obliterated and vanish from this world. The black-bone demon dragon was in despair. Then, boundless black flames erupted from the black-bone demon dragon's skull. The entire enormous skeleton surged with monstrous flames, and the entire sky was plunged into a black sea of flames. The five-elemental world that trapped the black-bone demon dragon was immediately affected, and the five-elemental world shook violently. The black flames were so dazzling in the shapeless world, and it was as if black clouds had enveloped the five-elemental world. The black flames surged and surged, and it was getting more and more intense. It was already so glaring that one could barely open their eyes and couldn't look at it directly. It was only then that Gu Fei realized that black flames could also be so dazzling. There was nothing more terrifying than a powerful enemy's counterattack before death. Even in this world of death, the black-bone demon dragon could be considered a powerhouse. Its desperate counterattack almost shattered the entire void. Boundless black flames swept out from Gu Fei's five-elemental world. He, who was traversing through the five-elemental world, also felt threatened. The black-bone demon dragon's soul fire was completely ignited. The terrifying black flames caused the void to shatter, and the five-elemental world was collapsing. Gu Fei suffered a great impact, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He quickly retreated and avoided the surging black flames. Lowly ant, go to hell! Within the boundless black flames, there was an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. A bone demon dragon charged out from the depths of the black flames, and its huge black bone demon dragon claw tore at Gu Fei, who was flying backwards. At this moment, the black-bone demon dragon's strength had risen to a terrifying level. The black-bone demon dragon's claw tore through the void, and space itself was torn apart. Burning the soul fire was an attack that cost one's life, and it couldn't last long. Although the dragon claw, which was the size of a small mountain, had yet to reach Gu Fei, he felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The void around him had been sealed, and it was difficult for him to dodge, nor was there any way to dodge. You're the one who's going to die. Gu Fei roared angrily. Then, an extremely sharp and terrifying sword aura spread out from his right hand. Rays of purple divine light shot out from his palm, and a purple gold divine sword began to condense in his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Although his breath had been locked by the black-bone demon dragon, and no matter how he dodged, he would still be caught by the black-bone demon dragon claw. However, he could still retreat and extend the time it took for the black-bone demon dragon claw to reach him. He fought for this moment of buffer time, and it could be said to be a moment of life and death. In this short moment, it was enough for Gu Fei to use the purple gold divine sword. Buzz! The sound of a sword resonated through the heavens, and then a purple sword aura rushed out from Gu Fei's right hand. The sword aura was like a dragon, and it instantly soared thousands of feet, broke through the layers of black flames, and directly split the black-bone demon dragon claw in half. What kind of sword is this? How is this possible? The black-bone demon dragon's terrified soul ripples came from within the black flames. The purple sword aura was like a hot knife through butter, and the endless black flames dissipated under the sword aura. Swoosh! With a sound, Gu Fei could vaguely see a huge bone body being split in half by the sword aura. The endless flames of the soul dispersed, but it was immediately absorbed by the dazzling sword aura. The divine sword in his hand emitted a weak but joyful spiritual ripple. Gu Fei immediately understood. That was the sword's soul devouring the soul power that the black-bone demon dragon had dispersed. He never would have thought that the sword soul had the ability to devour soul power. Since the sword soul could devour soul power, then the mountain and river cauldron was also a supreme treasure with a soul. Could it also devour soul power? It seemed like he had to find an opportunity to test it out. At the thought of this, Gu Fei only felt a wave of tiredness hit him. When he struck with the sword just now, the divine sword had instantly absorbed a large amount of his vitality. Although he was prepared, Gu Fei was still secretly shocked. His cultivation had increased to the 6th heaven of the void controlling realm, but he could still barely strike with the sword twice. He did not know when he would be able to truly control this supreme treasure. It was really hard to imagine how high the cultivation of the original owner of the purple gold divine sword had reached. Without a doubt, the person who could control the supreme treasure was definitely the most powerful existence in the world. Gu Fei struck out the mountain and river cauldron, absorbing the chaotic energy and the black flames that had yet to dissipate into the mountain and river cauldron, then refining and absorbing them. The simple and unadorned cauldron, surrounded by rays of divine light, quickly flew back to Gu Fei, then entered his left hand. Very soon, a vast wave of vitality surged out from the mountain and river cauldron in his left hand, quickly replenishing the vitality that he had consumed. Gu Fei's vitality was rapidly recovering, and very soon he had once again returned to his peak state. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword were both supreme treasures, possessing unfathomable power. The mountain and river cauldron could refine all kinds of energy, while the purple gold divine sword could absorb soul power to strengthen the sword's soul. This was the most basic ability of these two treasures. The power of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword was definitely not limited to this, but this had to be slowly excavated. Gu Fei believed that as his cultivation increased, the power of these two treasures would gradually be revealed. The entire mountain ridge in the surrounding area had already been destroyed in the battle between Gu Fei and the black-bone demonic dragon. Gu Fei did not stay for long, because this battle had already alarmed the undead creatures in other areas. There were figures of undead creatures in the vicinity, but those undead creatures did not dare to get too close and only spied in the dark. Gu Fei was also too lazy to care about these undead creatures that were spying in the dark because the soul fire of these undead creatures was too weak and could not attract Gu Fei's interest, so it was not worth his time to make a move. Chapter 492. Back in the Bone Emperor city of the White Bone Emperor, the little monk who had walked out of the tomb of the Buddhist Lord and the mummified old monk at the peak of the Black Mountain had joined hands. They had almost turned the Bone Emperor's lair upside down and dug out a tricolored Buddhist lamp under the huge city. The old tortoise was an almighty figure of the demon clan in ancient times. He knew many ancient secrets and recognized the origin of the Buddhist lamp under the huge city. The Buddhist lamp of the three realms was said to be able to illuminate the three realms and purify all evil, ferocious beings, and malicious spirits. It was a Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord and possessed supreme power. Even the old tortoise was envious of it, so he tried to snatch it. Gu Fei waited for the old tortoise to lead the group of abnormal experts away before he harvested the soul fire of the undead creatures. This was a rare opportunity. Outside the Naraka realm, only the people of the demon path dared to kill the common people and collect soul power. The people of the righteous path would never dare to commit such heresy. In the Naraka realm, even if Gu Fei killed all the undead creatures, no one would come out to stop him. This was because this world belonged to the dead. The undead creatures that lived in this world of death were ferocious and abnormal creatures. Exterminating these ferocious creatures was, in fact, eliminating demons and protecting the Tao. However, Gu Fei and the old tortoise had underestimated the undead creatures in the Bone Emperor city, especially the five-colored skeleton and the purple gold skeleton. Even though they had been illuminated by the tricolored Buddhist light of the Three Realms Buddhist lamp and taken a blow from the old monk, they still had unparalleled combat strength. If Gu Fei did not have the protection of the two supreme treasures, the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron, he was afraid that it would not be him harvesting the undead creature's soul fire, but the undead creature's blood essence. In this world of death, the powerful undead creatures believed in the legend of the holy clan living in the depths of this world with flesh and blood. After these undead creatures saw that Gu Fei and his companions were living beings with flesh and blood, they did not suspect that they were outsiders. They firmly believed that they were holy clan members who had come from the depths of this world of death. The appearance of the legendary sacred race in the periphery of the Death Continent had caused quite a commotion. After Gu Fei left the mountain, he discovered that many cities along the way had been destroyed. Moreover, looking at the traces of destruction, it seemed to have happened recently. Wherever there was a city, there would always be a king guarding it. Gu Fei discovered a shattered golden skull in one of the ruins. Only half of the skull was left. It looked like it was cast in gold, still flickering with a golden luster. Its hardness was comparable to real gold essence. With a single look, one could tell that this was the skull of a king. An undying king fell here, killed by someone, only half of his skull remaining. The rest of his body was nowhere to be seen. The outer region of the continent of death did not seem to be very peaceful, as kings had fallen. Gu Fei could not help but feel quite startled. There seemed to be powerful creatures that could kill kings nearby. In another city that had already been turned into ruins, bones were scattered everywhere. There were sparkling and translucent divine bones and demonic bones that were shrouded in demonic aura. But without exception, those bones were scattered in the ruins, and not a single one of them was complete. It was obvious that the undead creatures in the city had been killed on the spot. In the ruins, there were still ghost-like soul fires drifting about. There were no soul fluctuations, no soul power ripples, and these were soul fires that were on the verge of extinction. Among the bricks under a broken wall, Gu Fei discovered a pitch-black skull that was glowing with a black light. The skull's top had been opened, and the soul fire had been taken away. After carefully observing the ruins, Gu Fei made a new discovery. Among the broken bricks and tiles, Gu Fei found some black silt-like things. These things were splashed on the collapsed wall and emitted an unpleasant stench. It was a little like the stench of rotten flesh. Thinking of this, Gu Fei vaguely guessed something. He could not help but frown. This was the Bone Emperor's territory. How could there be such evil creatures? Could it be that there was a conflict between the two giants, the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor, among the undead creatures? Only those terrifying evil corpses would have rotten flesh. Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. He was afraid that something big would happen in the outer region of the world of death. He immediately left the ruins and went to the agreed place with Old Tortoise. Along the way, he did not encounter any powerful undead creatures. There were only some weak undead creatures hiding in the rubble or crawling on the ground. The agreed place between Gu Fei and Old Tortoise was in a small valley. The place was covered with dark brown rubble, and it was very desolate and remote. Under the dusky sky, even a small valley would make one's heart palpitate. There was an fog lingering in the valley, but this small valley was not a place where energy gathered. Gu Fei arrived at the entrance of the small valley. He observed carefully, and then flicked his sleeves toward the ground in front of him. A strong wind immediately appeared out of thin air and swept in all directions. Suddenly, dust flew everywhere. The strong wind rolled up the dark brown dust on the ground. There seemed to be a flickering light under the dust. Although it was very weak, it was very eye-catching in this dusky environment. After the dust on the ground was completely swept away by the strong wind, a few demonic patterns that emitted a demonic light appeared in front of Gu Fei. The demonic patterns that Old Tortoise laid down are not destroyed. There should not be a powerful existence visiting this place. After seeing the demonic patterns carved on the ground, Gu Fei immediately relaxed. Old Tortoise's cultivation had been restored to the demon god realm. The demonic patterns that he carved had unpredictable power. Unless it was an expert of the same level as Old Tortoise, it would be absolutely difficult to break. Gu Fei used a mysterious footwork under his feet. Using the method taught by Old Tortoise, he passed through the ground engraved with the demonic patterns and walked into the valley. The valley was empty. As far as the eye could see, there were only rocks and no undead creatures. This small valley had been sealed by Old Tortoise's demonic patterns that condensed the power of heaven and earth. The undead creatures would definitely not be able to enter. Gu Fei noticed that a rock facing the valley entrance had been split into two and became a stone platform. There seemed to be something on the stone platform that was shining with a misty white brilliance. That is, Gu Fei sensed an extremely weak wave of demonic power. He walked closer to take a look and saw a jade slip that was flowing with a crystal luster on the stone platform. This jade slip should have been left behind by Old Tortoise before he left. It should contain the message that Old Tortoise left for him. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the jade slip on the stone platform. Just as he was about to read the information in the jade slip with his divine thoughts, a strong wave of demonic power suddenly erupted outside the valley. Then a terrifying and powerful aura immediately came from the entrance of the valley. Chapter 493. In the dim valley, Gu Fei obtained the jade slip left by Old Tortoise before he left. When he was about to read the information in the jade slip with his divine telekinesis, a powerful demonic aura suddenly erupted outside the valley. Gu Fei was immediately moved. He put away the jade slip and rushed to the entrance of the valley. Outside the valley, the demonic aura soared into the sky. The demonic patterns engraved by the old turtle on the ground all emerged from the ground, emitting a bright demonic light. The purple demonic light dispersed the darkness and illuminated the entire world. When Gu Fei arrived at the entrance of the valley, endless demonic patterns soared into the sky and turned into terrifying light blades that resembled the light of destruction. They tore through the void and slashed at a skeleton trapped in the formation. Who's plotting against me? The skull of the skeleton trapped in the formation flashed with bright black and white light, and a powerful soul fluctuation surged out. Gu Fei could feel the anxiety and fear in the soul fluctuation. The demonic patterns engraved by the old turtle possessed an unfathomable power. They gathered the power of heaven and earth nearby and laid down a powerful formation. Oh, my hand is broken. My hand is broken. F***CK. My toes. Damn you, don't hit my face, or I'll get mad at you. The undead creature in the formation was in danger. The light blades formed by the demonic patterns constantly slashed at its body, making clanging sounds and scattering bone powder on its bones. However, Gu Fei found it interesting that the undead creature was still making a fuss at this critical juncture. Gu Fei couldn't help but admire it. However, what truly shocked Gu Fei was that the skeleton of this undead creature was actually different from the masses. The left side of the skeleton was pitch black and shiny, whereas the right side of the skeleton was crystalline like divine jade, suffused with a misty sheen, pure white and flawless. The black half of the bone did not emit any demonic aura, so it was not a demonic bone. How is this possible? Gu Fei was very surprised. He sensed a familiar aura from the bones of the undead creature. Yin and Yang, that's right. Gu Fei could sense the aura of yin and yang from this skeleton. He could not help but think of the supreme expert who had walked out from the Taiji Yin Yang Jade pendant. At this time, The black skeleton trapped in the demon array had also discovered Gu Fei. An incomparably shocking soul fluctuation spread out from the undead creature's skull. The black and white soul fire was violently throbbing. How is this possible? There shouldn't be any flesh and blood living beings in this world. The undead was shocked to see Gu Fei. Swoosh! With a bang sound, a light blade cut through the void like a divine weapon and brushed past the eyebrow bone of the undead creature, sweeping away a layer of bone powder. I told you not to hit my face. F***CK. The black and white skulls suddenly became furious. The black and white light in their skulls blossomed with resplendent rays of light. It was as if a black and white sun was fixed there. Yin-yang great shift. The skeletal hands of the black and white skulls moved again and again. The black and white soul fire surged out from their hands, forming large and small Taiji yin-yang diagrams that protected them. Countless demon runes transformed into light blades that spun and chopped down from all directions. Then, an astonishing scene occurred. All the light blades that had slashed the Taiji yin-yang chi were all sent flying away. They didn't fly back along the original path, but their direction was shifted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless light blades emitted intense energy fluctuations. They were like flowers that filled the sky as they shot in all directions. Several light blades went straight towards the place where Gu Fei was standing. Gu Fei soared into the sky and evaded the light blades transformed from demon runes. A strong rumbling sound came from under his feet. Dust soared into the sky. Several light blades destroyed the place where Gu Fei had just stood a moment ago. Brat, what are you still looking at? Hurry up and let me out. The black and white skulls roared again and again. It seemed to be extremely strenuous. Balls of yin and yang light lingered around its body and moved away all the light blades that were shooting towards it. However, as long as the demon runes on the ground were not erased, the light blades transformed from the demon runes would be endless. Even if the black and white skulls could resist for a while, their soul power would be completely exhausted by the demon formation after a long time. Why should I let you out? Gu Fei said with a smile. He stood in the void and looked down at the black and white skeletons who were in a panic. Gu Fei could already tell that the strange skeleton that had broken into the demon formation set up by Old Tortoise was not weak. It was comparable to an undead king. However, it was weaker than the black bone dragon that he had killed. This skeleton was not a match for him. Gu Fei came to this conclusion. However, he did not dare to be careless. Who knew if this yin and yang skeleton had any powerful trump cards? The yin and yang skeleton was shouting and shouting. All kinds of indecent language came out from its skull. It was even more ruffian than Old Tortoise. It should not be a good bird. Undead creatures could only communicate with other creatures through soul fluctuations. This ruffian skeleton was no exception. It had no flesh and blood, only bones, which limited its ability to speak. Unless it could be reborn and completely reverse life and death, it would be absolutely impossible for these undead creatures to regain their ability to speak. Brat, if you are willing to let me out, I will give you a saint spring. The yin and yang skeleton shouted. It could not hold on any longer. The soul flame in its skull began to dim. Using the yin and yang great shift seemed to consume a large amount of soul power. It should be known that this demon formation was set up by Old Tortoise, a demon god level monster. It definitely had the power to kill an undead king. The yin and yang skeleton was only able to hold on until now because of its yin and yang great shift. It was able to move the killing light formed by the demon runes away. What is a saint spring? Gu Fei was startled. This was the first time he had heard of the term saint spring. However, if the opponent was willing to use this saint spring to exchange for its life, then this item was definitely not simple. The yin and yang skeleton's jaw almost dropped to the ground. You actually don't know what a saint spring is? Could it be that you are not a person of this world? The yin-yang skeleton was extremely shocked. While it was blocking the purple light blades that were constantly slashing at it from all directions, it sent out this kind of mental wave. I don't know. What's so strange about it? Gu Fei said indifferently. Ha. In fact, in this world of death, a saint spring is not a secret to powerful existences. The yin and yang skeleton analyzed. Gu Fei became a bit impatient. This yin and yang skeleton talked too much, so he said, "Hurry up and tell me. If you don't, then I will leave. You can slowly enjoy yourself in this formation." Don't. I'll tell you, okay? The yin and yang skeleton was panicking. If the opponent left, then it would fall here. I'm listening. Gu Fei stood in the air and looked down at the yin and yang skeleton that was trapped in the formation. His eyes were calm without a trace of emotion. The life spring is the spring of life. In this world, wherever there is a life spring, there will be living beings with flesh and blood like you. After thinking for a while, the yin-yang skeleton transmitted this mental wave from its skull. Spring of life? Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but flash. The value of a spring of life was hard to estimate. Legend has it that the spring water from the spring of life could revive the dead. How do I know whether you are lying or not? In this world of death, there is not a trace of life. How could there be a spring of life? Gu Fei coldly said. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't believe it, the yin and yang skeleton couldn't help but become anxious. It quickly said, "What I said is true. Everything in this world has a natural counter to each other. If there is death, then there is life. If there is life, then there is death. This is the heavenly Tao. When the death qi gathers to a certain degree, it will give birth to life." Hearing this, Gu Fei pondered. This yin and yang skeleton's words seemed to be quite beneficial. The most important thing was that this yin and yang skeleton wasn't his opponent. If this yin and yang skeleton dared to lie to him, then he could just kill it. Thinking about this, the yin and yang skeleton started to shout again. The demon runes formed a blade light that had already begun to break through the yin and yang chi's blockade, causing the yin and yang skeleton to be in a dangerous situation. Hey, I said, "if you don't save me, I will die again." The black and white soul fire in the yin and yang skeleton's skull violently throbbed. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and rushed down from the sky. He used the footwork that old Tortoise had taught him to pass through the sky full of light blades. Every step he took followed a mysterious path. The demon runes formed a terrifying killing light, but it didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Hey, why does this footwork look so familiar? After seeing Gu Fei's footwork, the yin and yang skeleton's eye sockets suddenly emitted a bright soul light. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that this guy had seen old Tortoise? However, this was not the time for him to think too much. After Gu Fei entered the demon formation, he quickly arrived at the yin and yang skeleton's side. Boom! The void shook, and the 5 elements, 5 worlds rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The expanded 5 elements world immediately enveloped the yin and yang skeleton. Wow. You actually cultivated an inner world. The yin and yang skeleton cried out. The technique that Gu Fei displayed was too amazing. This skeleton actually knew about the inner world. This guy didn't seem to be simple. Gu Fei knew that now was not the time to think about it. The 5 elements world lingered around his body, and the demon runes on the ground emitted a dazzling brilliance. Every demon rune seemed to be alive, rushing up from the ground and turning into a terrible divine light. It pierced through the void and shot toward Gu Fei. The divine light that condensed the power of heaven and earth was no longer as simple as old Tortoise's demonic power. Countless divine lights directly penetrated the five elements, whirled like divine spears, and stabbed toward Gu Fei in the five elements world. Gu Fei's body shook violently as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He never thought that the demon formation that old Tortoise had set up to seal the valley would be so powerful. Chapter 494. The demon marks were created by the demon races, extreme Tao experts, by comprehending the heavenly Tao and deriving the essence of the heavens and earth. Every demon mark contained a Tao rhythm and could gather the power of the heavens and earth, possessing unfathomable power. The old turtle was a great demon from ancient times. The demon marks that he mastered were ancient demon marks, which were very different from the demon clan's demon marks of today. Ancient demon inscriptions could be said to be extinct in the Tonglong continent. Other than some ancient demon inscriptions recorded in the ancient books passed down by the great figures of the demon clan, traces of ancient demon inscriptions could only occasionally be found in ancient ruins. However, the ancient ruins that could leave ancient demon marks were either the abodes of great ancient demons or the places where they cultivated in seclusion. Such places were usually dangerous and dangerous. No one knew what would happen after entering this kind of historical remains, and no one knew if they would be able to come out. Therefore, in the current Tonglong continent, the only great demon that could truly master the ancient demon marks was the ruffian old turtle. It had to be said that ancient demon marks were definitely one of the most powerful Tao marks in the world. The demon formation that the old turtle set up with demon marks was extremely powerful. Those who barged into the demon formation, unless they had the cultivation of an immortal, would not be able to escape death. Outside the valley, demon chi soared into the sky. Demon light pierced through the void and rushed straight up to the sky. Like a destructive divine light, it tore the void and heaven apart. Rumble, terrifying energy spread in all directions. The heaven and earth were shaking. In the thousands of demon light, Gu Fei walked in the five elements, whirled with the ruffian skeleton. He used his 8 steps extreme speed to travel through the five elements world. It was as if he was teleporting. He rushed out of the demon formation and quickly went far away. With such a big movement here, it was hard to guarantee that the powerful creatures in the nearby areas would not find out. This small valley was no longer a place to stay for long. The power of the void in the five elements world allowed Gu Fei's flying speed to increase by a large margin. It was as if he was walking through a narrow crack in the void. With a single step, he was already hundreds of feet away. This extreme speed was something that even he could not predict before. Boss, with your speed, I dare say that no one in the entire outer region is faster than you. Even the Bone Emperor, the Corpse Emperor, and the Netherworld Emperor can only follow behind you and eat your fart. The ruffian skeleton began to flatter Gu Fei. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. This fellow was even more of a ruffian than the old tortoise. His mouth was full of nonsense. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. The surrounding scenery was rapidly flying backward. Walking in the five elements world, Gu Fei was incomparably relaxed. Soon, he had rushed out dozens of miles away. Boss, you really are my idol. What kind of footwork is that? Every step he takes contains the laws of heaven and earth and has a supreme Tao charm. This is definitely a supreme mystic art. I, Old Black, am truly envious. If I could have such speed, I would even dare to take a look at the Bone Emperor's treasury. My admiration for Boss is like an endless torrent of underworld water, like an overflowing sea of blood. It is unstoppable. Boss, I, Old Black, have decided that I will follow you from now on. The ruffian skeleton continued to babble nonsense. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to it and ignored it, allowing it to talk nonsense. However, Gu Fei had never seen such a glib skeleton before. This ruffian skeleton chattered nonstop for a full half an hour, and there was still no sign of it stopping. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed out hundreds of miles away, far away from the small valley where he and the old tortoise had agreed to meet. Gu Fei's premonition was really accurate. Just as he and the ruffian skeleton left, a cloud of dark underworld fog appeared from the west of the valley, covering the sky and covering the earth. The soaring demonic aura outside the valley entrance quickly converged. The demonic patterns that pierced through the void and split apart the heaven and earth began to submerge into the ground. The terrifying fluctuations quickly calmed down. When the dark clouds and underworld fog surged over, the energy fluctuations outside the valley entrance had already completely disappeared, as if nothing had happened. At this time, all the undead creatures in this area felt a terrifying aura. A torrential death aura surged between heaven and earth, causing all the undead creatures to tremble with fear. Within the endless death aura, two blood-red lights coldly swept over the valley below. The powerful existence within the death aura seemed to have some misgivings. Roar! Hateful Mahakala, he actually set up such a sinister trap and wants me to jump into it. If I catch you, I'll definitely make you taste the pain of refining your soul. The two blood-red lights in the death chi disappeared into the darkness. The expert within the death aura seemed to be very angry. Then, the overwhelming death aura surged in the direction where Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton had disappeared, quickly disappearing into the dusky world. In the dusky world, dark clouds drifted in the sky, and underworld fog pervaded the ground. Swoosh! A five-colored splendor cut through the pitch-black sky like a rainbow and headed south. Who the hell did you provoke? Two figures were wrapped in the five-colored rainbow. One was a white-robed youth, and the other was a strange skeleton that was half white and half black. Boss, I'm a compassionate person who is loved by everyone. I'm a good person among the undead creatures. Why would I provoke anyone? The ruffian skeleton said very seriously, "Why don't you ask around and see if there's anyone in this world of death who doesn't know me, hey Tian?" "Humph. I'd be a fool if I believed you. How about I let you meet up with that guy behind you?" Gu Fei said disdainfully. If this ruffian was a good person, then there wouldn't be any bad people in this world. Gu Fei found out from his conversation with the ruffian skeleton that this guy was called He Tian. This He Tian's strength had already reached the undead monarch realm, and his soul power was incomparably strong. However, it had to be said that this Mahakala seemed to be an out-and-out ruffian. No one knew how this fellow had managed to cultivate to the king realm. Don't. I'm not familiar with that stinky guy. I'm really not familiar with him. He Tian waved his bony hands randomly. He thought to himself, if that guy sees me, won't he tear me apart? Dozens of miles away, a pitch-black death aura surged through the void at high speed, chasing after Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton He Tian. That guy is really annoying. The five elemental worlds appeared around Gu Fei. He grabbed He Tian and used the 8 desolation steps with all his strength. The 5 elemental worlds completely isolated Gu Fei and He Tian's aura. Even the fluctuations of their souls were sealed inside the 5 elemental worlds. Gu Fei and He Tian flew forward at an extremely fast speed. After flying for dozens of miles, Gu Fei retracted the 5 elemental worlds and descended towards a mountain below. It was a small pitch-black mountain with some strange plants growing on it. These plants were deathly gray in color, and there were fluctuations of yin energy on them. These short plants were sparse, and there were not many of them. They looked like thorns and vines. Gu Fei had never seen such strange things before. Since these plants could grow in the Hell realm, they should be plants with Yin energy. If they were in the outside world, they would be turned into dust by the Yang energy, just like those evil spirits. They can still track me like this. Standing on the peak, Gu Fei turned around and looked in the direction they came from. He could sense an aura of death rapidly approaching them. That guy is a capable general under the corpse sovereign. The ruffian skeleton, He Tian, said with some fear. He knew very well what kind of powerful existence he had offended. Humph, did you take something from him? That's why that guy is chasing after you. Gu Fei glanced at the ruffian skeleton and said indifferently, the corpse sovereign was one of the 3 most powerful giants in the outer region of this world. He had tens of thousands of corpse generals and corpse soldiers under him. His cultivation was also extremely terrifying. Even the Netherworld Emperor and the Bone Emperor had to be wary of him. Gu Fei already had a rough idea of the situation in the outer region of the Hell realm. You can clearly see what I have on me with just one glance. How could I be one of those petty thieves? The ruffian skeleton said with a righteous tone. Is that so? Gu Fei didn't deny it. Other than his black and white skeleton body, He Tian didn't seem to have anything on him. He didn't even have a weapon. Why is this guy in such a miserable state? It's weird. Gu Fei couldn't help but think that an undead with strength comparable to a king-level being wouldn't even have a decent weapon on hand. This was simply too unreasonable. However, this wasn't the time for Gu Fei to think about it. This was because the terrifying expert that was chasing after him was about to arrive. Gu Fei could already see the netherworld death aura that emitted a terrifying aura of death suddenly surging out from the dusky sky and earth. Boss, what should we do? The ruffian skeleton, He Tian, couldn't help but become nervous. The soul fire in his skull was beating violently. The opponent was a capable general of the corpse sovereign. His strength was stronger than a normal king, and he was definitely not a match for him. This guy looked around and began to look for a way out. If there was any danger, he would definitely be the first to escape. It wasn't shameful to escape. Those who could escape but didn't escape were definitely the biggest idiots in the world. In this world, there was nothing more important than one's own life. This was the principle that He Tian believed in. If he could win, then he would fight. If he couldn't, then he would run. He wouldn't try to be a hero. It was more important to stay alive. Perhaps it was because of this that ruffian Mithraea was able to turn calamities into blessings from time to time in this world of death and survive until now. The undead creatures at the same time as him were almost all dead. Only he was still alive and well. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He looked at the horizon, and his pupils shrank. In front of him, a vast, deathly aura was sweeping over, causing his heart to palpitate. The opponent's strength seemed to be above that of the black-boned demonic dragon that he killed. This kind of cultivation was already in between the void-controlling and demigod realm. The evil corpse that was emitting a terrifying deathly aura was stronger than a normal undead king. Chapter 495. In the distant horizon, an endless aura of death covered the sky and covered the earth. Within the ink-black aura of death, there were 2 flashing blood-red lights. The terrifying energy waves were vast and mighty in the sky. It was as if a peerless evil demon had come out. The aura of death filled the world, making people's hearts palpitate. What a powerful evil corpse! Gu Fei's heart trembled. He stood on the peak of the mountain, calmly watching the nether fog and the aura of death that was rapidly approaching. The opponent's strength aroused Gu Fei's fighting spirit. A martial artist in the 6th layer of the Royal Void Realm had a martial body comparable to a divine weapon. Coupled with his unpredictable combat skills, He could definitely fight against a cultivator in the peak of the 9th layer of the royal void realm. Gu Fei's hair fluttered without any wind. A powerful wave of primordial qi spread from his body, and his skin, which was exposed outside his clothes, immediately shone with a multicolored luster. An invisible wave of air swept out from his body, causing Erebus, who was behind him, to be extremely shocked. It was as if he had been pushed by an invisible hand, causing him to take 3 steps back in succession. Is this guy really a powerhouse who came from the depths of this world? The ruffian skeleton He Tian was extremely shocked. Although Gu Fei looked young, his cultivation level and strength were extremely powerful. The ruffian skeleton, He Tian, could never have imagined that Gu Fei was actually not a person of this world, but an outsider from the outside world. On the Tonglong continent, there weren't many small worlds like the Hell Path and the virtual Sky World, which were comparable to perfect worlds. However, what was certain was that such small worlds were definitely not limited to the Hell Path and the virtual Sky World. The magic power and divine ability of the distant past era reached the heavens. They had the great ability to split the primal chaos and develop heaven and earth. They could create their own inner world, and after a long period of time, they could refine their inner world into a world. The Buddhist Almighty had the saying of the 3,000 worlds. It could be seen that inner worlds were actually not rare. However, those who could refine inner worlds were definitely existences of the immortal realm. Gu Fei being able to refine an inner world was definitely an anomaly. Gu Fei really wanted to have a great battle with such an expert. He wanted to see how strong he had become. However, he couldn't afford to be entangled with this terrifying opponent who was hiding in the death qi. The path of hell was filled with danger. Gu Fei had to find Old Tortoise first before planning his next step. After all, Old Tortoise was a figure from ancient times and seemed to know some secrets of the path of hell. Gu Fei did not want to stay in the hell realm for too long. Moreover, he did not enter the hell realm willingly. If not for Old Tortoise, he would not have entered the world of death. Without sufficient strength, there was an 80 to 90% chance that one would die in these ominous lands. Gu Fei had just stepped onto the path of a true powerhouse and had a long time to cultivate. He did not want to die young. A peerless expert in the Imperial Void Realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Gu Fei was not even 30 years old. He looked more like a youth in his early 20s. In 1,000 years' time, no matter how difficult the path of martial arts was, he was confident that he could cultivate to the 9th heaven of the Imperial Void Realm and even have the opportunity to become a demigod. Therefore, Gu Fei wanted to find Old Tortoise as soon as possible, and then head into the depths of the Hell Realm. He wanted to find the source of this world and refine the path of hell. At this moment, there was a chilly wind between heaven and earth. The underworld fog filled the air, and the death qi descended. It was as if there were countless evil spirits howling in the death qi. It was eerie and terrifying. The entire world seemed to have become a void filled with death. The bone-piercing chilly wind made Gu Fei feel cold all over. The underworld cold wind came from the surging death qi. It was like an invisible sharp blade. The rocks of the entire mountain were melting and collapsing, and layers of dust fell from the chilly wind. If an ordinary person was hit by the chilly wind, their flesh and bones would melt in an instant. Even their spirit would be torn apart, and they would never be able to reincarnate. Boss, that guy is here. He Tian hid behind Gu Fei. There were a few times when he wanted to run away as fast as he could. The other party was able to become a capable subordinate of the corpse emperor. He definitely had great strength and unparalleled combat power. What are you afraid of? Gu Fei sneered. Although the other party was powerful, he was not afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit was like a rainbow and he wanted to fight it. Rumble, a huge black hand reached out from the surging death chi. It enveloped a part of the void and grabbed at Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton Erebus. It's over, it's over. The ruffian skeleton Erebus was terrified. He wanted to escape, but the entire world seemed to have been sealed by the terrifying power that surged out from the giant hand, making him feel as if he couldn't escape. The entire mountain peak trembled. Endless stone powder fell down. A terrifying strength seemed to want to obliterate everything. The void trembled, and transparent ripples spread out. The void that was enveloped by the giant hand cracked like a delicate porcelain. Black spatial cracks began to appear. The terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the void. What bad luck! What bad luck! If I had known this would happen, I would have run away just now. The ruffian skeleton hid behind Gu Fei. The black and white soul fires in his skull fiercely flickered, emitting terrifying soul fluctuations. Hey Tian, let's see where you can run now. Ha! Even someone from the saint race is here. My luck today isn't bad. Tumbling death energy covered the world. A terrifying aura filled the air, and cold soul fluctuations directly echoed in Gu Fei's heart. Two beams of blood-red light broke through the layers of death energy, shooting downwards. It was like a terrifying demon was staring at Gu Fei, and He Tian. This evil corpse didn't seem to place Gu Fei and He Tian in its eyes at all. What a pity! Gu Fei sighed. Such a master had come at the wrong time. At the same time, a purple flame appeared between his eyebrows. The void in front of him seemed to collapse. Then, Gu Fei grabbed the ruffian skeleton He Tian and stepped forwards, vanishing into the void. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment that Gu Fei and He Tian vanished, the black hand came crashing down from the sky, directly smashing apart the entire mountain peak. The world shook, dust flew into the air, and rocks shot through the air. For a time, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Amidst the tumbling death energy, a strong soul fluctuation was transmitted. The terrifying existence within the death energy had never imagined that Gu Fei and He Tian would suddenly vanish into the void. Roar! How could this be? A tall figure loomed in the death energy. Two beams of blood-red light swept in all directions. The evil corpse wanted to find Gu Fei and He Tian. However, it found nothing in the end. Gu Fei and He Tian seemed to have suddenly disappeared. It wasn't like they seemed to have disappeared. They disappeared into thin air, and it couldn't sense any of their auras or soul fluctuations anymore. The evil corpse emitted a monstrous death energy, roaring again and again. The entire world shook, and all the undead within 100 li radius trembled in fear. Boom! 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 That terrifying figure casually bombarded downwards, and mountain peaks were continuously blasted apart. Dust rose high into the sky, and some of the weaker undead creatures were also affected. Their bones and bodies were shattered, and their souls were scattered. That terrifying evil corpse roared for a while before stopping. Then, the endless death energy began to recede like a tide, completely submerging into the evil corpse's body. A figure shrouded in black energy appeared high up in the sky. Wow, boss, you've really refined an inner world. My admiration for you is like a torrential. Stop. When Gu Fei heard the ruffian skeleton He Tian's words, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and he hastily interrupted He Tian's words. Gu Fei and He Tian stood on a hillside. This small world was less than 10 li in radius, and most of it was bare sand and mud without any plants. There wasn't a lot of spiritual energy in this world, and everything was still evolving. However, in a valley where spiritual energy was converging, Gu Fei had opened up a medicinal field for planting spiritual herbs. The 9-leaf longevity grass and 10,000-year-old black ginseng were transplanted into the medicinal field. Boss, I couldn't tell that you're actually a great hidden expert. He Tian said in an ingratiating manner. He thought that this kid seemed to be more proficient in the art of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger than himself. Of course, these words could be said out loud. To be able to refine an inner world, one's cultivation had to be at least at the immortal realm. However, if this kid was an immortal realm expert, why didn't he dare to fight with that evil corpse and instead hid in his inner world? This was really strange. The ruffian skeleton, He Tian, couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Gu Fei suddenly turned to look at He Tian. His gaze was incomparably deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Boss, you... He Tian couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate under Gu Fei's gaze. This was Gu Fei's inner world, and Gu Fei was the supreme god of this world. If he used the power of heaven and earth to kill him, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. He Tian was secretly shocked. After a long while, Gu Fei withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, I didn't expect that a guy like you would have such guts despite your mediocre cultivation. The evil corpse outside was extremely powerful, and its strength was comparable to that of a human demigod. Gu Fei wasn't certain that he could defeat it. Of course, if he used the purple gold divine sword, Gu Fei was confident that he could kill it with his sword. However, after he used the sword, a large amount of his vitality would definitely be absorbed by the divine sword. If this ruffian skeleton took the opportunity to attack him when he was weak, he would probably also be defeated by this guy. The ruffian skeleton, He Tian, was definitely not a kind person. Gu Fei was sure that this He Tian was like Old Tortoise, who was good at backstabbing others. Of course, this ruffian skeleton might even be worse than Old Tortoise. Please, I'm just bones from head to toe. I don't have any guts, all right? The ruffian skeleton, He Tian, said as a mental strength spread out from his skull. Although He Tian was an undead creature, there were no obstacles in the conversation between Gu Fei and He Tian. Tell me, where did you keep that thing? Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with He Tian, so he got straight to the point. As expected, this guy must have taken something important from the evil corpse outside. Otherwise, that evil corpse wouldn't have chased after this ruffian skeleton. Boss, I'm innocent. I really didn't take anything from that stinky guy, He Tian said miserably. Chapter 496. The corpse emperor's competent generals were extremely powerful and would make for a decent opponent. However, Gu Fei was unwilling to get entangled with them. So he retreated into his inner world. Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton He Tian stood on a hillside in his inner world. Gu Fei wanted to know why the demonic corpse was so relentless in its pursuit of He Tian. If you don't want to tell me, then I'll do it myself. Gu Fei pressed towards He Tian. This fellow was extremely cunning. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would never tell the truth. Don't. When the ruffian saw that Gu Fei's attitude had turned cold, he couldn't help but panic. If Gu Fei really used a soul-searching technique to read his memories, all his secrets would be revealed to Gu Fei. Furthermore, if Gu Fei didn't have a good grasp of the soul-searching technique, his consciousness would be completely erased if he wasn't careful, and he would become a mindless skeleton. Therefore, before Gu Fei could make his next move, the soul fire in He Tian's skull, which looked like a Tai Chi symbol, suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A powerful soul wave spread out from the skull. Then, a black and white brilliance rushed out from He Tian's right eye socket. Within the brilliance was something. It was a square seal, an ancient seal. More accurately speaking, it was a broken ancient seal. The moment the ancient seal rushed out from He Tian's skull, Gu Fei's hands immediately trembled. Two weak soul waves were emitted from his hands. The mountain and river cauldron, and the purple gold divine sword, which had been refined into Gu Fei's hands, actually showed signs of rushing out from Gu Fei's hands. As if they had met an old enemy, the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword vibrated in Gu Fei's hands and emitted a strong desire to fight. How can this be? The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword are actually reacting to this ancient seal. Could it be that this ancient seal is actually a supreme treasure like the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword? Gu Fei was very shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword's spirit fluctuated intensely from his hands. Gu Fei's left hand emitted a hazy primordial chaos chi, while his right hand shone with the purple gold divine sword. The ancient seal enveloped by yin-yang chi rushed out from He Tian's skull and floated in front of He Tian. This ancient seal was only the size of a fist, but it gave off a feeling. The ancient seal was covered in cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. As if sensing the existence of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword, the ancient seal also began to vibrate. Transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out from the ancient seal like water waves. Gu Fei felt an immense pressure from this ancient seal. It was as if this wasn't an ancient seal, but a giant mountain that couldn't be climbed. Your hand. At this moment, the ruffian skeleton, He Tian, had also sensed the abnormality in Gu Fei's hands. Two powerful auras surged out from Gu Fei's hands, causing it to tremble in fear. This ancient seal was extraordinary. Gu Fei could already confirm that this ancient seal was definitely a supreme treasure. It was no wonder that the evil corpse would chase after He Tian relentlessly. However, this supreme treasure seemed to have been heavily damaged. The ancient seal was covered in cracks, and there was a faint undulation of soul power coming from it. With a sword hum, the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's right hand turned into a ray of purple light and shot out. Sword chi shot into the sky from Gu Fei's inner world, and the purple sword radiance illuminated the entire small world with a purplish gold color. Boom! With a huge tremor, an ancient cauldron surrounded by hazy primordial chaos aura rushed out from Gu Fei's left hand. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos immediately filled the space between heaven and earth. The two supreme treasures shot into the sky and emitted a terrifying pressure that caused the entire small world to tremble. The mighty aftershocks directly pressed the ruffian skeleton, He Tian, to the ground. Roar! Boss, hurry up and put away your two treasures. My bones are about to be crushed. The soul fire in He Tian's skull pulsed violently, and he was terrified. At this moment, Gu Fei was in a difficult situation. Although he was not overwhelmed by the powerful pressure, the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword had already left Gu Fei's control. Even if Gu Fei wanted to take them back, he could not. Swoosh! As if affected by the impact of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword, the ancient seal also emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. It shot into the sky and stopped in front of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. The three treasures were facing each other. Supreme treasure. Gu Fei was extremely excited. He did not expect to find a supreme treasure in this world of death. This ancient Buddha was too abnormal. A supreme treasure had actually appeared in the hell path that he had refined. Could it be that an extreme powerhouse had fallen in the hell path? What kind of concept was an extreme powerhouse? It was the most powerful existence in the world. The end of the Tao was the extreme Tao. legend had it that such people had reached the supreme realm of invincibility. Even if the world was destroyed, it would be difficult for them to fall. However, these extreme powerhouses had completely disappeared from this world. Even the immortals had not been seen for thousands of years. All the great powers and immortals had become legends. The extreme powerhouses had disappeared, but their weapons had been passed down. The great figures in the cultivation world believed that only the weapons and treasures refined by the extreme powerhouses could give birth to a soul. A weapon with a soul must be the sacred weapon of the extreme powerhouses. However, even in the world of cultivation, no one had actually seen an extreme path treasure. In fact, in the world of cultivation, weapons and magic treasures with souls were also a legend. Of course, there were also people who believed that the few super forces in the cultivation world controlled supreme treasures. It was precisely because of the existence of supreme treasures that these forces were able to prosper for a long time. However, no one knew what the true trump cards of these forces were. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise pulled Gu Fei's thoughts back to reality. He focused his eyes and saw that the three treasures in the sky had all changed to the size of a mountain. The three treasures vibrated at the same time. The entire inner world seemed to have been hit by a terrifying storm. The void was shaking, the earth was cracking, and endless elements of fire, water, wind, and wind surged in the chaotic zone. Swoosh! The purple gold divine sword moved first. The sword light soared thousands of zhang, like a destructive divine light. It directly slashed at the ancient seal. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered and turned into chaos. Bang! The ancient seal directly soared into the sky and clashed with the purple gold sword light. There was no blinding divine light, no terrifying waves of divine power. However, the void collapsed. The ancient seal directly shattered a part of the void. Boom! The sword light formed by the purple gold divine sword instantly collided with the ancient seal that rushed over like a huge mountain. The two treasures collided head-on, and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted. Endless sword chi tore through the void and pierced in all directions. Pitch-black spatial holes appeared in this world, and Gu Fei's inner world was full of holes. It was hard to describe this scene as an earth-shattering scene. At the center of the collision between the two treasures, the void within a radius of several miles instantly collapsed, forming an extremely terrifying and chaotic destructive storm. The purple gold divine sword and the ancient seal flew back at the same time. The two treasures clashed for the first time, and it seemed that there was no clear winner. The terrifying energy was raging, and the world was collapsing. Gu Fei only felt as if his body had been pierced. Blood seeped out from all the pores on his body, and cracks appeared on his colorful bones that were harder than refined iron. Gu Fei's physical body was closely related to his inner world. If his inner world completely collapsed, his martial body would most likely be half crippled. Ugh! Gu Fei spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body swayed. His face turned deathly pale, and he finally knelt on one knee. The destruction of his inner world also caused Gu Fei's physical body to suffer a terrifying impact. "Boss, save me!" He Tian cried out. He was pressed to the ground by the mighty aftershock from the sky, and no matter how he struggled, he could not stand up. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of mountains pressing down on He Tian's body, causing his bones to make crackling sounds as if they were about to break apart. The fire of the soul in his skull also dimmed. This time, the ruffian skeleton Erebus was truly flustered. Even his soul flame was descending down from the sky. A great power had sealed it. Even if he wanted to break out of his skull, his soul flame would not be able to escape. Moreover, where could it escape to in Gu Fei's inner world? How can I be so unlucky? Hey, Tian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Of course, he couldn't cry even if he wanted to, because he was a skeleton, an undead creature. At this time, Gu Fei was also not feeling well. The power emitted by the three treasures was too strong. Fortunately, he was in his inner world, and Gu Fei's inner world had isolated most of the power from the outside world. Even so, his body would occasionally emit crackling sounds, and all the bones in his body would be crushed to pieces. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and primal chaos energy surged out from the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron displayed its supreme power of stabilizing the world, stabilizing this small world that was on the verge of collapse. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself. Very soon, Gu Fei's inner world stabilized once again. The cracks formed by the power of the two treasures and the holes created by the unparalleled sword Qi were rapidly disappearing. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword were both spiritual treasures. They had recognized Gu Fei as their master. When Gu Fei was attacked, they automatically resisted and dissolved the attack for Gu Fei. This won't do. If I let these three treasures fight in my inner world, I'm afraid my inner world will most likely be destroyed. Gu Fei was horrified. It was just a frontal attack, but the terrifying power emitted by the two treasures almost caused his inner world to collapse. If they attacked a few more times, Gu Fei's inner world would definitely not be able to withstand it. Rumble, the ancient seal emitted a dazzling divine light, smashed the void, and moved towards the mountain and river cauldron. The inner world that was stabilized by the mountain and river cauldron shook violently again. This ancient seal did not care about Gu Fei's life. Damn it! If you want to fight, then fight outside. Although Gu Fei was the master of this world, the power of the supreme treasures was too strong and terrifying. They were not suppressed by this small world at all. Seeing that the ancient seal was about to hit the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei gritted his teeth and opened his inner world with all his strength. The three treasures were instantly moved out of his inner world,